Chapter 1201. Coins. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. You've read Norse mythology, so you must know something about my deeds, Loki said as he dodged Jonghung's arrows. I do like to cause trouble everywhere, so when the gods encounter a problem, their first reaction is to wonder if it was me. But after they've ruled out this possibility, they still come to me. Do you know why? Jonghung didn't answer. He continued to draw his bow and shot 2 arrows at Loki. The latter snapped his fingers helplessly and dodged them again. At the same time, he answered his own question. Because they know I can solve their problems. I helped forget his hammer back. Sifo lost her golden hair. I asked the dwarfs to use gold to create more beautiful hair for her. They would be even more beautiful than her original hair. So, you see, I'm not always busy destroying things. I can solve problems, but only difficult questions others can't solve. Before Loki could finish, he was forced to leave by Jonghung's arrows. Hey, why do you keep shooting when you know you can't hit me? Loki was speechless. Do you expect me to break my fingers accidentally when I snap them? Jonghung finally stopped what he was doing. In just 2 minutes, he had finished shooting 3 quivers. The high-intensity shooting made his arms a little sore, and he needed to rest for a while. But just as Loki said, none of the arrows hit the target. He had simply snapped his fingers and dodged all of them. It looked like he was wasting his energy. It was as if he was doing it purely to disgust Loki. But Jonghung was not a boring person. He was actually trying to test Loki. His ability to teleport to save his life was too much of a bug. If Jonghung wanted to kill Loki, he had to find a way to break his ability or find its limitations. The 3 arrows Jonghung used up weren't completely useless. The good news was that Jonghung had already calculated that Loki's maximum teleportation distance was around 20 meters based on his constantly changing position. This wasn't too much of an exaggerated distance, and it would be difficult to lose him if he was in an open space. The bad news was that there didn't seem to be a limit to how many times Loki could use this ability. This meant that he could snap his fingers all the time and even do some Dan Brown exercises here if he wanted to. Other than that, Jonghung still had not figured out whether Loki's teleportation ability was something he possessed or was he actually relying on some game item. If this was his original skill, Jonghung could think of no other way to kill Loki other than sneak attacks and large-scale AoE damage. Furthermore, he had already made sneak attacks once at the Pripyat Hotel. With Loki's cunning, it was almost impossible for him to give him a second chance. As for AoE damage, there was a ready-made opportunity right now because the engineers of the 3 nuclear power plants had not yet infiltrated reactor number 4's basement to open the drainage valve, and theoretically, they could destroy the basement roof and allow the radioactive magma to flow down. This would trigger a steam explosion. According to the scientists' estimates, an explosion of such magnitude could destroy entire Ukraine and Belarus, so destroying Pripyat, which was next to the nuclear power plant, was not a problem. However, if that happened, someone would have to sacrifice themselves. Unless absolutely necessary, Jonghung did not want to choose this path. Furthermore, when Jonghung recalled how Loki was described in Norse mythology and Marvel comics, he did not remember seeing his teleportation ability in them. Thus, Jonghung was more inclined to believe that Loki's teleportation ability originated from a certain item. This could also explain why Loki could still use teleportation without scruples even after his strength was reduced by 60%. Therefore, what Jonghung needed to do next was find this item, then think of a way to destroy or take it away from Loki. That way, Loki could only choose to face him head-on. He took out 2 new quivers from his travel bag and replaced the emptied quivers. At the same time, he casually said, "What, are you planning to help me solve my problem? Since I'm here to look for you, of course, I've thought about how to solve your problem," Loki said slowly. A sly smile appeared on his face. "But not now." Loki removed a coin from his pocket and tossed it. Jonghung saw Lenin's head on its front and the national emblem on its back as it gleamed in the sunlight. This contact is just a self-introduction and an initial exchange of intentions. I know you don't believe what I say, so of course, you won't accept any of my offers now. Even if this seems sincere enough an offer to me, you'll probably still think that Loki is a bastard who only knows how to take advantage of the situation. So why don't we wait a little longer? When you're at your wit's end, and all options have been weighed, you'll suddenly realize that the honest Loki is the kinder one. How are you brazenly associating your name with the honest one? Jong-hung asked. He glanced at the coin in Loki's hand before shifting his gaze away as if he hadn't noticed it at all. Loki continued tossing the coin in his hand, grinning as he said, "You think you're smart enough to know who's the enemy or friend, but it's sometimes better to be a little less confident." After Loki tossed the coin again, Jong-hung suddenly shot 2 more arrows without warning. This time, Loki didn't snap his fingers. Instead, he contorted in a somewhat awkward angle, dodging an arrow while reaching out to grab another. But before he could catch his breath, he saw a 3rd arrow coming. This time around, Loki discovered that Jong-hung's target wasn't him but the coin in the air. The 3rd arrow accurately hit the coin in the air and sent it flying. At the same time, Jong-hung threw away the bone bow in his hand, pulled out the hidden scabbard on his waist, and charged at Loki. A hint of panic appeared on Loki's face. He never expected this to happen. He turned to run, but Jong-hung was too fast, having he taken only 1 step when he felt a chill coming from behind. However, when he saw that he was about to die under Jong-hung's knife, the fear and panic on his face disappeared. He grinned instead, snapped his fingers, and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 1202. Code. Code. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Loki wore a smug look on his face. He was the god of lies and pranks, so his obsession with them was an innate instinct. Back in Asgard, he had to enjoy dancing on the edge of a blade, but in the end, he had everyone under his control. His combat power had never been the strongest among the gods, let alone Thor, the #1 warrior of Asgard. But even Thor had to come to him when he was faced with a problem that he could not solve. His brain was what he indeed relied on. Loki knew what Jong-hung was up to from the moment he met him. He also knew that Jong-hung had shot him with an arrow to test and understand his teleportation ability. He wanted to find a flaw in his ability, but Loki did not expose it, even deliberately displaying how far he could teleport to Jong-hung. He also knew that Jong-hung must be trying to find an item that could have been used for teleportation. Thus, Loki had deliberately used an ordinary coin, acting as if he could not use his teleportation ability once it left his hand. He tricked Jong-hung into attacking him, but he took the opportunity to teleport, sneaking behind Jong-hung. He had already obtained Paris's arrow from Jong-hung, and now that he had picked up the Pestilence bone bow, the 2 items could be matched together. This B-grade item from the White Horse Knight left Loki rather curious, and he wanted to take it and play with it. However, as soon as he reached out to touch the bone bow, he realized that something was wrong. Just a moment ago, the hidden scabbard had been slashing at where he was standing, but now, it was closing in on his back like a ghost. Loki immediately realized that he had been tricked by Jong-hung again. Jong-hung had never believed that the coin was the key to his teleportation, so when he contacted Jong-hung, who had deliberately thrown away the Pestilence bone bow before drawing his sword, Loki was certain that Jong-hung had been planning this attack for a long time. Back at the Pripyat Hotel, Loki had already experienced the power of the hidden scabbard. The non-healing properties of this knife and the damage it dealt with divine creatures were something that Loki would be afraid of, even if he were at his peak. This was not to mention that his strength had been suppressed by 60%. Jong-hung's level for blade technique was also among the reasons why Loki was unwilling to face Jong-hung head-on. Although there were many gods in Asgard whose strength far surpassed that of a mortal like Jong-hung, the Norse gods basically walked the path of 1 strength against 10. In terms of combat techniques, most of them were brats. When it came to blade techniques, they were not much better than mortals. And among mortals, Loki had never seen anyone who could surpass Jong-hung. And this time, Loki could feel that Jong-hung's knife was over twice as strong as before, his skills almost reaching the limits of an ordinary person. Loki was shocked. He did a rough calculation in his mind and realized that he might not have enough time to snap his fingers and escape. He could only pounce on the spot like before and dodge the knife from behind. But if he did that, he would be entangled with Jong-hung, and the script would be similar to the fight at the Pripyat Hotel. Next, he would probably have to roll around on the ground. His posture wasn't elegant, but the most important thing was that Jong-hung would probably not give him another chance to snap his fingers. Loki was not wrong. Jong-hung had indeed been planning this attack for a long time. To kill Loki, he had to first destroy his teleportation ability. Jong-hung had initially planned to find the item on Loki's body and destroy it. Still, he also knew how difficult it would be because the god of lies and pranks was the most cunning among all gods, and Jong-hung knew that his intentions couldn't be possibly hidden from Loki. Once the latter was prepared, it was almost impossible to destroy or take the item away. So after some thought, Jong-hung decided to give up on this option. Although Loki was cunning, he was not without weakness. In fact, as Jong-hung fought more and more supernatural creatures, he came to learn more and more about them. These self-proclaimed gods were born out of the faith of mankind, and in the past, relied on bards' tales and stories carved on stone tablets to spread their faith. Now, with the advent of new media, they had a bountiful method to spread their religion. Games, novels, and even rock and roll had made some gods even more powerful. They had an almost unlimited lifespan, a power beyond the imagination of mortals. Because of this, many increasingly feared them, thinking that they were invincible. However, in Jong-hung's eyes, these gods were no different from the high-level NPC in a game. Their power was strong, but they had lost their most precious thing, freedom. The stories and deeds they relied on to spread were like shackles that bound them tightly. They were like computer programs. No matter how open-minded the game world was, they couldn't betray the lines of code that were hidden behind them. Loki was the god of lies and pranks, for instance, and stirring up trouble was his biggest label, an instinct rooted deep within his soul. Thus, when Jong-hung realized that this was Loki's dungeon, the first person he suspected was the subjugator. The reason was simply that the subjugator was too close to him. Even though the subjugator's words and actions didn't reveal any flaws, and to eliminate his suspicion, Loki even obtained a real ID from the forum, but that didn't change his behavior. It was something rooted deep in his bones. Was there any benefit in using coins to trick Jong-hung? Strictly speaking, there was none. Loki had only picked up the pestilence bone bow because Jong-hung had thrown it away, and he didn't really care about this B-grade item that all players coveted. Picking it up and playing with it was one reason, but the bigger reason was that Loki wanted to see Jong-hung hopping mad after losing the precious bow and enjoying the pleasure of messing with his opponent. If it were any other sane person, they probably wouldn't have put themselves in danger for such a boring reason, but Loki would do it, and he did it with relish because he was the god of lies and pranks. Thus, he was destined to be unable to dodge Jong-hung's attack. Furthermore, Jong-hung had used the new C-rank item he had just obtained, Worldly Scale. This item from the Black Python could greatly increase Jong-hung's strength in a short period of time, and in theory, directly increase his strength to the limits his body could take. But considering the after effects, Jong-hung didn't do so. Hidden Scabbard was already sharp enough, and as long as he doubled his strength to slash Loki's body, even more strength would be wasted. Chapter 1203. Stalemate and Bet. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hidden Scabbard had already cut through Loki's jacket. It was about to continue splitting its owner into two when Loki suddenly disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was standing on the roof of a laundry 15 meters away from Jong-hung. He looked like he was still in shock. Jong-hung frowned. He clearly saw that this time, Loki did not have the time to snap his fingers, but he still managed to teleport at the critical moment. In other words, his ability to teleport had nothing to do with snapping his fingers. This guy had been putting on an act from the very beginning. Through hints, he had linked the snap of his fingers to his teleportation, even taking a knife from Jong-hung and had a few of his own fingers cut off. However, his bitter act was finally put to use, saving him from Jong-hung's knife. And this time, Loki was really scared. His jacket was cut in half and could no longer be worn. Looking at the garment split in the middle, Loki knew that if he had been a little slower, he would have ended up like the jacket, and a look of lingering fear couldn't help but show on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was too dangerous. I really can't be distracted when facing you. Zhongheng didn't continue to chase after him. Although he only used one slash, he didn't hold back. It was a peak-level slash after merging his mind and body. It consumed a lot of energy, and he also used earthly scales, but fortunately, Zhongheng had given himself some leeway. He had only doubled his strength, so he was not in a weakened state. However, he needed to take a breather. The most important thing was to find a way to continue dealing with Loki. The previous strike was not completely fruitless either. Other than unraveling Loki's little trick, Zhongheng had also finally found the secret to Loki's teleportation. The latter's repeated jumps were actually due to a dagger. After Zhongheng cut open his jacket, the dagger emerged from his waist. The main reason was that its appearance was so familiar that Zhongheng recognized it at a glance. Escape Dagger, also known as Cola's dagger in the game, was a popular game item. It had once had a relatively high appearance rate in a certain MOBA game, and Zhongheng had only seen it for the first time at an auction. As a rare escape-type item, it was quite attractive to almost all players. In the end, it sold for 2,050 points. If it weren't for Zhongheng having too few points on him at the time, he would have wanted it for self-defense. In addition, Zhongheng remembered that the escape dagger he had seen at the auction had a limit of 3 uses. It wasn't like Loki, who would teleport whenever he had nothing to do. This guy must have done some strange modifications after getting this item. When Loki saw Zhongheng's gaze fall on his escape dagger, he admitted it openly. That's right. I used this gadget to dodge your attack. Now that you know, it's a pity that I won't take the risk to get close to you anymore. So what do you plan to do with me next? Loki looked at Zhongheng with intrigue, causing the latter to fall into silence. After a moment, Zhongheng opened his mouth again. You want to make a deal with me, but why did you change the main mission of this dungeon to killing you? If that's the case, then only one of us will survive, right? What you said makes sense, Loki nodded, his face full of annoyance. I just couldn't help but feel an itch. Who told you to attack me without saying anything? Not taking revenge is not my style. I forgot about it in a hurry. Zhongheng didn't believe a certain someone's nonsense. He was facing Loki, not Thor. How could he give up on his original plan simply because of a moment's hot-headedness? However, he didn't think of any way to deal with Loki. The latter had already been plotted against twice by him. As the god of lies and pranks, this was probably the first time in his life, and with Loki's IQ, it was almost impossible to trick him a third time. So Zhongheng could only pick up the pestilence bone bow that had fallen to the ground and carry it on his back. Loki seemed to have noticed that Zhongheng no longer had any means to threaten him, so he returned to his usual smiling and relaxed expression and asked, "Are we in a stalemate now? If you're not planning to make a move on me, I think so. You don't have to think of all sorts of ways to trick me into getting close to you. I've learned a lot about you. Don't forget that I planted a little nail next to you. What do you think? She's quite cute, isn't she? It's a pity that you don't have much love left. Otherwise, the two of you might have been able to put on a show together. However, I'm quite surprised that you're willing to do this for her. You're not really going to trade a B-grade item for her life, are you?" Loki jabbed. "Do you really want to stay on the roof and enjoy the freezing wind?" Zhongheng asked instead of answering. "Of course. Considering the fate of the White Horse Knight and the other poor friends, I suddenly feel that it's not too bad to stay on the roof and enjoy the cold wind. At least I don't have to be afraid. Also, I don't need to risk a move on you. You've been exposed to radiation since the beginning of this dungeon. With the amount of radiation your bodies have absorbed, it's too late for you to leave Pripyat and find a hospital. As long as I wait until you're all dead, I'll consider myself the winner." Loki paced excitedly on the roof, then he suddenly looked down at Zhongheng. "But I still decided to give you another chance. How about we make a bet?" "Nah," Zhongheng said lightly. "Don't be so heartless. At least listen to the bet." Loki stopped and put his hands on his waist. "If you win, I'll let you clear this round of dungeon. In addition, you know that my daughter is Hela, the goddess of death. After the god of light, Balder, died, the Asgardian god sent messengers to find my daughter, begging him to resurrect him. But because I didn't succeed in interfering, you came to me because of this story, right? You want me to go to the goddess of death and talk about Fan's girlfriend. I can agree to that. Loki blinked and said, no matter what, Hela is my daughter, so she has to give me some face. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to save your little girlfriend, but at least there's a good chance that I might. How about that? It's a good reward, isn't it? What do you want to bet? Jonghang asked after a moment of silence. Chapter 1204. Ambush. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Very simple. Let's bet on how long those three can last, Loki said with a smile as he pointed at a building in the distance. Jonghang looked in the direction he was pointing at. It was an apartment building, about a dozen stories tall. There were three figures on the rooftop, and they seemed to be looking in their direction as well. One of them was holding a telescope in his hand, but due to the distance, he could not see their faces clearly. However, Jonghang could guess who those three people were. Currently, in Pripyat, other than the militia responsible for disaster relief, only Loki and the players were left. Although Jonghang had told the others after taking care of Sork, he told them to stay in the hospital and protect themselves, but it seemed that they did not listen to his advice. There were three figures on the rooftop. Two were men and one was a woman. One of them had wrapped himself up tightly, one had trouble with his legs, and the other had an injured arm. All bandaged up, it seemed like he had just finished surgery. Needless to say, the three of them were the Doctor, Mouse, and Master Kuei. Jonghang was also a little helpless. He knew that the three of them had good intentions. They were worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with Loki alone, so they rushed over to help. Moreover, they were very cautious and didn't get too close. Instead, they first observed the situation from the neighboring apartment building, as though waiting for an opportunity to strike. This seemed to be the safest method. Unfortunately, their opponent this time was Loki. Jonghang could already hear the sound of car engines and tires rubbing against the ground. He didn't know how many military trucks were pulling the militia toward the place. Skarbina's body had already been discovered by the militia that had arrived after they left the Pripyat hotel. This incident had caused an earthquake that was even stronger than the explosion of the reactor. Skarbina was the vice chairman of the Soviet Council of Ministers. He was definitely a big shot. He was sent here to take charge of the disaster relief work. Just as the disaster situation was gradually under control, the vice chairman accidentally died in his hotel room. Moreover, he was assassinated, clear from the wounds on his body or the thugs who attacked the militia in the hotel after that. After receiving the news, Moscow was also shocked. It was even a little hard to believe. The relationship between the Soviet Union and the United States had once been tense, but after Gorbachev came to power, there were already some signs of warming up. However, with the death of Skarbina, all kinds of suspicions and conspiracy theories quickly returned, and the political impact of this matter was likely to be beyond everyone's imagination. Gorbachev could already foresee that some people would use the death of Skarbina to make a big deal out of it. They might even push the already fragile relationship between the two superpowers into the abyss. Thus, the most important thing was to catch the murderer first and figure out what was going on as soon as possible. This was also the latest order given by Moscow to Pripyat. So, this time, the Ministry of Internal Affairs dispatched about 700 militiamen, with every single one fully armed. In addition, because Jonghang had left a deep impression on them during the previous battle, Beldorf had also borrowed several armored vehicles from Kiev. Now, these armored vehicles had also arrived and surrounded the residential building with the convoy, as if they weren't just fighting 3 people but an entire army. By the time the Doctor, Master Kuei, and the others realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Although there was still some time before the convoy arrived, every street and road that could be used for escape was blocked by the Internal Affairs Department, prompting Beldorf to give his men a death order. They could not let any of their targets go tonight. Your companions don't look too good. Loki had just seen a few military trucks passing by on the street. In order not to be discovered, he lowered his head and waited for the vehicles to leave before he spoke with Schadenfreude. Although you don't know each other before this dungeon, you're brothers who survived the nuclear explosion together, so, shall we make a bet? Let's see who can guess the time more accurately. If you win, I'll let you clear the dungeon and solve your girlfriend's problem. If I win, however, Loki rolled his eyes. Smiling, he said, I won't ask you to do anything too difficult. You just have to share a pot of boiled mutton with me. Jong-heng knew that things were not as simple. The reward Loki was offering was not proportional to the price he had to pay. Jong-heng had not met many people who could take advantage of Loki. This guy was obviously plotting something, and most importantly, Jong-heng knew that it would be difficult for him to win the bet. Because Loki had obviously leaked the location of the doctor and the others to the Internal Affairs Department. He should have been planning this since he first killed Shelbina, and since Loki could call people over, of course, there were ways to get the militia to leave. Thus Jong-heng could not guess the time at all. But regardless of whether Master Kue, Mouse, and the others were dead or alive, Jong-heng wouldn't be able to outlast Loki. If he didn't crack the latter's teleportation ability, the current situation would be a dead end for Jong-heng. Loki wasn't in a hurry at all. He simply sat down on the roof of the laundry shop, crossed his legs, and looked at the scenery while waiting for Jong-heng to make a decision. He saw a falcon hovering above his head, seemingly looking for rats to satisfy its hunger, prompting Loki to wave his hand to let the falcon fly down. The falcon's body froze. It flapped its wings and flew down from the sky. Finally, it landed on Loki's arm. It didn't look like a bird of prey at all. It was as obedient as Loki's pet parrot, but its eyes were still searching for the rat on the ground. Do you always think about eating? Loki scolded with a smile. Unfortunately, all the rats in the city are contaminated. If you eat them, you'll soon go crazy. The falcon didn't understand at all. It was still thinking about what to eat, so Loki said to Jong-heng, "Can you help me throw some of the biscuits I baked up? I want to feed this bird." Jong-heng glanced at Loki and the falcon on his arm. Without saying anything, he turned to get the biscuits. "Remember to throw them away. I'm afraid you might suddenly plot against me," Loki said cheerfully. Jong-heng poured the plate of biscuits into a bag and threw it to Loki, who in turn didn't actually take it. He watched the biscuits fall to his feet and waited for half a minute before bending down to pick them up. When he looked up, he saw Jong-heng raise the pestilence bone bow in his hand and pointed it at him coldly. "Again?" Loki couldn't help but roll his eyes and laugh. "Are you sure you won't be annoyed? Or are you going to shoot my bird to vent your anger because you can't hit me?" Chapter 1205. Unforeseen Circumstances. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as Loki finished speaking, the falcon that had been standing on his arm suddenly spread its wings and flew up again. Loki was a little surprised. Not only was he good at shape-shifting, but he was also an excellent magician. A bird of prey like the falcon naturally wouldn't just fall on someone's arm. He had taken the bird down from the sky with magic, and although not very profound, it was more than enough to deal with such a brainless beast. The falcon probably didn't know why, but it suddenly saw that Loki was particularly amiable, so it couldn't help but fall into Loki's hand. It withdrew its sharp claws and hard beak, becoming as docile as a pet. But it was this completely tame bird that was now out of Loki's control. Before Loki could figure out what was going on, Jong-heng's arrow arrived. The first arrow was aimed at Loki's chest, but the latter grabbed it. At the same time, when Loki saw Jong-heng's second arrow, he didn't hesitate to attack, having little choice but to use his teleportation ability again. But the next moment, Loki realized that he was still standing there. He hadn't moved an inch. The next arrow was already at his neck. At the critical moment, Loki instinctively used his right hand to block. His palm was pierced by the flying arrow. The pain in his hand was secondary. What really frightened Loki was the fact that the escape dagger at his waist was missing. Then, as if thinking of something, Loki looked up at the falcon above his head only to see himself lose his life-saving tool from the falcon's mouth. Loki realized he had been tricked, even though he still hadn't figured out who had tricked him. After all, Jonghung's long plan hadn't hit him, so it seemed like there was nothing he could do about it. The remaining 3 players were trapped in the distant apartment building. They were the only ones who had a motive to kill him in this dungeon. After being eliminated, Loki couldn't find anyone else to suspect. In his panic, he even thought of the little boy playing chess in his room. However, Loki knew that there was no need to go through so much trouble if the latter really wanted to deal with him. He was already in the other party's territory. Moreover, the item, escape dagger, was also made by the other party. In fact, there wasn't much point in guessing whose falcon it was anymore. The most important thing now was to get the escape dagger back. Otherwise, he would be shot like a hedgehog by Jonghung. So, while enduring the pain, Loki crouched down to dodge Jonghung's arrow rain and used a more powerful spell. The falcon, which was spreading its wings, felt its body stiffen again. This time, the stiffness didn't disappear immediately, but it became more and more intense. Soon, it realized that it couldn't even flap its wings. It could only fall from the sky with the escape dagger in its mouth. Loki was delighted. He wanted to reach out to retrieve his escape dagger, but seeing that his uninjured left hand was about to grab the dagger again, he had no choice but to unsheath it halfway. Because the hidden sheath had already followed closely behind and slashed towards it. Jonghung came very quickly. After Loki lay down, he had already put away the pestilence bone bow and stepped on the trash can to climb to the top of the laundry room. However, Jonghung didn't care about the escape dagger that had been giving him a headache. Instead, he reached out to catch the falcon that had fallen down. Then, he unsheathed his sword with his other hand. This also made him slower than Loki by half a step. However, after a simple calculation, Loki sadly realized that although he could grab the escape dagger first, he did not have time to activate it, and his left hand would be cut off by Jonghung's sword. This was also the reason why he had no choice but to withdraw his hand. After that, he saw that Jonghung didn't pick up the C-grade item. Instead, he turned his blade and slashed at him again. Loki could only continue to retreat. He reached out and used magic to condense the air in front of him, forming an air wall to block the menacing Jonghung. As for himself, he was already thinking about how to take the opportunity to retrieve the item he had thrown away. Unfortunately, the air wall didn't even last 3 seconds in front of Hidden Scabbard. This also caused Loki's plan to be foiled before it could be carried out. The god of lies and pranks had no choice but to think of another way. Only at that moment did the battle between Jonghung and Loki truly begin. Previously, Loki relied on his CD-free jumping knife and the number of times he had used it to run around. He hadn't fought Jonghung head-on at all. Now that he had lost his teleportation ability, Loki could only use his own strength to deal with Jonghung. A name might lie, but a clergy wouldn't. As the god of lies and pranks, Loki's fighting style was indeed the same as his. He rarely fought Jonghung head-on, employing all sorts of strange tricks to harass and fight instead. In addition, he was trying to find a way to retrieve his escape dagger. This was the thing that truly made Loki feel at ease. Therefore, although he kept retreating, he had already made a DT unconsciously and was ready to quietly return to the place where the escape dagger fell. However, he was very pleased with his little plan. He didn't expect to see a scene that made his face turn ashen in the next moment. He saw the falcon that had been caught by his spell. After being caught by Jonghung, it was casually placed on the ground. Now that the spell duration was over, it was alive and kicking again. He used his claws to grab the escape dagger again. Then, with a flap of his wings, he flew up into the sky. From the looks of it, it was preparing to fly away. Seeing this, Loki became anxious and wanted to use the same trick to make the bird fall again. However, Jonghung didn't give him a chance, and his attacks became even more fierce. As a result, Loki could no longer pull out his hands. Right now, he was already having a hard time dealing with Jonghung's hidden scabbard. He had no time to deal with the falcon and could only watch it fly away. Loki knew that he would never be able to get his dagger back. What was worse was that he would not be able to block Jonghung's attacks. No matter how many tricks he used, he would eventually run out of them, not to mention Jonghung's combat skills. Loki's moves would not work after he used them once. He had to rack his brains to come up with new tricks in order to buy himself some time to struggle. At this critical moment, Loki could only use his verbal skills again, shouting, "Stop, stop, stop! We're not going to bet this time. Let's just make a deal. Don't you have a few companions? They're about to be killed by the militia, and I can make them stop. I can also make you clear the level directly, as long as you're willing to stop attacking me." Chapter 1206. The Death of Loki. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jonghung heard Loki's suggestion, but his hands didn't stop moving. Instead, each slash was faster than the last. Rather than hoping that the god of lies and pranks would keep his promise, it was better to kill Loki on the spot and complete the main mission. This was the safest way to clear the dungeon. As for the doctor and mouse, Jonghung wasn't too worried. Even though the militia had surrounded the building they were in and were attacking it from above. With the firepower of the doctor and the others, it was obviously impossible to withstand the militia's attack, but the falcon was already flying toward them. Speaking of which, he had to thank Loki. If it weren't for the escape dagger he provided, it was almost impossible for the three upstairs to escape under such circumstances. Thus, Jonghung was indifferent to Loki's suggestion. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the world of knife skills, ignoring all the noise around him. Unlike Loki's various fighting styles, when Jonghung's blade was in his hand, his movements became simpler. However, when he swung his blade, it often gave Loki a feeling that there was nowhere to run. The god of lies and pranks felt like he was surrounded by blade shadows, enveloping his body. In order to turn the situation around, Loki tried to raise a cloud of sand, but when Jonghung took out his filter lens, Loki's sand also lost its effect. But taking advantage of the time he had bought, Loki hurriedly conjured a flock of pigeons to stand between him and Jonghung. However, he had underestimated Jonghung's knife skills. Although the flock of pigeons had successfully blocked Jonghung's line of sight, Jonghung's outstanding perception and hearing still firmly locked onto Loki's position. On the other hand, Loki himself was affected, and he didn't see Jonghung's knife. By the time he glanced at the knife light from the corner of his eye, it was too late. Loki couldn't dodge in time, and a long wound was cut on his chest. A strange blue liquid like frost flowed out of his chest, and when it landed on the ground, turned into pieces of ice. The appearance of the wound made Loki's movements even slower. In just 2 minutes, he was cut 3 more times by Jonghung. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like he was at the end of his rope. But at that moment, Loki stopped shouting, because he could feel Jonghung's determination to kill him. After taking the 4th cut, Loki waved his hand, and the pigeons flew away. He saw Jonghung again, but the latter didn't rush to swing his next cut. Jonghung looked at the embarrassed Loki. "Do you know how to find the goddess of death, Hela?" "Do I know?" Loki wiped the blood off his face, rolled his eyes, and chuckled. He was now completely forced into a desperate situation, but the expression on his face had changed from the initial panic to his usual frivolity. Jonghung knew from the look of this guy that he had no sincerity to negotiate, so Jonghung didn't waste any more words with Loki. He directly raised the hidden scabbard in his hand. As if realizing that he couldn't dodge this attack, Loki didn't resist. He just stood there with a smile on his face. "You must think that I've brought you a lot of trouble now, but in fact, after killing me, your trouble has only just begun. Remember to protect yourself for a while, because chaos has arrived, and this will be the prelude to the end of the world." The answer he got was a flash of saber light. Hidden Scabbard's landing point was precisely the neck of Loki, which Paris's arrow had pointed at. This was also the position that Heimdall had chosen to kill Loki in the Twilight of the Gods. After Jonghung cut off Loki's head, he deliberately took 2 steps back to prevent the latter's head from exploding and hurting people after it fell to the ground like in the legends. However, in the end, Loki's head only rolled half a circle on the ground before it stopped moving, the smile on his face frozen forever, the slightly raised corners of his mouth looking a little strange. At almost the same time, Jong-Hung also received a system notification. Ding! Main mission successfully completed, kill Loki. Player will return to the real world in 1 hour. Game points plus 300. You can check your status on the character panel. Jong-Hung was slightly surprised. He did not expect the famous god of lies and pranks to really die at his hands. He stood there for another 3 minutes to make sure that nothing else happened, and the countdown on the mission panel also disappeared. He walked to Loki's body and reached out to touch it. The first thing he obtained was the piece of iron wire used to cut open the door for the youth. Discovered game item, strange iron wire, unappraised. Jong-Hung also touched a leaf. Discovered game item, leaf of a certain tree, unappraised. Jong-Hung was very familiar with Norse mythology, not only because his parents had told him these stories as bedtime fairy tales when he was young, but after becoming a player, Jong-Hung had carefully read the relevant information in order to understand this mysterious and dangerous world. There were many famous treasures in Norse mythology, but Jong-Hung couldn't find anything close to the 2 new items in his hands, and Norse mythology also didn't describe the treasures that Loki possessed, so he stopped trying to guess what the items in his hands were. He stuffed the 2 new items into the travel bag that he had been carrying the whole time. He was ready to go out and ask the bartender to appraise them. Then, he sat at the door of the laundry shop. Half an hour later, the doctor, Mouse, and Besnova, who was disguised as Master Kuei in bandages, walked over from the other side of the street. Above their heads was a large bird. It was the falcon that Jong-Hung and Loki had encountered not long ago. This time, it landed on the ground before it began to change and expand, the feathers on its body began to rustle and fall. Instead of being blown away by the wind, they miraculously gathered together and eventually turned into a feather cloak the size of a palm. The body of the falcon turned into a woman. It was none other than Master Kuei, who had run off to God knows where. She reached out her hand, and the feather cloak flew into her body. Jong-Hung threw his coat to Master Kuei, who stood up from the ground. At the same time, a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. "Are you Freya's agent?" Freya was the goddess of love and beauty in Norse mythology. She was also in charge of war and magic. Her beauty had captivated many gods. Even giants and monsters wanted her. One of the rewards that the craftsman asked for in the story of repairing the city for the gods was Freya. Later, when Loki's hammer was stolen, the monster lord who stole the hammer also named Freya as his wife. In these 2 stories, she had a feud with Loki. Chapter 1207. The Feathered Cloak and the Frost Giant Son. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jong-Hung could tell that Master Kuei was related to Freya because of her feathered cloak. Although this feathered cloak wasn't as famous as Odin's weapon Gungnir or Thor's hammer Mikael, it had appeared many times in Norse mythology. As long as one wore this cloak, they could transform into a falcon, not to mention it was a disguise that even the gods could not see through. Now, it seemed that Freya had turned this item into a supernatural one and given it to her agent. Loki obviously did not pay much attention to the remaining 3 players other than Jong-Hung because all 3 of them were injured. Other than the doctor, who could barely move, one of Mouse's legs was so swollen that he could barely walk. As for Master Quinn, he was the most miserable. After being shot by Loki's incarnation, Sork, and after the surgery, it was a miracle that she could get out of bed immediately. Moreover, Loki had revealed their location to the Internal Affairs Department. They were surrounded by hundreds of militiamen, and it looked like death was the only way out. Loki had become careless because of this. He didn't expect Master Kuei to let Besnova disguise herself. Furthermore, after Master Kuei transformed into a falcon with his feather cloak, he was no longer affected by his injuries. She watched the battle between Jong-Hung and Loki from the sky and realized that she had first to destroy his teleportation ability if she wanted to kill Loki. Besides that, Master Kuei also hinted to Jong-Hung about his flight path, asking him to join her. However, the 2 of them never found an opportunity to do so because Loki's teleportation ability was too buggy. Not only was there no limit to the number of times he could teleport, but he also didn't even need to snap his fingers. In other words, as long as he couldn't subdue Loki in an instant, Loki could use teleportation to escape immediately. Just as Master Kuei was worrying about what to do, she didn't expect Loki to be so bored that he wanted to play with the birds. With a wave of the hand, he summoned Master Kuei's falcon form from the sky. However, the magic he used wasn't very powerful. It wasn't a problem for him to control a bird of prey that didn't have much intelligence, but it didn't have much of an impact on Master Kuei's mental state. Instead, Master Kuei's trick fell on Loki's arm. Jonghung, who was downstairs, also understood. He suddenly took out his pestilence bone bow and pointed it at Loki. Loki's attention was attracted by Jonghung's action, and Kuei took the opportunity to steal the escape dagger from Loki's waist with his mouth. Then, under cover of Jonghung, he spread his wings and flew away, forcing Loki to choose a frontal battle with him. And in the end, Jonghung cut off his head. That was the general summary of the previous battle. Unfortunately, Freya isn't here. She has always wanted to see this. Grandpa Kuei walked to Loki's corpse, squatted down, and looked at Loki's lifeless eyes. Mouse noticed the obvious drop in temperature around him and asked curiously, "Can gods be killed? And isn't Loki the god of fire? Why is his blood blue?" Because even though he's Odin's foster brother, he's the son of frost giant Fabati and Laufey, Master Kuei said. So in terms of bloodline, this guy is indeed a frost giant. On the other hand, Jonghung did not join in the discussion. He was thinking about what Loki had said before he died. The latter had mentioned that chaos was coming, although, with Loki's personality, he could not rule out the possibility that he made up some nonsense before he died. However, Jonghung was more inclined to believe that it was true. He just did not know what Loki meant by chaos. Also, Loki seemed to know a lot about his background. His words about the apocalypse did not seem to be made up. However, at that time, the two were fighting, and in order to not let Loki's words affect him, Jonghung did not believe or doubt him. Instead, he chose to put Loki's words aside and focused on the battle first. But now that the battle was over, Jonghung began to think about these things again. He only looked up when he saw the doctor standing in front of him. The doctor looked a little conflicted, but he still handed the escape dagger to Jonghung. "This item should belong to you. You defeated Loki. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. We also gained a lot of points from the previous incarnations." Even though he said that the doctor was still reluctant to part with it, after all, it was a C-rank item, and it had been magically modified by Loki. There was no limit to the number of times it could be used and the number of CDS it had. In a sense, its value had already surpassed that of a B-grade item. It could even be compared to the legendary A-grade item. It would be a lie to say that it was not heartbreaking to hand it over just like that. However, this was something that they had already discussed on the rooftop. On the way back, the doctor had more than once thought of running away with this item. With the invincible nature of this item, it was impossible for others not to catch up to him. After the remaining 20 minutes passed, they would return to the real world, and the doctor would be able to keep the dagger for himself. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted, but the doctor knew that Jonghung could have prevented Master Kuei from bringing the dagger to them. At that time, Jonghung could have ignored the falcon that she had transformed into and let it fall to the ground. He could have taken the opportunity to catch the escape dagger and not care about the lives of the remaining players. After all, they were not related, and they did not even know their real names. However, Jonghung still chose to save them in the end, even though it was a piece of cake for Jonghung. The doctor wanted to keep the item for himself, but he was not thick-skinned enough to do so. Jonghung had saved them more than once, and the doctor had wronged Jonghung before. In the end, the latter did not seem to take it to heart. He could not bring himself to do so, so in the end, he still gave the dagger to Jonghung as promised. Jonghung accepted the dagger from the doctor without hesitation. The doctor could not find any expression of joy on Jonghung's face. In fact, Jonghung's expression did not change at all. It was as if he was buying pancakes from a roadside stall, which the doctor found hard to understand. Anyone who obtained the dagger would have an undying body. Furthermore, with Jonghung's strength, other than items like Dreamland of Death, there was nothing else that could threaten him from now on. Jonghung seemed to know what the doctor was thinking. He shook his head but did not explain. Soon, an hour passed. The players had all received the system notification that they could leave this dungeon that had been shrouded in the shadow of death. Only then did they finally relax, their figures disappearing from the streets. However, after everyone left, Jonghung realized that he was still standing where he was. Then he saw a little boy, accompanied by a white-haired man, walking toward him. Chapter 1208. Sturdy Backpack. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Are you here for this? Jonghung waved the escape dagger in his hand. The little boy nodded and said, "There's something wrong with the value of this item, and it has affected the game's balance. It needs to be adjusted. Can you show me the dagger?" His voice was not loud, but Jonghung could clearly hear every word, just like the system notification. Of course. Jonghung didn't refuse. If everything went according to plan, this little boy before him was the reason why Loki was restricted after changing the main storyline mission. It was also because of him that he was able to defeat Loki tonight. More importantly, this little boy was able to keep him in the dungeon. Jonghung knew that if he didn't agree to hand over the dagger, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to leave. However, when Jonghung pulled out the dagger, he still tried to sound him out. "This thing was yours to begin with, wasn't it?" The boy did not answer. He only looked at the white-haired man beside him. The latter shrugged. "I'm starting to feel like I'm your radish." However, after saying that, he still walked up to Jonghung. "Butcher of Brave Khan? Nice to meet you." Jonghung handed the dagger over. "I've never really liked this nickname," the white-haired man said. "But thank you for your cooperation." He took the dagger and examined it before handing it over to the little boy. The latter nodded at Jonghung. "One moment." He then started to fiddle with the dagger. Jonghung saw with his own eyes that the dagger in the little boy's hand had been broken down into a series of characters. They were about a few 100,000 bytes long, and they were overlapping each other. Half a minute later, the little boy returned the dagger to the white-haired man's hand. He gestured for the latter to return it to Jonghung, and at the same time, he explained, "I've already changed the number of times this item has been used 3 times, but this bug has nothing to do with you. You didn't use this bug for your own benefit, so you're at a disadvantage by changing it. I should make it up to you. First, do you have anything you want?" Jonghung thought about it and said, "I have a friend who has a rare disease, and she doesn't have much time left. If possible, I'd like to know if you have anything that can cure her." "I do, but I can't give it to you," the little boy refused without hesitation, but then he patiently explained, "I'm here to fix the bug, so it's impossible for me to compensate you for something as valuable as that dagger. Also, I left that item in a certain dungeon, and I needed to complete a series of complicated missions to obtain it. The point is that a long time has passed, and I can't remember which dungeon it is." He saw Jonghung and the white-haired man beside him turn to look at him, and he frowned. "Why? Do you know how many dungeons I manage? How can I remember everything? I wouldn't have set up a game organizing committee otherwise." "No matter what, you shouldn't throw such important things around," the white-haired man said in a deep, magnetic voice. "I didn't leave it lying around. I told you, I left it in a dungeon. To get it, you need to complete a series of complicated quests, just like the God of War series. If someone really manages to complete these quests, not only will they get the B-grade item, but they'll also be able to grow as well. This is also the reason why we have to play the game." The little boy did not seem to like being lectured, annoyed. "Can you send me into that dungeon?" Jonghung asked. "No, even though your strength is more or less enough, other than some special dungeons, the rest of the regular dungeons can only be randomly selected. If you want to enter that dungeon, you can only try your luck. Moreover, with the difficulty of that dungeon, it's almost impossible for you to encounter it in the first 30 rounds. I can't wait that long." "Looks like I'll have to think of another way," Jonghung said. The little boy opened his mouth, but he swallowed what he was about to say in the end. He said, "You can change your compensation plan." "I can't think of anything else that I want," Zhongheng said. "Then let's just forget about it. Send me out of this dungeon. I've already gained enough this time." He wasn't being polite. In addition, Zhongheng had already obtained for game items from this escape dagger dungeon. Adding on the 800+ game points, it could be said he had a bumper harvest. However, the little boy insisted, "No, we can't just forget about it. The ones who don't compensate for the bugs are the ones who don't pay. What you just said should be engraved on the stone tablet and become the law." The white-haired man looked like he couldn't agree more. "Then keep it for now," Zhongheng said. "I'll come to you when I think of what I want. That's the only way." The little boy looked a little helpless. "You can contact me through the prize you won in the first round of the proxy war. That PS for Pro." Zhongheng raised his eyebrows. "How do I contact you?" "Add your PSN account. You'll find it. This is also part of the game." This time, the little boy did not give a definite answer to a certain person. He only said vaguely, "All right, then I'll see you later," Zhongheng said. In the next moment, the familiar system notification finally rang in his ear again. "You have reached the return deadline. Mission completion confirmed. Invisible Killer cleared the dungeon. Round 10 of the game has ended. You are about to return to the real world. Congratulations, you have cleared 10 consecutive rounds of the game. It has been detected that you have been in single-player mode all this time. Reward, 1 sturdy backpack, authenticated." Before Zhongheng left the dungeon, he used the last bit of time to glance at the attributes of the sturdy backpack. Name, sturdy backpack. Rarity, F. Function, it's just an ordinary backpack. Please don't be fooled by its name. It's not too sturdy. This thing looked just like its function described. It was a completely ordinary backpack, but Zhongheng knew its value and wasn't fooled by its F grade. This was because it was a rare storage item. As everyone knew, due to the game's mechanism, players were unable to bring non-item items into and out of the dungeon. There was no such thing as an unscientific portable space that could be found everywhere in the game, therefore, they could only carry all the items themselves. The smaller items could be kept in their pockets, but the larger items could only be carried in their hands. This restricted the ability to bring all the items into the dungeon without restrictions. Normal players could carry the items, but the guild leaders and vice-guild leaders of large guilds could only carry as many as they could carry. This sturdy backpack solved this problem to a certain extent. At the very least, it provided Zhongheng with something that could fit a portion of the items inside. Of course, it could not be compared to the storage space, however, it could at least keep his hands free for combat and emergency situations. Chapter 1209. The Endless Journey. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhongheng wasn't sure if the newly acquired, sturdy backpack was related to the little boy at the end of the dungeon. Since he hadn't decided what compensation he would get from the latter, the little boy gave him a rare storage-type item, a piece of cake for the latter. Zhongheng had also guessed the little boy's identity. According to the old and new gods, the latter should belong to the new, and he was close to the game god in terms of ability. However, the little boy did not answer his question. He ignored his probing. This time, Zhongheng went back and took apart the PS4 Pro that he had won as a prize. He also bought a new one online for comparison. The result was almost the same. The only difference was that the PS4 Pro that the game organizing committee had given him had an extra game compared to the original. Endless Journey. Zhongheng looked it up on Baidu and found quite a few games with this name online, but most of them were crude and ancient. On the contrary, Zhongheng opened that Endless Journey on the game console. He found that the game's graphics were quite good. It should have been built with the latest generation of engines, and it seemed to be quite generous in the CG department. It had basically reached its Death Stranded level. However, there was no signature from the game company. Moreover, it was hard to believe that such a heavyweight AAA masterpiece had not been promoted in the early stages. It seemed that the creator had not considered the issue of distribution at all. Jong Heng enjoyed the opening CG and did not skip it. Unlike the stunning scene, Endless Journey was normal in terms of storyline, basically following the traditional RPG game's hero slaying the dragon to save the world routine. However, it was probably due to the target player group this time that the theme was changed to a Shenxia setting that was more acceptable to Eastern players. The opening CG was about the birth of demons that wreaked havoc in the human world, the background story that caused the people of the mortal world to have a hard time living. After that, the camera turned to the main character, a disciple of the Immortal Palace, who was ordered to leave the mountain to gain experience. After that, Jong Heng realized that he could manipulate characters, talk to NPCs, accept quests, and level up by killing monsters. Coincidentally, he was also waiting for the appraisal results of the 4 items in this dungeon. Before that, he had nothing to do, so he decided to stay in his dorm and play an Endless Journey. The result was different from what Jong Heng had imagined. This game was not as difficult as he had imagined. No matter how he looked at it, it was no different from a regular game. The experience and rewards from killing monsters were also quite generous, a bit like Diablo 3 in terms of gameplay. However, the game flow was much longer than Diablo 3. Jong Heng had played for 2 days. In addition to the time that he already had, he had accumulated more than 40 hours of game time. He spawned a decent set of equipment, although still not managing to finish playing the game that was certainly worthy of its title, Endless Journey. Although the storyline was mediocre, the excellent graphics and smooth fighting ensured the quality of the game. This was an excellent game to most people, but as a player, Jong Heng had personally experienced all kinds of dungeons, and any one of them couldn't be compared to a console game through the screen. Thus it didn't actually feel too amazing. 2 days later, the bartender sent him a message saying that all 4 items had been appraised. Jong Heng put Endless Journey aside and drove to the bar to get his new equipment. The first item that Jong Heng received from the bartender was the strange iron wire. Pet wire. Rarity, D. Function, what can it do? This depended on its mood. Basically, you needed to raise your pet iron wire like a pet, feed it iron regularly, take it out for a walk, and even play music for it. Although no one knows how useful this is, as the relationship between you improves, you can communicate with it and have it do all sorts of things for you. P.S. Don't underestimate this wire, it can do more than you think. After reading the introduction of Pet Wire, Jong Heng was stunned. Compared to the other items on him, this wire was far from powerful, but it was definitely the most magical item. As a wire, it was actually a small life form, and it had to be raised like a pet. When Loki held it in his hand, it looked particularly lively, completely ignoring the fact that it was only a wire. However, the description of its function was relatively vague. Jong Heng only knew that he could use this wire to unlock the lock, just like Loki. As for the other functions, it could only be cultivated. Jong Heng held the pet wire in his hand. He could feel that the latter wasn't in a very good mood. It lowered its head and looked like it was in love with anyone. Jong Heng guessed that it had been in the Tule Tree's wooden box for too long and was a little bored, so he asked the bartender beside him, "Do you have any unwanted metal tools here?" The bartender thought about it and took out an iron bucket with ice cubes. "It's yours." Jong Heng took the iron bucket. He did not know how to feed the pet wire in his hand, so he first threw the iron wire in and then looked at the next item. Name, Explorer's Lamp. Quality, C. Function, a kerosene lamp that will never go out. It is a piece of top-tier equipment that explorers yearn for. Not only can it provide you with a source of light, whether on land or underwater, but it can also control the temperature around you. By borrowing the brightness of the explorer's lamp, you can adjust the ambient temperature within the range of the light. This was the kerosene lamp that Jong Heng had found in Sork's hut. Compared to the somewhat baffling pet wire, its function and positioning were apparent. Just like its description, this lamp was specially made for explorers. The inextinguishable feature was not too bad. Nowadays, many flashlights could also approach this effect. The real power was the temperature adjustment function later on. In other words, even if you only wore a tank top and shorts, you could still try to challenge Mount Everest with this lamp. You could definitely carry the lamp with you. However, there were pros and cons because it would never go out. The lamp could only be dimmed through the knob on the base, but it could not be completely switched off. In other words, the person carrying it would be very eye-catching. However, the sturdy backpack that Jongheng had just obtained could be put to good use. When not in use, he could just put the light into the sturdy backpack. Naturally, it could block the light and cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 12:10. Invisible Killer, End. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. After looking through the first two items, Jongheng shifted his gaze to the third item. This was also the item he was most familiar with. He had already seen its rough attributes at the auction, furthermore, bought and used it more than once in the game. Name: Escape Dagger. Rarity: C. Effect: teleport to a designated location within a 20-meter radius. Remaining usage: 3, cooldown: 60 seconds. Wear the dagger and lock onto the target location. Focus and activate. This was the jumping dagger that Jongheng was familiar with. He had previously displayed this C-grade item at the auction. In the end, it was sold for more than 2,000 points. In exchange, it was quite expensive for only a 3-time usage item. However, even though Ding Sai only commented that there was a slight premium in trade, when it came to using it, no one felt that the price was not worth it. In the game, the jumping knife was usually used as a tool to quickly cut into the battlefield, and once it was attacked, the jumping knife could not be used. However, as a tool with supernatural powers, Escape Dagger did not have such a restriction, thus, it became the real Escape Dagger. Not only could this C-grade item be used to quickly cut into the battlefield and launch sneak attacks like in the game, but it could also be used to escape in times of danger. It was the perfect life-saving tool that almost all players dreamed of. After all, no matter how valuable the points were, it was not as valuable as their own lives. By now, Jongheng had finished looking through 3 game items, 2 of which were C-grade and 1 D-grade. It wasn't a bad harvest, but one had to know that he had killed Loki, the famous god of lies and pranks in Norse mythology, and thus, in terms of popularity, was more than half a bar higher than the White Horse Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. However, the drop rate he had displayed was far inferior to that of Plague, the White Horse Knight. After killing Plague, he had provided Jongheng with a B-grade item and a C-grade item, while Loki had only dropped 2 C and 1 D-grade. More importantly, it was all unclear for Pet Wire. At least 2 C-grade items, Escape Dagger, and Adventurer's Lamp, didn't seem to belong to him. Therefore, Jongheng picked up the 4th item and frowned. Name: Leaf Full of Life, Fake. Rarity: F. Effect: a drink made from the leaf would help its drinker feel comfortable. If there are any illnesses, they can be slightly alleviated. There will also be a small increase in spirit, but in reality, it will not make the drinker healthier. The effect lasts 1 hour. P.S. No matter who the creator is, it will be very boring. This F-grade item was the one that Jongheng bought that suited Loki's style the most. He believed that no one else would be shameless enough to create something like this to play with others other than the god of lies and pranks. All the descriptions were basically useless. After Jongheng took it, he immediately soaked it in a cup of water and drank it. He had to admit that the appearance of this leaf was pretty good, especially when it was in the cup. It looked very elegant when fully stretched out, not to mention how green it remained even after it was put in the cup. It did not seem to be affected by the hot water at all. However, after Jongheng took a sip, he realized that the effect of this thing was too weak. Not to mention using it as a temporary adrenaline, even if he wanted to use it as a temporary Yunnan Baiyao, it was difficult to achieve the desired effect by relieving the pain in one's body when one was injured. As described in the description of the medicine, it could only be used to make people feel comfortable. Jongheng even suspected that the reason for its existence was that Loki had created it to mock the various health supplements that were now flying around everywhere. However, when he thought of this, Jong-hung's expression changed because he realized that he seemed to understand how to use this item. So, Jong-hung said goodbye to the bartender and reached into the metal bucket at the side, taking out the pet wire that he had thrown in earlier. He discovered a row of teeth marks at the bottom of the metal bucket, and the other parts of the area seemed thinner. You have no teeth on a piece of metal wire. How did you manage to gnaw on it like that? Of course, pet wire didn't know how to speak. It was still as lazy as before, but it was no longer listless due to boredom. It was more like it didn't want to move after it had had its fill. Therefore, Jong-hung was about to throw it back into the Thule wooden box to be left alone, but he was stopped by the bartender. I'm unfamiliar with its habits, but I can sense that it doesn't like to be locked in a confined space. If you really want to develop a relationship with it, even though I think it's a bit silly, it's best that you don't lock it in the box. Thank you. After saying that, Jong-hung copied Loki and stuffed pet wire into his pocket. Then, he took the other 3 items that had just been appraised. At this time, the bartender said, this time, you completed the regular dungeon much earlier than before. After that, do you have something to do? Summer vacation is coming. I'm ready to go home, so I'll finish playing this month's game ahead of time. Even though the bartender had helped him in the abandoned underground subway line before, Jong-hung still didn't fully understand the relationship between the two, so he didn't reveal his upcoming Greenland trip. So the bartender gave him another deep look and stretched. All right, looks like we'll see each other again in a month or so. Have a good holiday. Have a good holiday. I'm going to buy a new ice bucket after work, the bartender muttered. When he walked out of the bar, Jong-hung knew that everything could come to an end temporarily, whether it was the proxy war or the regular dungeon. He was finally going to welcome the long-prepared trip to Greenland, which was the beginning of everything. All signs pointed to the place where his parents had met him. In other words, that was probably his hometown. Although the place where the expedition team had gone was said to be devoid of any human habitation within a 100-mile radius, it was hard to imagine that a baby could survive such a harsh natural environment, and because of that, Jong-hung needed to go there personally to find out the answer. He had a feeling that this trip would change his life completely. However, Jong-hung also knew that he had no way out. His emotions had been exhausted, and some things could not be avoided just because he wanted to. Before that, though, he still had one last thing to do. Chapter 12:11. Beverage Shop. When Jong-hung arrived at Han-Lu's place, the latter was curled up on the sofa, applying a face mask and watching a soap opera. She didn't have the image of a powerful female investor at all, and she was still depressed over the retarded plot in the television series. Then, she heard the doorbell ring. The nanny put down her half-pressed clothes, stood up, and walked to the door. She glanced outside and saw that it was Jong-hung, so she quickly opened the door. "You're here?" Han-Lu greeted him. The two of them were already very familiar with each other. Furthermore, Jong-hung had saved her twice, so she acted very casually. She didn't even take off her mask. She only pointed to the seat beside her. She asked Jong-hung to sit down. "I'm going to leave for a while," Jong-hung said. "Oh, is it because you're going home during the summer vacation?" Han-Lu raised her eyebrows. "Yeah, something like that." Jong-hung had already made up his mind to keep his trip to Greenland a secret, so even Han-Lu didn't reveal it. It wasn't because he was worried that Han-Lu would leak it out, it was purely because the situation was more complicated now and he didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to the latter. "Give my regards to your grandfather for me," Han-Lu said as she sat up from the sofa. She took off the mask on her face and turned to the nanny beside her. "Aunt Shang, cut some fruits. After that, help me go to the flower market to buy a pot of fugue bamboo." "Okay." The nanny knew that Han-Lu had something to discuss with the visitors and did not want to be overheard by a third person. Therefore, after she cut the watermelon, carambola, and lotus mist, she changed her clothes and left Han-Lu's residence. When the sound of the door closing was heard, only Han-Lu and Jong-hung were left in the room. Han-Lu reached out and picked up a piece of watermelon with a wooden fork. She put it into her mouth and said, "Tell me, you can't have come to me just to tell me that you're going home, right?" You can just call me for such a thing. Yes, the investment matter that you told me about earlier is getting closer, Jong Hung said. Our original plan was to make an article about science and technology. This way, it would be convenient to use sophisticated and high-end theories as packaging and disguises to attract more investment. Amham! Hanlu leaned back and placed her slender legs on the coffee table at the same time. I went back to take a look at the props in my hands. In the end, there was only one USB drive that barely met this requirement. Its function is to make the IP of that computer untraceable when it is plugged into the computer. Is the network safe? Hanlu thought for a moment. This market has been hot for some time. Although it's not a hot topic, the demand has been there for a long time. However, if it's only to ensure that the IP cannot be traced, the imagination space is still too small. Also, can your USB stick only ensure that the IP of a computer is untraceable? Yes. In that case, it's hard to tell a long story. Even if you can raise money, it won't be too much. The most important thing is that it's not easy to account for the publicity and operating expenses. After all, ordinary people can't use this thing, and the investors won't accept it if the marketing costs are too high. Hanlu frowned. What about this? Jong Hung took out a wooden box from his bag. He opened the box, and inside was a leaf. This thing, does it have any technological content? If it were any other entrepreneur, Hanlu would have probably told them to scram by now. However, since it was Jong Hung who took it out, she still took a closer look. In the end, other than finding the leaf pretty, she didn't find anything special about it. Let me show you directly, Jong Hung said. Have you been feeling unwell lately? I have a regular physical examination every year. My latest physical index is normal, but I haven't been resting very regularly these past few days. I'm probably a little angry. Hanlu shrugged. Jong Hung didn't say anything. He just placed the leaf into the cup that Hanlu drank from. After soaking it for a while, he gestured for Hanlu to drink the water in the cup. The latter didn't suspect anything and picked up the cup according to Jong Hung's instructions. Unlike what Hanlu had imagined, the taste of the water in the cup didn't change much. However, after drinking it, she didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she did feel a little better. Her breathing did not seem to be as hot as before. What kind of panacea is this? Hanlu asked in surprise. It's not a panacea, Jong Hung said. There won't be any changes in your body. The symptoms of burning won't be alleviated. Strictly speaking, it's just that you feel a little better, but the feeling will continue to fade until it completely disappears after an hour. Hanlu didn't feel disappointed when she heard that. Her eyes lit up instead, because she had already seen a huge amount of hype from it. However, there were some questions that she had to ask in advance. Are there any side effects from this thing? No. Can the ingredients inside be detected? I don't know. You can find someone to test it, but based on my past experience, this kind of supernatural item is very difficult to detect with current technology. Then how many times can this leaf soak in water? How many milliliters of water can it soak in each time? Hanlu continued to ask. I just got this item not long ago, so I haven't had the time to experiment yet. But regarding your previous question, generally speaking, props without a standard number of uses can be used indefinitely, Jong Hung said. No number of uses? Then this thing is very interesting. Hanlu thought for a moment. The scale of the healthcare product market is not small. Although it is about to become the Red Sea, a powerful product is still very easy to open up the situation. As long as one is not blind, one can see the value of this thing. If you are worried about being noticed by others, we can add some Chinese herbs or other things into it and talk about ancient recipes. Anyway, in this day and age, everyone does this. After that, we can build a processing factory and sell it online like Shansuan. No, this kind of playstyle is too petty. It is impossible to raise the money you need within the stipulated time. It is better to open a beverage shop. There are all kinds of herbal flavors. The main focus is healthcare. Offline procurement, renovation, and marketing expenses can be tampered with in more places. Wouldn't the costs and risks be too high offline? It's precisely because the costs and risks are high that we have the reason to attract more investment, Han Lu said. People in this industry are not fools. If the profitability of a project is good and the risks are low, and my own capital is enough to burn, why would I give this golden cake to others? Han Lu paused. Don't worry, leave this project to me. I'm confident that I can raise the money you need. And if nothing goes wrong, everyone will be happy in the end. Everyone will go public and earn money together. Chapter 12:12. Departure. Zhongheng entrusted Han Lu to handle the financing. The latter told him that the first sum of money would be transferred into the account provided by Fu Lu in 3 days at the earliest to be used for the purchase of points. Unfortunately, Fu Lu still didn't have any clues that could cure Fan Mainan's prop. Although the comments under the previous post had already exceeded 1,000 pages, it was still mainly for onlookers. Some wanted to fish in troubled waters. After the investigation by Fu Lu, they were all filtered out. Therefore, there was no other way but to continue waiting. On the other side, the visa for Greenland was finally processed. After Zhongheng received the visa, he made a trip to Fu Lu's headquarters according to the agreement. There, he appraised the plague bone bow and completed the guarantee. Fu Lu's headquarters was very interesting. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary consulting company. There was a front desk and a workstation, but the people working inside were all ordinary people. Zhongheng only found out about the normal business of Fulan after he went there. It was probably to provide cover for the other part of the service provided to the players. In order to ensure that his identity was not exposed, especially since he was already a household name in the player world, Zhongheng went there after putting on makeup. However, for other players, Fulan also had a corresponding method to protect their privacy. There were no surveillance cameras in the building, and before they left, the building would send a message to remind the players to try their best to wear masks. Ms. After entering the building and taking the elevator, they could take out the mask and put it on. Then, they entered the password and went straight to the top floor, which only players could go to. Although this method could not be compared to the automatic mosaic function of the game point, it was more than enough for ordinary players. Furthermore, the building would occasionally conduct a sweep of the outer area to prevent people with ulterior motives from keeping watch nearby. Safety was ranked at the top even among the Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, Zhongheng had brought a B-grade item with him, so Fulan had purposely raised the security level. The entire appraisal process was very fast. It was said that the appraiser had been hired from a game point in the city, and it took less than an hour to complete the appraisal. This also made Zhongheng suspect that the bartending lady had not been doing her job properly and had been fishing in the water all day. After the appraisal, Zhongheng signed a contract with the owner of the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant even offered to treat Zhongheng to a meal, but Zhongheng declined politely. The owner did not insist and personally walked Zhongheng out of the door, shaking his hand to bid him farewell. Zhongheng found a safe place to store props like hidden scabbard and plague bone bow that could not be brought on the plane and immediately took a taxi to the airport. Since there were no direct flights to Greenland, Zhongheng chose to fly to Copenhagen first before connecting to Greenland in Copenhagen. Taking into account the long flight time, he booked first class. This way, the journey would be more comfortable. About 9 hours later, the plane landed. Zhongheng also arrived in Denmark's capital, Copenhagen. Because the next plane would take off for hours later, Zhongheng casually ate something at the airport. After that, he continued to stay in the VIP lounge. He had already slept on the plane, so he was not sleepy anymore. He picked up an English version of his travel guide to Greenland and flipped through it. In the end, he had only read it for less than half an hour. A notification sounded on Zhongheng's phone. Zhongheng opened it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. The content was a strange sentence, "Make this boring game more interesting," followed by a web address. Was it a prank, or was it some kind of mass-posted gambling advertisement? Zhongheng's first reaction when he saw the content was that he had received a spam message, but then he remembered Rocky's last words before he died: "Chaos has arrived, and this is the prelude to the end of the world." So he thought for a moment, walked to a computer in the lounge, and entered the URL of the message in the browser's address bar. In Jong-Hung's mind, the worst outcome would be a virus or a Trojan horse. This was also the reason why he didn't use his phone, but the public computer in the lounge. But what he didn't expect was that the URL was invalid. So, was he overthinking things? This time, the message was really just a prank. However, what Jong-Hung didn't know was that the forums had exploded. The first round of the proxy war had been over for quite some time. Whether it was the number one player, Simon, Beta, or the Silver Wing Guild that seemed to be on the decline, the discussion started to drop. After everyone finished eating their melons, they started to return to their daily lives and went about their own business. After all, the normal dungeons were still ongoing. The players were still more concerned about the matters in their own small plot of land. The posts of forming teams to look for teammates, or items to purchase, had once again become the mainstream of the forum. It wasn't until a new post appeared with the title, "What Did I See?" The poster was an ID that asked you to think about Peach. The content was very simple. It meant that he had just received a mischievous text message. There was an inexplicable sentence followed by a web address. As a result, he had been working continuously for an entire day. His mind was a little dazed. He actually directly clicked on the web address, and then he jumped into a very crude website. There was only one button that could be clicked on, and it was called the Summary of Players' Real Information. Although you knew that you shouldn't click on it, but you were thinking that Peach also admitted that this title was too scary. He couldn't help but feel itchy, and after hesitating for half a minute, he still clicked on it. In the end, he opened a form. Inside was really all kinds of personal information, including names, gender, phone, address, real-life occupation, and in addition to that, there were also corresponding nicknames and forum IDs. When you thought about Peach, he couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw this form. He subconsciously thought that it was impossible. The form was fake, but before he could look at it carefully, the website could no longer be uploaded. Then you thought about Peach, and he posted on the forum as quickly as possible to record today's supernatural event. However, he didn't expect that right after his post was posted, many people started gossiping that they had also received that strange message. Then, there were more and more posts about this strange message on the forum. In the end, everyone discovered that all the players had received it. Moreover, there was someone who was faster than you thought that Peach had completed the search first. In the end, they discovered that their identity information was on the form, and there was no error at all. This result made the person who checked the form break out in a cold sweat on the spot, and he only vaguely realized that if the form were to get out, it would cause some trouble. Chapter 12-13. Identity Leak. Jong-Hung had no idea that the forum was already in an uproar. However, not long after he checked the website, he received two more WeChat messages. One was from Shan1111, and the other was from Fu Lu. Jong-Hung first read Fu Lu's message, which was probably sent in a group, reminding the players to pay attention to their personal safety recently. After reading it, Jong-Hung frowned, and then saw Shan1111's message. "Where are you?" Jong-Hung replied. "Holiday trip, that's good." On the other side, Shan1111 seemed to heave a sigh of relief. After a moment, she sent another message. "Have you logged onto that website?" When Jong-Hung heard Shan1111's question, he speculated that the other party had received the same prank message as him. It was also at this time that Jong-Hung realized that things might not be as simple as they seemed. However, before he could reply to Shan1111, he received another new message. This time, it was another unfamiliar number. Jong-Hung even compared it with the number that sent the prank message. The result was different, and the content of this message was no longer confusing, because there were only two words. "Simon? Who are you?" Jong-Hung typed back a question. "Is it really Simon? Oh my god, I'm a small fan of yours. I just didn't expect you to be a student like me. And our schools are quite close to each other. When you're free, can I come to your school to play with you?" The owner of the unfamiliar number appeared very excited. However, in the previous dungeon, Jong-Hung had already been baptized by a wave of fans. Loki's disguised beheading youth had almost fooled one of their player teams, causing Jonghang to have a shadow over his fans and whatnot, and he was more concerned about another problem. "Why do you have my contact information?" I was just lucky," the owner of the unfamiliar number said. "But you don't have to worry, I mean you no harm." "But Simon, no. Brother Jong, you still have to be careful of the people from the 3 major guilds, especially the Arc of Light." Just as Jonghang finished reading, he received another message. "Jonghang? Your parents are in our hands. If you want them to live, you can mail a B-grade equipment to this address below. Money first, people later." Jonghang flipped through the vicious-sounding kidnapping message expressionlessly, but his heart did not waver. He was now certain that his identity had been leaked by someone, but he did not know where the source of the leak was, so what if it was leaked? But at least for now, the person who sent the message to threaten him didn't know anything about his family. Rather than calling it a threat, it was more like a scam. Otherwise, he should have paid more attention to the address. At the very least, he should have picked a foreign address. That was because his parents weren't even in the country, and they were nowhere to be found. Even Jonghang himself didn't know where the two were fooling around at the moment. Kidnapping them was like winning the lottery. Even though he knew that his family wasn't in any danger, Jonghang didn't relax. After all, any player would be in grave danger if their identity was exposed. When he first joined the game as an agent, D4 had warned him about this. According to D4, at the beginning of the game, the players were actually quite friendly with each other. They would also share information and help each other in raiding dungeons. Not long after, they would specifically hunt each other and snatch items and points for each other. That was the bloodiest and darkest period in the history of the players. Basically, everyone was in danger. Other than racking their brains to get through the rounds of dungeons, they also had to deal with assassinations in the real world. Those who were lucky enough to survive had no choice but to choose to hide their identities. Until now, all players had basically used code names to call themselves. Unless they were teammates and trusted friends who were in a dungeon together, they would not reveal their real identities to the other party, and everyone gradually got used to this method of communication. Especially after the appearance of the player forum, it provided everyone with a relatively safe platform to share information. The number of hunters who targeted other players also decreased significantly. However, Jonghang knew that this did not mean that the relationship between the player groups had become harmonious. Once his identity was exposed, danger would still be everywhere in this mysterious world. Furthermore, he had just revealed that he had a B-grade item through a post by Fortune Building. This was enough to make anyone envious. From this moment on, he knew that he could no longer return to his previous life. However, the current Jonghang was also completely different from a year ago. If it was him back then, facing such a dangerous environment, he would probably only have a dead end. However, the current him had a complete skill system that no one could rival. Other than that, he also possessed all sorts of powerful items. Even if a god was in front of him, he could still fight. Although his identity would be exposed severely, however, it was not the end of the world for him. However, the most important thing now was to find out how his identity had been exposed. Normally, in such a situation, it was more likely that something had happened to the people around him. However, after a simple search, Jonghang did not find anyone who had enough motive to do such a thing. Furthermore, after contacting the strange message he had received earlier, as well as the message that seemed to have been sent by a group of people, Jonghang realized that he might not be the only one who had fallen for the trap. Therefore, he used the computer in the lounge to log into the players' forum. The banner on the front page of the players' forum had a reminder, hoping that the login could find a safe place and not log into the forum in public. However, Jonghang was currently in Denmark, so there were not many Chinese people around him. The website was also written in Chinese, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Jonghang opened the website and didn't even need to look for it. The entire players' forum was filled with posts discussing the matter. It took Jonghang 2 minutes to figure out the ins and outs of the matter. Only then did he realize that the website had hidden players' information. He hesitated for a moment before getting up to look for his computer. He was delayed for a while, so he didn't get to the time when the website was still open. The time in between was actually not particularly long, so the forums were all guessing how many people had actually seen the form, and whether it was possible for the form to be downloaded. At this moment, a few people who had seen the form had already spoken up one after another. They all said that they hadn't seen the download button. At the same time, the atmosphere in the forum had also become a little strange. The few IDs that had been active before, some of them were unusually silent at this moment. They were clearly worried that their identities would be exposed and that they would be targeted. From the words, one could feel the anxiety and pressure of the players. From the newbie who had just entered this hidden world to the level that they had gradually grown to today, the vast majority of people had already gotten used to this kind of double-sided life. Some people had quit their jobs to focus on raiding dungeons. However, for many people who had families, their choice was to maintain a normal life without raising any suspicions while taking risks in the game world. They can't imagine what would happen to their daily lives if their real identities were revealed, and whether it would put their families at risk. Chapter 12:14. Chaos had arrived. This was destined to be a day that no player could sleep peacefully. It wasn't that the forums had never dropped any sensational news before, but this was the only time that this matter was closely related to every player. Although the three large guilds had never been well liked by ordinary players, usually, they were often criticized for being overbearing, but at critical moments, they had displayed a certain amount of spirit. Less than 20 minutes later, he had already issued a joint statement. It was placed at the top of the forum, forbidding anyone from spreading the contents of that form under any circumstances. At the same time, he called on the players who had saved the contents of the form to delete it as soon as possible. In addition, he also issued a stern warning at the end of the statement. He said that in the next 4 months, the three large guilds would dispatch no less than 100 experts to investigate the deaths that had occurred among the players. Once they discovered that there was a human factor involved, regardless of whether or not the dead were members of the three large guilds, they would spare no effort in apprehending the culprits. This new announcement had also slightly eased the atmosphere in the forum, which had caused everyone to feel anxious. However, a shadow still hung over the hearts of most people. They did not know how much of a deterrent the three large guilds announcement would have on the hunters, nor did they know what the players would do after the 4-month deadline. However, at the very least, at this moment when everyone was facing a great enemy and was extremely pessimistic about the future, the three guilds' announcement still had the effect of calming the sea. After the players were freed from their despondent and fearful emotions, their minds finally began to work again. Hence, the various large guilds suddenly discovered that their membership applications had increased. Under the threat of their identities being exposed, everyone had to think about how to protect themselves. It was also a human's instinctive reaction to band together in the face of danger. Previously, they did not like the distribution system of the big guilds, or the independent players, who had all sorts of restrictions, realized that they might not be able to survive this crisis on their own and began to seek to join the organization. Of course, the most popular among them were the veteran powerhouses like the three large guilds. The mailbox of the guild staff responsible for recruiting players almost instantly filled up. Even the Silver Wings, which had performed well in the proxy war, was no longer teased. After all, although the three large guilds had said that they would treat all non-guild members equally and protect their safety, they were all adults. Naturally, they would not accept such a promise. If the members of the three large guilds were killed and the ordinary players outside the guilds were killed, even a fool would know which side the three large guilds were more concerned about. Moreover, compared to whether or not they could catch the players, everyone was more concerned about how they could stay alive. With the protection of the large guilds, it was naturally safer. Hence, it was not surprising that the recruitment of the guilds had become so popular. There were even some conspiracy theorists who suspected that this was a conspiracy of the large guilds. They had forged a list of names, and their own people had come out to play a double act, deceiving everyone to vote for them. However, this kind of speculation did not have much of a market. Even though everyone was used to discrediting the three big guilds, because everyone on the forum had received the previous message, the players knew very well that even the three big guilds could not do this. This in itself meant that the person who sent the message had everyone's phone numbers in their hands. Meanwhile, the group of independent players led by Professor appeared to be very anxious. This was because if this continued, there would probably be no more independent players in the future. All the players would be taken over by the major guilds, even small guilds would not be able to survive. Therefore, Professor and the others ignored the example of Shan 1111's united body being destroyed by the Arc of Light and began to call for the establishment of a new independent guild alliance. Unlike guilds, the Professor and the others emphasized that the unspecialized alliance was only to help everyone get through the dangerous period and then disband automatically after the incident had passed. However, no one knew how long it would take for the incident to pass. The forums were now in complete chaos. It was only then that Zhongheng realized that the leak was not aimed at him. However, compared to ordinary players, his situation was indeed more dangerous. The reason was very simple. Because he was more famous, many people would search for his name when they first saw the form. Similarly, there were also the 3 guild leaders. The 2 unfamiliar messages he had received earlier were the best proof. Zhongheng didn't know how many other people already knew his identity. More importantly, who was behind this? In an unremarkable apartment building on the outskirts of the city, a man dressed in a variety of clothes, glasses, a punk haircut, a 2-dimensional t-shirt, slippers, and a green water ghost was curled up in front of a computer. He looked at the tall and strong figure in front of him with fear. The figure exuded a violent and chaotic aura. "I've done what you said. You should be satisfied now, right?" he said as he held his head with a pained expression. "I've caused such a big mess. The game organizing committee won't let me off." "You don't have to worry about those stupid things in the organizing committee. You should worry about how you're going to get past me first." The figure in front of him laughed sinisterly. "That bastard Loki is right. You new gods are just trash who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I can beat you with one hand in a 2-on-1 fight. You've wasted your amazing divine power." The light cast his shadow on the wall. The part above his neck was not a human head, but a head that looked like a jackal, which made his face look unusually ferocious. He stepped on another unconscious person on the ground and mocked, "What bullsh * T-phone god? 100 million pixels, Snapdragon processor, can 5G connect block my punch?" "It's possible if Nokia is still around," the man dressed in a variety of clothes said with a wry smile. "You've already gotten what you wanted. There's no point in torturing us anymore. Besides, the people from the organizing committee should be back soon. Our priesthood doesn't have the attribute of violence, but not all new gods are like us who aren't good at fighting. Although you're very strong, you've already passed the peak period. There are many new gods and old gods in the organizing committee who can fight better than you. What's the rush? The game has just started." The headman grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. "It was just an appetizer before. Next, use the account of that guy with the code name Pegasus to post that form again. Also, set the post to highlight the top, and it can't be deleted. Aren't you some internet god? This kind of thing is very simple for you, right? This will cause great chaos among the players," the man dressed in all kinds of clothes said with a trembling voice. "Nonsense, I'm here to spread chaos," the headman said coldly. Chapter 12:15. Go Against the Wind. It was already past 12 a.m., but the number of players on the forums was still quite high. Because their real identities had been revealed, the atmosphere on the forums became very tense. However, after the 3 large guilds released their joint statement, the situation had slightly improved. Considering that the mysterious website had only existed for a short period of time, and there was no download button on the form, many people still felt that they were lucky. This was especially true for those ordinary players who were not famous. They felt that if they were not especially unlucky, no one would have noticed them. In addition to the warning from the 3 major guilds, there were indeed many players who were fantasizing that this incident would not affect their normal lives. However, no one expected that in less than 10 minutes, the joint statement from the 3 major guilds that would protect ordinary players would disappear. In its place was another top post. Title: Come in and take a look. Poster: Pegasus. Content: I know that many people are feeling apprehensive and panic right now. I can understand this feeling because I experienced that dark era, that bloody period of history that many of you have never experienced. I was there, I was one of them. I witnessed the fall of countless experts with my own eyes. Death and hatred were the eternal theme of that time. This is why some of us, later on, spent so much effort and energy establishing order among the players, carefully maintaining this fragile peace. But now is the time to face reality, my friends. We all know that we were chosen for a reason. From the moment we joined this mysterious game, there was no going back. Competition is the eternal theme of this world. Some people may want to refute me, saying how I know what those mysterious beings want us to do. It is very simple. Look at the newly opened proxy war dungeon. As the game progresses, the confrontation between players will continue to intensify. Each of us is a chess piece. We have no choice. The vast majority of people would eventually die, and before this day arrived, we had to think of ways to increase our strength. Only in this way could we increase our chances of survival, even if the chances were slim. I know that you have always done the same, but it's not enough. There are some things that the people of the large guilds won't tell you. My Silver Wing was once a member of them, but you all know that, because of the recent series of events, Silver Wing's strength has been greatly reduced. So now, we have become underdogs and need to catch up. Then, let me tell you some things that others won't tell you. The so-called peace is just a conspiracy that the big guilds have worked together to weave, because the big guilds, especially those old big guilds that have accumulated enough advantages. So, peace is the most advantageous choice for them, so that they can maintain their advantage to the end. As for the others, as for the underdogs, chaos was the only way to advance. With the storm approaching, rather than hiding everywhere, it would be better to go against the wind. Pegasus ended his speech here, sharing it with the rest of the players. Many players could not help but start cursing before they even finished reading the post. This was because Pegasus was clearly trying to make everyone return to the previous era of killing each other in fear. This was something that the vast majority of players could not accept. This was especially so for those with families. However, the thing that really blew up the forum was actually the form that was attached to Pegasus' post. When someone clicked on it, they were shocked to discover that this was the form that had been circulated on the mysterious website. They did not know how Pegasus had done it, but he had actually downloaded a complete version and even made it public. It had to be known that this was not the time when the players were still doubtful after receiving the information regarding the suspected prank. Most likely, not even 1 in 100 people had logged on to that website. However, this time, Pegasus had announced the identities of the players on the players' forums. Moreover, it was at such a precarious time. Although the number of posts on the forums had not exceeded the number at the end of the first round of the proxy war, everyone knew very well that the number of people online right now was definitely the highest since the establishment of the forums. However, many people had some misgivings. In other words, it was inevitable that the identity of the players would be leaked this time. While Zhongheng was still reading the posts, his phone was already ringing non-stop. On the other side, the president of Arc of Light, February Fortress, was also woken up from his sleep by a phone call earlier. He kissed his wife's forehead, which was also woken up by the phone call, and said, "It's okay. Go back to sleep. It's just a small matter at work. I'll come back after I'm done." "Okay. You also have to take care of your health." February Besieged's wife did not open her eyes. She turned around and hugged February Besieged's pillow, continuing to sleep. Meanwhile, February Besieged gently pushed the door open and went to the study on the second floor. He had just turned on his computer and listened to the upper echelons of the guild report to him on the current response measures. He also saw the joint statement issued by the 3 guilds. At the same time, the work group was still assessing the extent and impact of the leaked list. As expected of the strongest executive in the 3 large guilds. Even after encountering such a serious emergency, at the very least, the management was able to maintain their composure and carry out their work in an orderly manner. Even the previous joint declaration had been written by the Light Arc. At the same time, the Light Arc had contacted the other 2 guilds to sign their names. Only then had they been able to release the declaration as soon as possible and use the fastest speed possible to calm the players' emotions. Even someone as strict as February Siege could not find a single mistake in it. However, he had other things to do. As the leader of one of the three great guilds, Arc of Light, February Siege needed to think more thoroughly about the consequences of this matter. He was a successful entrepreneur himself. Of course, he would not feel like the sky was falling just like ordinary players. He also knew that danger often coexisted with opportunity, whether it was a blessing or a curse. Sometimes it only depended on the manager's response and actions. February Siege was thinking about how Arc of Light would profit from this crisis. He did not expect that the top post would be replaced. He frowned. The player forums were led by the three big guilds. Hence, there were 3 super moderators. There were also several administrators. In other words, the 3 guilds could all manage the posts. Meanwhile, the new top post had been sent by Pegasus. In other words, Silver Wing's actions. February Siege opened the post, but even with his self-control, his expression could not help but change. He immediately contacted one of the moderators, Swordfish, and asked with a dark expression, "What's the meaning of this?" Asked Silver Wing what they mean. Swordfish could hear a rare hint of anger in February Siege's tone. He was also reading Pegasus' crazy post. The more he read, the more cold sweat he broke out on his back. He knew where February Siege anger came from. Before he could put down the phone, he heard a gunshot from the other end. His heart followed the gunshot and rose to his throat. Chapter 12:16. Blackpot. After the gunshot, Swordfish heard the sound of February Siege cell phone falling to the ground. He felt as if time had stopped. After learning that there was a risk of a player's identity being exposed, the management of the Arc of Light had already considered the threat that guild members faced, especially the more famous players in the upper echelons. The safety of February Siege was of course of utmost importance. In reality, they had already contacted 3-7 Marshal Cs. 1 Emperor-ranked expert had gone to protect February Siege City. In addition, February Siege City was also an Emperor-ranked expert. It was practically impossible for a hunter to come and gnaw on such a tough bone. However, Swordfish did not expect the unexpected to happen faster than he had imagined. It had only been half an hour since the mysterious website had appeared, and Pegasus had only posted less than 3 minutes ago. Someone had already made a move against the guild leader of Light Arc. After all, that was the guild leader of February Siege, the leader of the 3 major guilds. The 3rd-ranked expert in the first round of the proxy war. Although many people had ridiculed February Siege being overtaken by Beta and Simon at the last minute, most people were just feeling jealous. After all, apart from Beta and Simon, below them were a group of Arc of Light experts led by February Siege. The power of February Siege and Arc of Light could be seen clearly. Hence, even if chaos really came, February Siege and his Arc of Light would not be the first to suffer. On the contrary, there was a high chance that they would have the last laugh. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that February Siege did not die at the beginning. Even the Arc of Light, which had a strong executive power, was not beheaded the moment it arrived. Swordfish was very clear that although Light Arc had a lot of talents right now, acting as if it was the leader of the 3 great guilds, other than making some important decisions, the management of February Siege had also basically delegated authority to them. However, Swordfish was definitely not a dispensable person. Light Arc's rapid development over the past 2 years could not be separated from its open and tolerant attitude. As a result, many of the experts it attracted were also very individualistic. Only February Siege could suppress them. Therefore, the situation of the Arc of Light losing the encirclement of February was different from the situation of Silver Wing losing its former guild leader. After Silver Wing lost its former guild leader, Pegasus took over. Although its strength had suffered some damage, it had actually not suffered any serious injuries. Therefore, Swordfish did not really understand the intentions behind Pegasus' post. And once the Arc of Light lost the encirclement of February, it would truly be in a life-and-death crisis. Those experts would not submit to each other, and they would definitely want to become the new guild leader. Civil war was unavoidable, and the disintegration of the Arc of Light would most likely be right before their eyes. Guild leader? Are you okay? Swordfish's mind went blank. It was only after a few seconds that he regained his senses and asked in a trembling voice. However, there was dead silence on the other end of the phone. Swordfish could only hear his increasingly rapid breathing. After another half a minute, he heard footsteps approaching. Is that you, guild leader? Swordfish was rekindled with hope. However, the person did not say anything. The footsteps stopped in front of the dropped phone. After a few seconds, the person reached out, pressed on the screen, and hung up. Swordfish's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. He was stunned for a long time before he frantically tried to contact the other higher-ups of the Arc of Light. However, his fingers swiped through the names in the contact list. He wanted to dial the number, but he withdrew his hand. He glanced at the work group and did not dare to directly post it. It was not until he found a vice guild leader who was also loyal to February Siege City that he used his trembling fingers to dial the other party's number. Just as Swordfish was in a state of shock and panic, Silver Wing's guild leader, Pegasus, had a blank expression on his face. When he saw that the post that he wrote had appeared on the forum, it caused a huge wave and was cursed at by countless players. Probably no one would have thought that the real owner behind the ID was more dumbfounded than anyone else. And this was not the end. After that, the guy who controlled his account directly started to scold the person who scolded him. At the same time, he continued to spread his theory that chaos was a ladder, and even scolded until the point where it was rising. He even started to threaten those who held different opinions, saying that their residences would soon be visited by Silver Wings. Pegasus was so angry that his entire body was shaking. This was F*King ridiculous. His account had been stolen, and it had to be at such a critical juncture. The other party had used his account to post such a post, revealing all the players' identities and information. Needless to say, this debt was now being blamed on him. Pegasus was, after all, the guild leader of a guild. Even if his vision and knowledge could not compare to February Siege City, it was definitely far superior to other players. He naturally knew that he could not bear this 24k big pot at all. Right now, he had already been crazily targeted by angry players. In the future, if any of his friends or family members were to die, he, as the leak, would definitely be held responsible. What was worse was that even if he later said that his account had been hacked, the big mistake had already been made. Not to mention how many people were willing to believe him, even if what he said was the truth. A dereliction of duty was inevitable. Moreover, what made Pegasus vomit blood was that his post had already been posted, but it had actually been highlighted. Although he was the guild leader of Silver Wing, he was usually so busy that he did not have the energy to play around on the forums. He was not a moderator or administrator. In other words, there were probably still people among the moderators and administrators whose accounts had been hacked. In addition, Pegasus did not understand how much time had passed. Why did the other two administrators and moderators not come out to delete the posts and just let his posts hang there? Pegasus rubbed his slightly swollen temples. Right now, he only felt a terrible headache. But no matter what, he had to immediately spread the news that his account had been hacked and get people to quickly delete that post full of nonsense. So Pegasus picked up his phone, but he was surprised to find that his phone had lost signal at such a critical time. Pegasus hurriedly changed his location, but the situation did not improve. His phone was still in a state of no signal. Damn it, did someone blow up the base station next to the residential area? Pegasus widened his eyes, but a chill immediately spread from his chest. He had been wondering why no one from the guild had come to look for him after such a major incident, allowing him, the guild leader, to do whatever he wanted. Now it seemed that it was not that no one had come to look for him, but that no one could contact him at all. It was obvious that someone was plotting against him, and it was a chain of events. Pegasus did not dare to be negligent. He quickly ran to his computer, trying to contact the guild's management through QQ. However, before he reached there, he saw his computer frantically pop up a website, one after another. It was like a solitaire. In just 2 to 3 seconds, it covered his entire screen. It was an extremely spectacular sight. F***CK. Pegasus was furious. What was the background of the hacker on the other side? He was so brutal. Not only did he hack his account, but his phone and computer were also paralyzed. Pegasus could not defend himself even if he wanted to, he could only watch as the blame was placed on him. Chapter 12:17. First time in Greenland. After understanding what had happened, Jongheng and Shan 1111 turned their phones into flight mode, temporarily blocking all incoming messages and calls. Of course, he was still paying attention to the developments on the forum. Jongheng had already noticed that Pegasus' excitement was a little abnormal, and his tone and style were completely different from before. Therefore, he also suspected that the person behind the account was not the real Pegasus. However, Jongheng was a little surprised that the person from Silverwing had not come out to clarify things after such a long time. In addition, the news that the guild leader of Light Arc, February Siege, had been killed began to spread on the forums one after another. For a moment, everyone was in danger. Even with the power of Light Arc, it was still unable to protect its guild leader. The situation of the other players could be imagined. It was rare for Jongheng to not have to worry about his own safety for the time being. He was already in Copenhagen, and he was about to board a plane to Greenland. When that time came, there would probably be no other players within 1,000 miles. It could be said that there were a few lucky people who were outside the vortex when the incident happened. Otherwise, with Simon's name, the number of people who targeted him would definitely not be less than the number of people who targeted February Siege. Although the Siege of February did not seem like a sudden chain reaction, it was more like a long-planned decapitation operation, in order to coordinate with the release of identity information to push the already anxious emotions of the players to the extreme and spread chaos. Jongheng had to admit that the mastermind behind all of this was only one of a series of arrangements. His thoughts were clear. Jongheng smelled a familiar scent. Loki, the god of lies and pranks, was obviously involved in this. If nothing went wrong, these plans and arrangements were all his handiwork. Loki already had a lot of priors. Previously, his agent, the woman in sunglasses, had partnered with the 3 major guilds at the auction. Now, it was just a replay of the future. Even though Loki had already been killed by Jongheng in the previous dungeon, however, the plan that he had left behind was still being carried out loyally by someone. Jongheng knew that one day, he might also have to face this guy. However, that was after all something that would happen after he returned to his country. Right now, he had to focus his attention back on this trip to Greenland. This was something that he had prepared for a long time. Now that the trip had already been carried out, there had to be a result. Soon, Jongheng completed his connecting flight in Copenhagen. He boarded a Greenland Airlines flight and flew to Konkraswager Airport. This was one of Greenland's 2 civilian airports, and it was also the international hub of Greenland Airlines. Many visitors to Greenland made their first stop here. However, even in Greenland, which was not very suitable for human habitation, this place was particularly desolate. As early as a few decades ago, this place, which meant the Great Fjord, was still a no-man's land. Because it was far enough from the coast, it was not easily affected by the weather, so it was chosen as the airport. Even so, only about 500 people lived in this area now. The plane landed in a desolate valley. As far as the eye could see, it was surrounded by a continuous range of mountains. Occasionally, there was a small patch of green vegetation that survived the cold weather and the cold wind, stubbornly taking root between the sand and rocks. A few short red and blue bungalows by the runway were basically all the buildings of the airport. Jongheng followed a few European tourists who were on vacation. They also got off the plane. Greenland was indeed an island that was located in the Arctic Circle. Although it was summer now, it was only about 7 or 8 degrees in the central and western region of Konkraswager. Further north, the temperature would be even lower. After Jongheng got off the plane, he switched his phone back from flight mode to normal mode. However, he set up an unknown call and refused to answer messages. As soon as he left the airport, he received a call from Sonja. The latter was the guide he had hired for this trip to Greenland. On his resume, he was a student, and he used his free time to do odd jobs to earn money. "Hello, I see that your flight has landed. How is it? Where are you now?" On the other end of the phone, Sonja said politely in Chinese. "I've already left the airport." "Really? Then can you see me?" "I'm wearing a blue coat next to a red SUV, Song Jio said as she waved her hand. Okay, I see you. I'll be right there. Jong Heng hung up the phone and walked over to Song Jio with his suitcase. The two had already exchanged photos over a month ago, so they were no strangers to each other's looks. However, Jong Heng had to admit that Song Jio looked even more beautiful than in the photo, because the mixed blood had allowed her to inherit the advantages of the various races. Her facial features were quite exquisite. At the same time, she wasn't as delicate as she used to be. The long period of sunlight had made her skin look exceptionally healthy. The only flaw in her beauty was probably the freckles on her cheeks. However, only by looking closely would one be able to see them. Therefore, Song Jia's appearance was definitely worthy of being called a beauty. Welcome to Greenland. I hope you can fall in love with this beautiful island. The girl gave Jong Heng a generous hug. Nice to meet you, Jong Heng said. He placed the large suitcase in his hand on the roof of the SUV. However, when Song Jia enthusiastically wanted to put the luggage he carried in the back seat, Jong Heng politely declined. Not only did it contain his passport and some cash, but it also contained game props that could be checked in. I'll take this bag myself. All right, we're still some distance away from Nuke. I just want to make your journey as comfortable as possible. Song Jia saw that Jong Heng did not seem to have any intention of putting the luggage in the back seat, so she did not insist. She opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. On the other side, Jong Heng also got into the car. However, Song Jia took some time to start the engine, so she said with some embarrassment, I borrowed this car from a friend. It's specially used as a guide for this trip, so I might not be very familiar with driving it. Yes, I remember you telling me that being a guide is to buy a second-hand car to drive. Right. That's right. Greenland is actually very big, and it's the largest island in the world. Because I have to do research and write papers, sometimes I need to travel around the island. If I can get a car, it'll be much more convenient. To be honest, I already have my eye on one, and I've already negotiated the price with the owner. I'm just waiting for the money to be in place. As soon as Song Jia mentioned the car she was about to get, she became excited. First, she told Jong Heng about the car she had chosen, and then she talked about the hospitable natives on the island. Then, she expanded on the features of the entertainment and food here, completely opening up the conversation. Chapter 12-18. A visit. Song Jia did not forget her role as a translator and guide. Along the way, she enthusiastically introduced the local customs of Greenland to Jong Heng. However, the latter's reaction was rather dull. Jong Heng enjoyed the scenery outside the window while chatting with Song Jia. Greenland was often voted as the 10 most worthwhile places to visit in the world by various media and magazines. It was not without reason that it was one of the holy places to travel. It does have a beautiful scenery rarely seen in other parts of the world, and perhaps because of the relatively little development, the natural scenery of the island has been preserved intact. As the territory with the lowest population density in the world, 80% of the island is covered in ice and snow, with an average of 0.02 people per square kilometer. In fact, these people usually gathered in a few cities. Therefore, for Greenland, there was no shortage of uninhabited glacier and permafrost. Last time, you said, you came here for a scientific expedition, right? Are you alone, or will your teammates come one after another? Song Jia noticed that Jong Heng did not seem too interested in the beautiful scenery and food on the island, so she changed the topic. No, I'm alone. Jong Heng looked away from the mountain range outside the window. Alone? To complete all the scientific missions. Song Jia gripped the steering wheel, her eyes widened. I don't want to seem like a busybody, especially since we've only met for less than an hour. However, because there are many uninhabited areas on the island, many explorers come here to explore every year. However, as far as I know, there are almost no solo expeditions because you have to face all kinds of complicated situations on the way. Some difficulties can only be overcome by a partner. So, if you really want to explore, perhaps I can introduce you to a few partners. Nuke also has a club set up by the explorers. There, you can find partners who share the same goal as you. I'm used to traveling alone, Zhonghang interrupted Song Jia. He paused for a moment before adding, also, there's no need to rush the expedition. When we reach Nuke, I want you to help me find 2 people. Find people? Do you have friends in Greenland? Song Jia asked in surprise. No, I said in the email that I'm here for a scientific expedition, but to be more precise, I'm here for a scientific expedition that took place 18 years ago. Since he had already arrived at Greenland, Zhonghang did not hide anything anymore. Furthermore, he still needed Song Jia to act as a guide and translator to help him with his investigation on the island. Therefore, there were some things that he had to reveal to the other party. As Zhonghang spoke, he took out 2 photos from his travel bag and waved them in front of Song Jia's face. Do you know them? Ah? Why are you looking for the people in the photos? Song Jia didn't answer immediately but asked instead. Like I said, I'm here to investigate a scientific expedition that happened 18 years ago, Zhonghang said. The 2 people in the photos were involved in that expedition, so I want to find out more about them first. The 2 photos in Zhonghang's hands were found online. One of them was the guide of the expedition team, and the other was a psychiatrist. He was also one of the only 2 Greenlandic locals on the expedition team. Other than that, Zhonghang had also found 2 retired former Navy SEALs on the expedition team. However, both of them were Americans and were not on the island. Zhonghang suspected that they might be related to Kronos, so he did not want to get into contact with them for the time being. Who exactly are you? Song Jia's gaze towards Zhonghang changed. Just treat me as a private investigator, Zhonghang said. Private investigator? The beautiful Greenland girl's face revealed a hint of worry. Will you make things difficult for them? I won't make things difficult for anyone, and I'm not here for them. I just want to investigate what happened back then. After that, I'll leave, and no one will be hurt, Zhonghang said calmly, so if you know someone, you can bring me to him directly. Otherwise, I can still find him through other people. It'll just take a little more time. You should know better than me that there aren't many people on the island. Song Jia seemed to be thinking. After a moment, she said, Can I take a look at the photo again? Of course. Zhonghang pasted the photo on the windshield of the passenger seat. Song Jia turned to look at the photo as she drove. She looked at it very seriously. In the process, she seemed to be trying to recall something. Finally, she said, I know the photo on the left. It's Dr. Baker. My mother knows him. He's not a native of the island. He's British. About 20 years ago, he came to live on the island. When I was young, I went to his house to play, but I haven't seen him much in the past few years. As for the other person, I'm sorry, I don't remember much. Your photo seems to be quite old. That's right, Zhonghang said. The photo on the right was of a guy named Sartras. Unlike Baker, who owned Facebook, Zhonghang only managed to retrieve information about Sartras from the official website of the Greenland Explorers Association. The last update of this information happened to be 18 years ago. In other words, there had been no news about Sartras since the end of the expedition. Zhonghang had considered the possibility that Sartras might have met with an accident during the expedition, but during his simple conversation with his father, the latter had not mentioned any casualties during the expedition, and Zhonghang had not found any news on this matter. Therefore, he was more inclined to believe that Sartras was still alive, but he did not know why he had suddenly changed his name. Is Dr. Baker in Nuuk? Zhonghang asked. Yes, his clinic and residence are in Nuuk. After all, this is also the most populated place on the island, so it's convenient for him to practice medicine. Although few people would come to see him about mental illness, the people here don't pay much attention to this aspect. Therefore, Baker is actually quite free, and he is also working as a psychological counselor at the University of Greenland. Okay, then let's go find him. Now? Don't you need to go to the hotel and get some food? No, it's getting dark. It's not too late to go to the hotel after we meet Baker. As for the food, I've already eaten on the plane. If you're hungry, I can give you 10 minutes to eat when we reach Nuuk, Zhonghang said. Forget it, I'm not that hungry right now. Let's go find Dr. Baker first. It's been a long time since I've seen him. If we're lucky, we can have dinner at his place, Song Jio said. Chapter 12:19. Dr. Baker. After another section of gravel road, the SUV finally drove into Nuuk's downtown area. As the largest city in Greenland and the administrative center of Nuuk, there were about 17,000 people living here. In China, this might be the number of people in two small communities, but it could be considered dense on this island. After all, the third largest city in Greenland, Ilulissat, only had 5,000 people. There were 6 police officers in the whole city. In fact, the locals were more used to calling all the cities other than Nuuk as settlements. Although Nuuk was small, it had all the organs. Moreover, it was unknown whether it was due to the influence of Denmark, but the colors of the houses on the coast were also varied. There were red, blue, yellow, and purple. It was just like a fairy tale world. The city's various infrastructure was quite complete. The location of the dock was the liveliest. Fishing boats came and went, sending baskets of fresh seafood that had just been caught onto the shore. Fishing and mining were also the backbone of Greenland's economy. Probably because it was summer, the snow in the city had melted, and there were yellow flowers blooming by the roadside, swaying in the wind. Song Jio parked the SUV outside a convenience store and bought 2 cups of hot cocoa to fill her stomach. She drank 1 cup for herself and handed the other to Jongheng, who thanked her and took the cocoa. However, when Song Jio finished her cup, she realized that Jongheng had not touched the other cup at all. "Aren't you going to try it?" Song Jio asked. "It's very delicious, especially in winter, when the temperature here will drop below 0 degrees Celsius. There's nothing happier than drinking a cup of hot cocoa then. I'm a little allergic to cocoa." Jongheng made up an excuse to avoid it. Greenland was a completely foreign place to him. Furthermore, he was here to investigate something that happened 18 years ago. Even though he didn't tell anyone before he left, however, he wasn't sure if Kronos would have any means to find out his location. After all, he was the agent of the former, and Kronos considered himself his guardian angel. He had always been elusive. In addition, Jongheng had investigated Song Jia's resume. He didn't find anything wrong with the girl after getting off the plane, but he wouldn't let his guard down either. After all, his current opponents were not only players but also gods. Therefore, many things couldn't be judged according to common sense. "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have asked you before buying," Song Jia apologized immediately. "It's okay. If there's nothing else, let's get back to business. Okay, this place is very close to the University of Greenland. Let's go to the school first and see if he's there." Song Jia finished her hot cocoa to replenish her energy and drove the SUV outside the University of Greenland. However, after asking the students, she found out that Baker had just left this place after work. Although both of them regretted missing Baker, Song Jia also knew where Baker was now. Soon, she brought Jongheng to Baker's house. Dr. Baker's house was close to the sea, so one could see the sunset and sunrise. Because of Greenland's unique geographical location, the ratio of day to night here was also very magical. For example, in the summer, Greenland had more than 21 hours of sunshine. Therefore, although it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky did not darken at all. On the contrary, in winter, Greenland would only have 3 hours of daylight. "Who?" Song Jio asked after parking the car. Jongheng, who was standing beside her, also looked around. "What's wrong?" "I didn't expect his clinic to close so early," Song Jio said before explaining. "Dr. Baker's residence is with the clinic. The first floor is where he receives his patients, and the second floor is his bedroom." "Does he have a wife and children?" Jongheng asked as he opened the car door. "No, he usually lives alone. It's said that when he first arrived, he hired a young girl to receive patients. However, when he realized that the clinic wasn't doing much business, he fired her. With the cost reduction and the additional salary from the University of Greenland, he managed to survive." Song Jio turned off the engine and got out of the car. She arrived at Dr. Baker's tightly shut door. However, she realized that Jongheng, who had been very positive about the whole trip, was standing still beside the car. Song Jia followed Jong Hung's gaze and saw a row of glass windows. "Oh, that's a small tavern. Do you want to come here for a drink after you're done? We'll talk about it then." Jong Hung was non-committal. He retracted his gaze and walked over to Song Jia's side. The latter took a deep breath and knocked on the door. However, there was no response from the room. Could it be that he didn't come straight back after work? Song Jia muttered under her breath. She increased her strength to ensure that she could be heard by the people inside. However, there was still no response. Therefore, Song Jia went around to the window on the west side of the hut. She placed her hand on the window and looked inside. However, she soon regretted her actions. Jong Hung heard a scream. Then, he saw Song Jia quickly take 2 steps back. However, she didn't notice the slope under her feet. She almost rolled down from it. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a hand grabbed her back. "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Song Jia was obviously still in shock, and Jong Hung quickly figured out the reason for her scream. This was because a middle-aged man in his 50s was standing behind the translucent curtain, looking at them coldly. There was no color on his pale face. Song Jia probably met his face just now. "Dr. Baker?" Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. "Yes, that's Dr. Baker. I didn't expect him to be at home, and it's on the first floor. Why didn't he come to open the door just now?" Song Jia had already steadied herself. She was relieved from her fear. She knew Dr. Baker from the start, but she didn't expect him to be standing by the window just now. Then, Jong Hong saw Dr. Baker also move. After a while, the door was finally opened, but he didn't go out. Instead, he stood behind the door and said something in Danish. Jong Hong didn't wait for Song Jia to speak, but he spoke in English first. "I feel like there's something wrong with my mind. I often feel nervous for no reason, and I can't sleep normally at night. I even sweat. I heard that you're the only psychiatrist on the island, so I asked Song Jia to bring me here to take a look at you." Dr. Baker frowned at Jong Hong. After a moment, he turned to look at the travel bag in Jong Hong's hand. "You're a tourist." "That's right. He just got off the plane. I went to the airport to pick him up," Song Jia said. "Come in." Dr. Baker didn't say anything else and finally moved away from the door. Chapter 12:20. Insomnia. Jong Hung followed Song Jia into Dr. Baker's room. Dr. Baker quickly looked around the room before closing the door. Just as Song Jia had said, the first floor was completely decorated by the clinic. There was a small reception area, an old sofa, and a television. The side was separated by a curtain. Behind the curtain, there should be a treatment room. Such an arrangement would definitely not be reasonable elsewhere, because meeting with a psychiatrist was a very private matter, especially when receiving treatment. Patients might need to confide some of the privacy that they had buried deep in their hearts, so they needed an undisturbed space to gain a sense of security. They could not be separated from the reception area by only a curtain. However, because there were very few patients on the island, Dr. Baker would not let anyone else in after they agreed on a date, so it did not affect them much. "Long time no see, Dr. Baker. You don't look too well. Are you sick?" Song Jia asked after she entered the room. "I'm fine," Dr. Baker answered hurriedly. He did not open the curtain to let Jong Hang into the treatment room. Instead, he turned around and walked to a wardrobe. He opened the wooden door, and on it were all sorts of bottles and jars. Apparently, he used it as a medicine cabinet. Dr. Baker rummaged through it for a while and found a white medicine bottle. Jong Hung's eyes were sharp, and he saw the Zopiclone printed on the bottle. This was a kind of sleeping pill, and it was also commonly used on the market. Compared to the previous 2 generations, it was safer, and it was less tolerant and dependent. Dr. Baker did not seem to want to help Jong Hung at all. He just wanted to take some sleeping pills to get rid of the latter. However, when he opened the white bottle, he could not help but curse under his breath. Then, he closed the bottle again and put it back on the shelf. He moved very quickly, but he still could not escape Jonghung's eyes. He asked, "Doctor, have you been suffering from insomnia recently?" "Yes, I've been under a lot of pressure at work recently, so I'll take some medicine before I go to bed," Dr. Baker replied casually. However, even Song Jio, who was standing beside him, could tell that he was lying. Everyone on the island knew that Dr. Baker's clinic hadn't been doing well for a day or two. It had always been a dismal business at best, and there were very few things happening at school, so how could there be any pressure at work? However, Song Jio did not expose him. She watched as Dr. Baker went to the fridge again, took out half a bottle of fudge, and stuffed it into Jonghung's hands. "Melatonin should be able to improve your sleep. 100 crowns. Go back and eat for a while. If you can't, come find me." Jonghung looked at the melatonin bottle in his hand, which was nearing its expiration date, but he did not rush to pay the bill. He said calmly, "What if I take it away? Don't worry about me. I'll restock it." Baker waved his hand, then stood where he was and glared at the two of them. He gave them an expression that said, "You can leave now." This made Song Jio, who had been emphasizing to Jonghung how hospitable the people on the island were, look very awkward. Especially since she had promised Jonghung that she might be able to have dinner at Dr. Baker's house. However, the latter chased them away like flies. Song Jio even suspected that Dr. Baker had guessed their true intentions. Jonghung did not move. He simply placed the bottle of melatonin on the sofa and said, "This time, other than asking for your help, I actually have something else to do." "You're one of them." It was a simple question, but for some reason, Dr. Baker's expression changed. He took half a step back, and his already pale face turned even paler. Jonghung's gaze wavered. He wanted to follow Dr. Baker's words, but he did not expect Song Jio to ask, "What's one of them?" "Isn't that right?" The light in Dr. Baker's eyes dimmed slightly, but he maintained a vigilant posture. At the same time, he urged, "Take the medicine and leave. We have nothing to talk about." Song Jio was left with no choice but to look at Jonghung. However, to her surprise, Jonghung really did not say anything. He only gave Dr. Baker a deep look before turning around to walk to the door. Just as he was about to step out of the room, Dr. Baker's voice came from behind him. "Wait, you left something behind." As he spoke, he picked up the bottle of melatonin from the sofa and tossed it to Jonghung. The latter caught it, took out 100 kroner from his wallet, and placed it on the shoe rack. Song Jio followed Jonghung back to the SUV, confused. She seemed to be wondering why Dr. Baker had become like this. After a moment, she came back to her senses and asked Jonghung, "Where are we going next, to look for the man in the second photo?" "Don't worry, anyway it's time for dinner, so let's eat first, then we'll go to the hotel and check in." Jonghung is a change of attitude, no longer anxious. "Hey, don't continue to investigate." Song Jio some doubt way. On the way here, she had been worried that Jonghung would do something bad to Dr. Baker in order to investigate. However, after meeting Dr. Baker, she became even more curious than Jonghung about what had happened to him. However, Jonghung said, "No, thank you for your help. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow." Then Jonghung pointed at the bar across the street. "Is there anything to eat there?" "Yes, there's beer, bread, fish, shrimp, and seal meat," Song Jio said, "but if you want to eat vegetables, you have to go to a restaurant. Most of the vegetables on the island are flown in from Denmark, so the price is. It's okay, just eat there. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It'll save you a lot of traveling," Jonghung said. "Okay." Even though Song Jio had a lot of questions, she still started the car and moved it to the front of the bar. When she left, she seemed to see Dr. Baker standing by the window again, silently watching them. After that, Song Jio opened her mouth several times during dinner. She wanted to continue asking the question that she did not ask before, but Jonghung changed the topic. In the end, the two of them finished their dinner in a somewhat depressing atmosphere. "Are you used to it?" Song Jio asked after dinner. "What?" Jonghung raised his eyebrows. "The food here is very different from your country, right?" Song Jio said. Actually, there is a Hong Kong restaurant on the island. The fried rice there is very delicious. If you are not used to it, we can go there. Oh, thank you. I'm already full. Pay the bill and go back. Jong-hung put down the knife and fork in his hand and wiped his mouth. Chapter 12:21. One drink. Sung-jia had booked Jong-hung a place not far from Dr. Baker's clinic. It was called Eagle View Hotel, and it was also located on the coast. It was only a 6 or 7 minute drive away. This hotel was famous for its excellent geographical location and view. It was very popular with tourists. When they checked in here in the morning, they could see the ice sheet in the distance, and at night, they could enjoy the aurora. However, Jong-hung did not come at the right time. The day was long, so the possibility of seeing the aurora was very low. After checking in, Sung-jia directly drove Jong-hung to his room. Greenland's hotels were also different from other places. Because the land was vast and sparsely populated, there was not much value in the land. Therefore, there were very few high-rise buildings in the city. Rather than calling it a guest room, it was actually a small house. There was a certain distance between them, and they were as brightly colored as the houses in the town. The only difference was that there was a hotel sign hanging on the outer wall. Previously, during dinner, Jong-hung had already stated that he did not want to talk about Dr. Baker. On top of that, he did not seem to be very interested in the cultural scene in Greenland. Therefore, even the usually warm and lively Sung-jia did not know what to say. Seeing that they had finally reached their destination, he sighed in relief. Then I'll see you tomorrow. By the way, what time do you usually get up in the morning? I'll pick you up then, Sung-jia asked as she stepped on the brakes. However, she did not expect Jong-hung to say after looking at his watch, it's still early. Why don't you come in and have a drink? We can talk about the schedule slowly. Sung-jia's face showed a hint of hesitation when she heard that. It was not her first time being a guide, and she had also been wooed by many boys back in school. Of course, she knew what a man meant when he said that, so she subconsciously wanted to reject him. However, Jong-hung made a very subtle gesture at her, and Sung-jia's expression changed slightly. I won't stay in there for too long, and I hope you won't stop me when I'm leaving. Of course, I've just arrived in Greenland, so I don't plan to stay in the police station for the rest of my time, Jong-hung said. Sung-jia put the SUV in P gear, switched off the engine, and followed Jong-hung into his room. The guest room at Eagle View wasn't luxurious, but it was decorated in a warm and cozy style. There was a spacious living room with a carpet on the wooden floor, a sofa, a dining table, a television, and other commonly used furniture. The master bedroom and bathroom were also very large. There was also a kitchen where they could buy their own ingredients to cook in. The cost of a night stay was around 1,000 renminbi. Even though Sung-jia followed Jong-hung into the living room, she didn't find a place to sit down. Instead, she maintained a certain distance from Jong-hung and crossed her arms in front of her chest. All right, I've already followed your instructions. Do you have anything to say? Sung-jia didn't expect someone to be so fast. She didn't even see how Jong-hung moved. The next moment, the latter's body appeared in front of her. Sung-jia opened her mouth to scream. However, before she could say anything, Jong-hung's hand had already pressed down on her mouth. It's nothing. I just didn't have enough to drink back at the bar, so I wanted to have another drink with you. As Jong-hung spoke, he grabbed Sung-jia's arms with his other hand to prevent her from struggling. Sung-jia felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She didn't think that someone would be so daring to do such a thing in broad daylight and in a completely unfamiliar place. Was it really as he said, that he planned to stay at the police station for the rest of his life? After Jong-hung subdued Sung-jia, he immediately moved his mouth to her ear and whispered, "Cooperate with me. We're being monitored." Sung-jia's eyes were filled with doubt. However, when Jong-hung let go of her hand, she did not shout out immediately. Then, she saw Jong-hung reach into her purse. He took out a fingernail-sized piece of plastic from the interlayer. When? Sung-jia asked subconsciously. Right now, Jong-hung interrupted Sung-jia. Then, he walked to the fridge and took out 2 bottles of beer. When he passed the beer to Song Jio, he quickly whispered in her ear, "Previously at the bar, when you went to pay the bill, two people on your right side suddenly got into an argument. One was a man and the other was a woman. It looked like they were in a relationship. The man stood up and was about to leave, but the woman poured the beer on the man's face. Your attention was also attracted to them. This thing was put into your purse at that time." Song Jio's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had not expected something that would only appear in movies to happen to her. However, this time, she managed to keep up with Jong Hung's pace. After a pause, she said, "I don't think it's appropriate. I still have to drive back in a while. It's fine. It's just a drink. It won't affect anything," Jong Hung said. About 20 meters away from Jong Hung's house, a white van followed Sojia's SUV to the side of the road. There were 3 young men sitting in the van. If Jong Hung were here, he would realize that these 3 people were people he had met at a bar before. One of them was a couple, a man and a woman. The other was the man who sat on the left side of Song Jia when she paid for the bill. At that moment, the man in the blue jacket was fiddling with some kind of device. Jong Hang and So Jia's voices came from the device. "What are they talking about?" Another young man with a muscular body and a red face asked. "I don't know, but what else could it be? Isn't it just something between men?" A girl with a ponytail sitting in the passenger seat beside her sneered. The 3 people in the car were all typical Inuit. They had yellow skin, a wide nose, and black hair. They looked a little like Mongolians. The girl also had a bracelet on her hand, which was made of fish bones. There was a strange pattern carved on it, which looked like a deep-sea monster. After she said this, the man in the blue jacket showed a hint of joy on his face. "It's done. I've contacted Professor Peterson. He said that these 2 speak Chinese. He just found a student from the Chinese department to help us translate." "That's great. Let him hear it quickly," the muscular boy said. "N.A. Olai, did your soul get seduced by that girl named Song Jia?" The girl snorted, "I advise you to give up. That girl doesn't look like she's easy to deal with. With your shrewdness, wouldn't it be like playing a fool if she played you?" Chapter 12:22. Olai and Alicia. The boy named Olai was exposed. His face, which was already red from the sun, turned even redder. He clenched his fists and said, "Alicia, don't talk nonsense. I'm just worried about her safety." "Are you worried about her safety, or are you worried that she's been slept with?" The boy named Alicia sneered. When she saw her follow that man into the hotel, she looked like she was in a daze. From the way she looked like she was familiar with the place, she might be earning extra money through this. "Aletheia!" Olai said angrily, "Stop your nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." "What, do you want to fight with me?" Aletheia narrowed her eyes. "I don't fight girls." "You can't beat me either." When Olai heard the girl's words, his anger disappeared. He looked at her and said calmly, "I get it, Alicia. You must be jealous." "What jealousy?" This time, it was Alicia's turn to change her expression slightly. "You're jealous that Song Jia is prettier than you, that her skin is better than yours, and that her personality is better than yours. That's why you keep slandering her, because you know that any man would choose her between the 2 of you." Alicia was so angry that her face turned green. "Olai, if you have the ability, say what you just said again." "I say, the 2 of you, can you stop for a moment?" The man in the blue jacket sighed and raised his head helplessly. "The translator that Professor Peterson helped us find is here. Do you still want to know what the 2 people in the room are talking about now?" Olai immediately shut his mouth. He was indeed the one who cared about Sojia's safety the most. Alicia, who was beside him, wanted to say something, but when she saw how focused Olai was, she finally shut her mouth. She knew that if she opened her mouth to cause trouble now, Olai would really fight with her. She wanted to take this opportunity to beat this bastard up, but it would definitely delay the proper business. Therefore, the 3 people in the city stopped talking. Instead, the translator on the other end of the phone began to work. He translated everything he heard into Danish word by word. It's okay. Just one drink. It won't delay things. Really, just one drink? Really? As long as you finish this drink, you can leave. Okay, then. The three people in the van then heard the sound of Songjia gulping down beer. Olai clenched his fists even tighter until the sound of the bottle being placed on the table came into his ears. I'm done drinking. Can I go now? You can leave at any time, but you haven't forgotten the purpose of coming here, have you? What purpose? You said that you wanted to come in and discuss with me about the upcoming itinerary. Oh, right. How could I have forgotten the official business? Where do you want to go tomorrow? The sound of the bottle opening. Don't worry. Let's drink and study at the same time. Still drinking. It's still early anyway, you don't have much to do when you go back. Hearing that, Olai slammed his fist on the car door and scolded, "Bastard!" A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Alicia's mouth. She wanted to take this opportunity to rub salt on the boy's wound, but seeing the man in the blue jacket shake his head at her, she could only give up. Then let's have another drink. The three people in the van could hear that Sonjia's voice was getting tipsy. Under the effects of the alcohol, she seemed to have gradually let down her guard and started to talk more, but her sense of organization was getting worse and worse. In the end, she could not even connect the words together, but the man beside her continued to persuade her to drink. The anger in Olai's eyes was about to burst out. Then, he suddenly pushed open the car door. I can't listen to this anymore. As a result, just as one of his feet got out of the car, he was hugged by someone. Where are you going? Alicia shouted from behind. That guy obviously wants to take advantage of Songjia. I'll go and save Songjia right now. Olai volunteered. You stupid big guy who is controlled by the primitive instincts of men. Have you forgotten why we are here? We still don't know why that Chinese man went to find Dr. Baker. Alicia was amused by the anger. But you can't just ignore the crime that happened right in front of your eyes, right? Olai's face was dark. What crime? How do you know that the two people inside are not consensual? Alicia snorted coldly. Do you really think that if a girl is not interested in the man beside her, she would drink one cup after another at the man's place? Besides, it's a crime for you to rush in so indiscriminately. I also think that we should wait a little longer. The man in the blue jacket also chimed in at this time. Olai, you are a little emotional right now. Why don't you go back and rest first? Anyway, your mission has been completed. You helped me attract the girl's attention so that I could successfully place the bug on her. From now on, Alicia and I will be here. Olai looked sullen. As if he had not heard his companion's words, he yelled angrily at Alicia, who was hugging him from behind, let go. The latter and the man in the blue jacket looked at each other. The man in the blue jacket nodded. It's fine. Olai is just a little impatient, but he knows what's important. So Alicia let go of his hand, and Olai immediately jumped out of the car. He stood beside the van and looked at the red house that Jonghung lived in. His expression was complicated. After a while, he walked toward the convenience store in the opposite direction. I'm going to eat something. I wasn't full at the bar earlier. The man in the blue windbreaker made an okay sign to Alicia. The latter also heaved a sigh of relief and continued to listen to the sounds in the room. They heard Songjia collapse on the sofa after drinking another bottle of wine. Then, with the rustling sound of her clothes being taken off, she walked toward the bedroom on the second floor. However, Songjia's clothes and her wallet, which was stuffed with a listening device, were left on the first floor. What should we do? At this moment, Alicia was also at a loss. Although she had deliberately said a lot of bad things about Songjia in order to anger Olai, deep down, she did not want Songjia to be taken advantage of because he was drunk. Moreover, the Chinese man was obviously up to no good. The man in the blue windbreaker scratched his head. I'll call the hotel's front desk. Tell them that someone is drunk inside and contact the designated driver. No, the other party will definitely get suspicious. Besides, it might be too late by the time they get there. It's so troublesome. Why don't we just kidnap the person? At least Olai will definitely like this plan. What if we kidnap the wrong person? If we kidnap the wrong person, let's just pretend that nothing happened. I've already contacted Hans and asked him to bring that thing over. We can take action a little earlier. Chapter 12:23. Uninvited Guest. In the bedroom, Song Jio didn't look drunk at all. On the contrary, she was as sober as she was when she first entered the room. The water she had drunk earlier was just plain white water. She had only pretended to be drunk to act along with Jong-Hung. When they reached the upper floor, Jong-Hung conducted another body search on her before saying, "All right, you can talk normally now. There's no listening device on you anymore, but it's best to be careful. Don't make too much noise and let it get downstairs." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Song Jio couldn't wait to ask, "Who are they?" "That's what I want to know too." Jong-Hung went to the window and closed it. After a pause, he added, "When we went to Dr. Baker's house, I noticed that someone was watching over there. That should be the reason why Dr. Baker was so nervous and didn't want to talk to us. I didn't know how well those people were monitoring Dr. Baker, and I didn't know if there was a bug or a camera in his clinic, so I didn't ask further." Song Jia came to a sudden realization. "Dr. Baker said you're their people before, but I'm still a little confused. It seems that he thinks that we are in cahoots with the people who are spying on him." "Yes. That's why those people planted a bug on me." Song Jia was very smart. She quickly connected the dots. The most important thing was that she finally understood why she was being bugged when she was just a normal person. However, Jong-Hung only explained a part of the story selectively. There was another part that he did not tell Song Jia. For example, before he entered Dr. Baker's clinic, he had already observed the people who were spying on him at the bar. This was also the reason why he suggested going to the bar for a meal later. Song Jia probably could not understand this kind of action of sending herself to the door. However, to Jong-Hung, he had come alone to this completely unfamiliar land to investigate the events of 18 years ago. He did not even know who his enemy was, and he was not familiar with this city at all. Therefore, he did not want to play a protracted battle with the other side because the longer they dragged it out, the more advantageous it would be for the side that had the home field advantage. Rather than testing each other out carefully, it was better to take the initiative to attack before the other side had a clear grasp of his background. Jong-Hung had already planned to fight the other side back at the bar. However, he didn't expect that the group would only plant a bug on Song Jia. However, this was for the best. After all, Jong-Hung was still a tourist. If he really fought with the people on the island in public, if he wasn't careful, he might be sent back to his country. It would be more appropriate to postpone the fight a little and place it in the house where he lived. The reason why Jong-Hung didn't let Song Jia leave was because he was worried that she would be kidnapped on her way home alone. However, before he could discuss with the girl how to lure the people outside into the house, someone was already knocking on his door. This surprised Jong-Hung because this group of people had been following them for a long time. It was obvious that they wanted to know why he and Song Jia had gone to Dr. Baker, but they still didn't have an answer to this question. Could it be that they had run out of patience, so they decided to use force? However, this saved Jong-Hung a lot of trouble. When he heard the sound of the door being broken, he was not worried at all. He even had the time to tell Song Jia, whose expression had changed drastically, that, "You stay here and don't run around. I'll probably need you to translate for me later." After saying that, Jong-Hung pushed open the door to the master bedroom and walked out. When he reached the corridor, he locked the door behind him, pulled out the key, and put it into his pocket. At this time, the door that he had left behind had just been pushed open by someone. However, that group of people was still quite cautious. They were probably afraid that there would be some kind of trap, so they didn't rush in immediately. Therefore, Jong-Hung placed the travel bag that he was carrying on the ground and took out a Lego gun from inside. This time, because he had to fly through security, and because Jong-Hung didn't want the bartender to know the destination of his trip, he didn't use the Game Points shipping service. Therefore, he couldn't bring the Plague Bone Bow and a hidden scabbard over, but the LSB Infinite Building Blocks, which was also a B-grade item, wasn't affected at all. Furthermore, Jongheng had bought 2 boxes of building blocks before boarding the plane. He had already assembled 2 weapons on the plane to deal with the current situation. He inserted the LSB Infinite building blocks into the last slot, and the next moment, a Beretta M92F magically appeared in his hand. At the same time, the people below had finally completed their initial investigation. After confirming that the first floor was safe, they finally entered. Furthermore, they probably did not want to be seen trespassing, so they immediately closed the door. They reached for the stairs. Jongheng heard the footsteps and realized that there were 2 people who had entered. He put the Beretta M92F back into his waist. Jongheng's goal was to capture and interrogate them alive, because these people were staring at Dr. Baker. It was very likely that it had something to do with what happened 18 years ago, so the pistol was just a safety measure. If everything went according to Jongheng's plan, he wouldn't need it at all. Furthermore, with the gun drawing skill that he had learned from the Western Pocket Dimension, there wasn't much difference between putting it on his waist and holding it in his hand. If he really encountered any danger, he could pull out the gun and grab it at the first opportunity. After making his preparations, Jongheng carried his bag and headed downstairs. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw a burly man with a masked face charging at him angrily. Even though the man had disguised himself, changed his clothes, and covered his face, leaving only his eyes, to Jongheng, this method was a little too crude. This was because the masked man had only changed his upper body clothes, he hadn't changed his pants or shoes at all, and his figure hadn't changed much either. Jongheng recognized the man from the couple he had seen at the bar. Needless to say, his cheap girlfriend was following behind him. The 2 of them worked well together, pouncing on Jongheng one after the other. The man was still babbling something, but Jongheng didn't quite understand it. He didn't know why the man was looking at him with fire in his eyes, as if there was some deep hatred between them. However, the 2 of them didn't know each other, and Jongheng couldn't be bothered to guess. After all, he would know after subduing them and getting Song Jio to translate for him. Even though it was 1 against 2, Jongheng wasn't flustered at all. He didn't dodge at all. He took the punch head-on, and then he took 2 steps back. Chapter 12:24. Battle. As Jongheng retreated, the masked man also fell down the stairs, almost implicating his companion. However, his reaction was still in time. He grabbed the stairs and stabilized his body. See? Jongheng was slightly surprised. When the 2 of them exchanged blows earlier, it seemed like he had the upper hand. However, this was because he stood in a better position. When the other party rushed up from below, his body was in the air when he exerted force. That was why he was knocked down by Jongheng. Jongheng could also feel the powerful force coming from the other side of his palm. The 2 steps that he took back looked simple, but in reality, he had taken the opportunity to remove the force from the masked man's fist. If it was anyone else here, they would probably be sitting on the ground. This meant that in terms of pure strength, Jongheng was at a disadvantage. Of course, this was because Jongheng had not used his earthly scale, but he had been working out during this period of time, and he had been doing it for twice the amount of time. In terms of strength, he had already surpassed most ordinary people. The masked man was able to suppress him in terms of strength, but not just by a little. Either the other party was very talented, or he had been training hard since he was young. However, as the masked man charged at him aggressively again, after a few more exchanges, Jongheng ruled out the latter possibility. He could already tell that the other party was only strong in terms of strength, but in other aspects, he was very ordinary. There weren't many moves in a fight, and even the techniques used to exert strength were very crude. It was also known as the bastard fist. Relying on his extraordinary strength to deal with ordinary people was enough, especially when fighting with his life. He estimated that even 4 or 5 people would be able to take him down. However, against a true expert, it was basically a waste. Jongheng didn't even use his saber. He only used the boxing and fighting techniques he had learned from the deduction method to easily deal with the masked man when his strength was weaker than his. The masked man felt like every time he used his full strength, he would hit cotton. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and it only made him cry out in anger. "Alicia, this guy knows dark magic. He must be a servant of the devil. Don't call me by my real name, Olai, you idiot. The girl behind him, who was also wearing a mask, frowned. Earlier, she had rushed in with Olai because she was worried that Songjia would be taken advantage of. However, unlike Olai, who was an idiot, Alicia was a much more meticulous woman. When she noticed Zhong Heng's neat appearance, she knew that Songjia should be fine. Instead, a bad thought rose in her mind. The man in front of her seemed to know that they were coming. Could this be a trap? Therefore, after Olai was hit by Zhong Heng, she slowed down and stopped rushing forward. While Olai and Zhong Heng were fighting, she estimated Zhong Heng's strength and observed the surroundings. She wanted to find Zhong Heng's helper who was lying in ambush nearby, but she heard Olai call her name. Alicia wished she could kick the big idiot down the stairs. What were they hiding their faces for? Wasn't it to keep their identity hidden so that they could keep the enemy in the open? What's there to be afraid of? He doesn't understand. Olai was taken aback. He had no idea what Alicia was getting angry about, so he said with some grievance, "Besides, didn't you call me by my name?" How could Songjia understand? Are you an idiot? I called you by your name because you called me first. I'm just taking revenge on you. Songjia was drunk by this bastard. He won't be able to hear you, Olai said as he threw 2 more punches. Unfortunately, they still did not even touch the corner of Zhong Heng's shirt, so he became anxious again. Alicia, what are you standing there for? Are you still angry about what happened earlier? Can't you settle the score later? Help me hold him back so I can give him a good beating. Alicia rolled her eyes. However, she had basically completed her investigation. Other than the master bedroom behind Zhong Heng, she didn't see anyone else hiding. Was she worrying too much? Alicia turned to look at Olai. The latter was currently being played by Zhong Heng. His roar was loud and clear, but there was no damage output at all. Alicia finally started to move again. Zhong Heng did not understand what the two were talking about, but in reality, he could have let the masked man go a long time ago. However, Zhong Heng was not in a hurry to make a move. He had already figured out his opponent's strength. The masked man was a classic example of a man who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Not only was his fist technique a mess, but his body control was also very poor. Zhong Heng was actually very familiar with this situation. After the newbie dungeon ended, he returned to the real world from a deserted island. During that time, his body control was at its weakest. Because his body size and strength had changed greatly in the dungeon, when he returned to the real world, his body returned to the state it was in before entering the dungeon, so he was not used to it. It was not until later in real life that he stepped up his training. At the same time, the situation in the dungeon gradually improved. Of course, the masked man wasn't as serious as he was back then. If he hadn't used all his strength to fight him, it would have been impossible to tell. However, Zhong Heng was curious as to why the other party wasn't a player. Even if he was born with godly strength, he should have had it since he was young and had already adapted to it, unless he had gotten this strength halfway. Zhong Heng thought of the half-man, half-fish frog creatures he had seen in the dream and in the underwater tunnel with the country island. Those creatures seemed to have gradually changed from humans to that, possessing the ability to live in the water. Could it be that the group of people who were monitoring Dr. Baker had also undergone some changes? In order to prove this point, Zhong Heng also exchanged a few moves with Alicia, who had rushed up after him. In the end, the latter's strength level was very ordinary. She might be considered outstanding among women, but she was clearly suppressed by Zhong Heng. Her body control and coordination were also far better than her companions. In addition, Zhong Heng also noticed the fishbone bracelet on Alicia's hand and the huge unknown monster engraved on the bracelet. This bracelet did not look like an antique. It should have been made not too long ago, but the carving seemed very primitive. There were only a few lines, but the monster carved out looked very lifelike. It was as if it was going to move on a fish bone. Zhong Heng felt that it was about time. He had seen everything he wanted to see, so there was no point in continuing to fight. The rest could be slowly asked by Songjia as a translator. Therefore, Zhong Heng did not hesitate any longer. He pushed Alicia away first. When Olai threw another punch, he changed his strategy of fighting in a skirmish and stuck himself in front of Olai. Then, he kicked the latter's lower abdomen. Poor Olai did not expect Jonghung to suddenly counterattack. He was kicked into the second bedroom on the other side, and his head hit the leg of the bed. When he shook his dizzy head and stood up from the ground, he realized that Alicia had been captured by Jonghung. Chapter 12:25. The Apostle of the Evil Spirit. Olai saw Jonghung press Alicia down on the floor, grab her hands, and use his knees to press against her waist, making her unable to move. He was shocked and angry. He did not bother to check if his head was injured and immediately rushed over. At that moment, he was like a bull, stomping the floor and making creaking sounds. At the same time, he swung his fist. This time, because Jonghung was riding on Alicia's body, one of his hands was still occupied, so he could not dodge. Therefore, he clenched his other hand into a fist and met Olai's fist. Olai was not surprised. On the contrary, he was happy. Other than the first exchange of blows between Jonghung and him, the other party had refused to meet him face to face. He was as slippery as a loach, and this made him feel extremely angry. Olai clearly had the advantage in terms of strength, but in a battle, he was unable to convert his hand gestures into battle results. Now, Jonghung, who knew what was wrong with him, had chosen to clash head-on with him again. Furthermore, this time, he was not in the state of leaping up from the stairs. Olai was confident that this punch would be able to knock Jonghung to the ground. However, when the two fists collided, Olai felt an irresistible force coming from the other side. This baffled him. Could it be that the opponent had held back when they fought? However, the opponent's figure was obviously not as good as his. Where did this terrifying strength come from? Olai's eyes widened in confusion. Since Jonghung had chosen to receive Olai's fist, he naturally would not be unprepared. He had used worldly scale to increase his strength by 70%. This was the maximum strength he could withstand at this stage. Of course, it was not impossible to increase his strength, but it would put a considerable burden on his body. He might even kill 10,000 enemies and lose 8,000 of his own. Furthermore, with his current strength of 170%, he had already surpassed Olai. The latter had just rushed over when he was knocked back by Jonghung. Seeing Olai's robust body roll into the second bedroom again, Jonghung was also prepared to use this opportunity to knock Alicia out first. Eyes. He could already tell that Olai was the kind of person with a hot temper but a simple mind. In comparison, his female companion was much more cautious than him. Previously, when Olai was fighting with him, Alicia did not rush over with him. She was actually still observing the surroundings. It was obvious that she was worried about an ambush. Therefore, Jonghung knew that if he wanted to get as much information as possible from the two of them, Olai would be the best breakthrough point. This was also the reason why he controlled Alicia first. Other than that, it was also because Olai was more straightforward. If he had grabbed Olai first, Alicia might have run away when she realized that she could not save her companions. On the other hand, Olai would not have run away without rescuing Alicia. The result was just as Jonghung had expected. However, what he didn't know was that when he was fighting Olai, Alicia's eyes suddenly turned grey. At the same time, her mouth was still opening and closing, but strangely, there was no sound coming from her throat. At the same time, an eagle standing on a street lamp not far away, looking for food, suddenly trembled. Then, it spread its wings and rushed toward Jonghung's house. Jonghung's hand was about to land on the back of Alicia's neck, but the next moment, the glass at the other end of the corridor was shattered by something. Then, Jonghung saw two eagle claws clawing at his face. If the claws hit him, his face would definitely be disfigured, and his eyes might even be blinded. But even at this moment, Jonghung still didn't let go of Alicia, nor did he dodge. He just waited quietly for the eagle to completely fly in front of his face, and then there was a flash of a knife. The eagle's head was cut off by a fruit knife. The eagle's blood gushed out, drenching Jonghung at this time. Jonghung also noticed the unusual behavior of Alicia. Following the death of the eagle, Alicia let out a scream. Then, without waiting for Jonghung to make a move, she fainted. Jong-hung was about to check further when the master bedroom door suddenly opened. Song-jio hurriedly ran out and shouted, "Don't hurt them." Jong-hang frowned slightly when he saw that the guide had not stayed in the room like he had told her to. However, he did not say anything. Now that the situation was completely under his control, Alicia's little trick from before did not work either. Jong-hung did not ask Song-jio to return. Instead, he asked, "Do you know where they came from?" Song-jio shook her head. "I don't know, but I heard their conversation just now. They rushed in because they thought you were taking advantage of me and trying to save me." Jong-hang didn't comment. He only pointed at Alicia, who was lying on the ground, and said to Song-jia, "Go find a rope and tie her up first. Then, come over and help me translate." "Oh, okay," Song-jio bit her lip. She seemed to think that this was illegal, so she hesitated. However, she remembered that the group had been spying on Dr. Baker. They had even planted a bug in her purse when she wasn't looking, so she agreed. "Nars." Jong-hung walked toward Olai, who had gotten up again. The latter was quite strong-willed. Jong-heng knew that his punch just now would not be easy on the other party. Furthermore, Olai had also suffered a heavy blow to his lower abdomen. An ordinary person would be lying on the ground, unable to get up. However, Olai gritted his teeth and stood up again. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to continue fighting with Jong-hung. Unfortunately, Jong-hung would not give him the chance to do so. He pulled out the Beretta M92F from his waist and pointed it at the masked man before him. The masked man's expression changed when he saw the black muzzle. Olai only liked to use his fists to solve problems, but he was not completely brainless. When the other party pulled out the gun, it meant that he would only be sending himself to his death if he rushed forward again. Therefore, Olai didn't move after he got up. He only stared at Jong-hung with his big eyes. He even spat at the side and muttered something. "What is he saying?" Jong-hung turned to ask Song-jia, who was busy looking for a rope. They are using the northern dialect in Inupiatan, which should be from the Inuit tribe. If I heard correctly, he said that you should be an apostle of the evil spirit. Is there a misunderstanding? An apostle of the evil spirit? Jong-hung's expression changed. Ask him why he said that. However, after Song-jio relayed Jong-hung's question to Olai, the latter only shook his head and did not answer. However, it was obvious that the Inuit boy's attitude toward Song-jio was much better than Jong-hung's. Chapter 12:26. The Guardian Spirit. Jong-hung was not in a hurry. He had too many ways to deal with this straightforward Inuit youth. After that, he gestured for Olai to sit on the bed. He walked into the second bedroom and pulled out a chair to face Olai. When he saw that Song-jio was still looking for a rope, Jong-hung reminded her, "Just use the bed sheet." Song-jio came to a sudden realization and quickly returned to the master bedroom. After a while, Song-jio wiped the sweat off his forehead and finally completed the task that Jong-hung had given him. After that, he dragged the tied-up Alicia into the second bedroom as well. Olai was excited when he saw the unconscious Alicia. Several times, he tried to get up from the bed, but he was forced back by Jong-hung. It wasn't until Song-jio told Olai in Greenlandic that the Inuit teenager across from him quieted down again after Alicia was safe and sound. Then, he put on a show of killing me if you dare, and I won't say a word. He crossed his arms and looked at Jong-hung with hostility. He said you can torture him as much as you want, but he won't say anything. He'll make you give up. Song-jio looked at Jong-hung helplessly. Is that so? Then tell him not to worry. I won't torture him, but if he doesn't cooperate, I'll kill his companion, Jong-hung said calmly. He turned the gun around and aimed it at the unconscious Alicia on the ground. Olai couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed with a thud. He was still breathing heavily, but because he was afraid that Jong-hung would pull the trigger, he didn't dare go forward. He opened his mouth at the same time. He said a series of vicious words. Song-jio was a little embarrassed after hearing that. She did not know how to translate it for Jong-hung. Jong-hung did not mind. If he wants to scold me, feel free to do so. You just have to make him remember to answer honestly later. The life of his companion depends on his answer. Seeing Olai sit down again, Jongheng took out the vow ring and the parchment from his travel bag. He cut his finger and dripped his blood into the cup. Then, he handed the knife to the Inuit youth across from him. It was obvious that Olai was very resistant to the pre-ritual of the vow ring. His disgust was written all over his face. However, for the sake of his companion's life, he still had to force himself to write the vow on the parchment with their blood. Then, he put one of the rings on his little finger. Jongheng put on the other ring and said, "Let him take off the thing on his face first. Then, ask him what their names are and where they're from." Song Jion nodded and turned to communicate with Olai. Probably because she knew that the two of them had barged in to save her, Song Jion had a good first impression of Olai. She didn't want him to suffer any more, so her tone was gentle, hoping to make Olai let down some of his guard. She cooperated with Jongheng's question. In the end, Olai was completely flattered. He didn't expect the girl he liked to be so gentle. He thought that the other party was interested in him, so his gaze toward Song Jion became even more passionate. If not for Jongheng still in the room, pointing his gun at his partner, Olai would have forgotten about his current situation and turned this place into a large-scale blind date. At this time, even if Song Jion was slow-witted, she could still sense something. She knew that Olai might have misunderstood, but she could not back down now. First of all, even though Olai's eyes had already fully expressed his feelings, however, since he hadn't pointed it out, she couldn't reject him first. Furthermore, she was worried that Olai would do something stupid in despair, so she could only pretend that she didn't know anything. She coaxed Olai to untie the bandage on his face first. After a while, Song Jion said to Jongheng, "He said that his name is Olai, and the girl on the ground is called Alicia. However, even though they both live in the north, they're not from the same tribe." Song Jion added, seemingly worried that Jongheng wouldn't believe Olai's words. Actually, they called each other's names when they came up. "I heard them. It's these two." "Okay, then ask them why they are monitoring Dr. Baker's place." Jongheng also believed that Olai was telling the truth because he did not feel any change in the vow ring on his hand. However, this time, Olai was not so cooperative. After listening to Song Jion's question, a hesitant look appeared on his face. He kept looking in Jongheng's direction. Obviously, he was trying to think of a lie to cover this up. Unfortunately, he really did not have the talent to lie. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not say a word. Song Jion was still trying to persuade him patiently, but Jongheng did not want to waste any more time. Therefore, he loaded the pistol in front of Olai. Olai finally gave in and said, because Dr. Baker had contact with the evil spirit, he was corrupted by the evil spirit. The evil spirit's apostles have been stirring up trouble recently. They seem to be planning something big. They're looking for a corrupted human like Dr. Baker to join them. We are not spying on him, but protecting him. Olai's answer surprised Jongheng. Jongheng had always thought that Dr. Baker was acting strangely because he knew that he was being watched. However, according to Olai, Dr. Baker was afraid of something else. On the contrary, Olai and the others had been keeping an eye on Dr. Baker's place to protect the latter. Therefore, Jongheng thought about it and asked, "What is an evil spirit?" "An evil spirit, it is an evil spirit, a devil with evil powers. It came here not long ago. It lives at the bottom of the sea and will corrode humans through its sleep. Many of its targets have gone mad or become its apostles. It has many minions, not only in Greenland, but also in other parts of the world. Its people are everywhere." Olai gestured. At the same time, he glanced at Jongheng. Jongheng frowned. He stood up from his chair and walked over to Alicia. Olai became nervous again. He yelled at Jongheng, but Jongheng ignored him and squatted down. He took off the fishbone bracelet Alicia was wearing and pointed at the deep-sea monster on it. "Is this what an evil spirit looks like?" He said no. The thing carved on the fishbone is Alicia's guardian spirit. It's sacred. Song Jion translated Olai's words to Jongheng. Guardian spirit. Jongheng raised his eyebrows. He recalled the travel notes from Greenland that he had read on the plane. There was an introduction to the local religions in Greenland. He was suddenly enlightened. They are shamans. That's right. Olai said that he and Orishas are shamans of their respective tribes. No, strictly speaking, they should be the next shamans. They are still learning from their teacher. Chapter 12:27. The Greatest Shaman. Shamanism was a primitive religion developed from prehistoric worship. At its peak, it had spread all over the world. The ancestors of East and West Siberia, Mongolia, and even Manchuria had once believed in shamanism. For a long time, the Aborigines of Greenland only believed in shamanism. However, with the invasion of immigrants and religions, most of the people in Greenland had converted to Christianity. Only some Inuit tribes in the more remote areas maintained their previous beliefs. Unlike the major religions that were popular now, there was no great existence similar to God or Allah in shamanism. The theoretical foundation was that everything had a spirit. The shamans in the tribe could communicate with the spirits of nature through a series of ancient saints' rituals, which gave them supernatural powers such as prophecy, dream interpretation, and weather control. In fact, the shamans were known in Tungusic as people who dance in excitement, and the word itself described the shaman's most common saints' techniques. After understanding the two's origins, it wasn't hard for Jonghang to understand why the eagle had suddenly flown in from outside the window to attack him. However, according to Olai, even shamans were rarely able to communicate with the animals around them at any time, let alone ask for their help in times of crisis. Especially in the past few years, as more and more people turned to its teachings, shamans could feel their power waning. Many of the dream interpretation and astrology that they could do before had become more and more difficult to do, not to mention controlling the weather and communicating with animals and plants. Many shamans had not been able to make a complete prediction for decades, which formed a vicious circle. Alicia was born under such a background. Alicia was born at midnight, and there happened to be a big earthquake on the island. My parents said that they had never seen such a terrible earthquake in their long life. It was as if the whole world was shaking, and a huge gully appeared on the extremely solid ice field. One of the gullies happened to pass through the location of the tribe. Some people could not avoid it in time and fell into it, leaving no bones behind. Other than that, there was also an aurora in the sky. However, it was different from what everyone usually saw. The aurora was blood red and the stars were very strange. My teacher Garbaz Els told him that something bad was going to happen, so my teacher asked the people in the tribe to take out their hunting weapons and even organized a patrol team. However, the earthquake soon passed and the aurora disappeared. Because of my teacher's warning, many people did not dare to sleep for the whole night. The next day, everyone received the news that about 80 kilometers away from us, after the earthquake last night, Alicia's tribe was attacked by a group of unknown people. Those guys' target is the newborn Alicia. Their weapons are just average. Many of them have just learned how to shoot, and some even have a harpoon that they found out of nowhere. However, everyone is crazy and fearless. Coupled with the advantage in numbers, they almost succeeded. It was then that Alicia's teacher struck Kunayu, the most powerful shaman of the last 200 years, the blizzard's controller, whose height few could reach, even in the distant past. People said that during that battle, she fought one against 100 and summoned an unprecedented terrifying blizzard. She almost single-handedly turned the tide of the battle and froze all the invaders to death on this ice field. However, because Alicia was already in the arms of that group of unknown people, people thought that she was dead for sure at that time and was frozen into a popsicle along with them. However, no one expected that when they found her, although she was badly frozen, she still had a heartbeat and breathing. Therefore, Kunayu took her in as a disciple and even said that this girl who had narrowly escaped death would not only inherit her mantle in the future, but also become the greatest shaman among the Inuit. Song Jio was completely captivated by Olai's story. She didn't expect the girl beside her, Alicia, to have such a complicated story. She was like a protagonist in a TV series or a novel, although she was curious as to why Olai had suddenly become so cooperative and revealed all the secrets of the tribe. She was now completely immersed in the story. She didn't want to interrupt the Inuit teenager's story at all. Jonghang knew what Olai was up to, because during this process, he had seen Olai peeking at the window beside him more than once. Then, he contacted the person in the bar who had cooperated with Olai and Alicia to put the bug into Sonia's wallet. The Inuit teenager was probably hoping that his companions would realize something was wrong and come to save them. However, his method of stalling time seemed a little strange. Most people would think of a way to make up some nonsense at this time. However, Olai would not lie, so he could only choose to sell his partner again. Of course, in terms of the results, his trick did work. Although his language was simple and he did not use any rhetoric, it was precisely because of this that it had a particularly sincere feeling. Furthermore, the story itself was strange and interesting enough. At least, Songjia didn't have the heart to interrupt. Jongheng had come to Greenland this time to investigate his own background. He was still in the stage of gathering clues, so he naturally wouldn't reject the information provided by Olai. He knew that Olai still had help, but he didn't care. He even wanted to meet with the other party later. This was because Jongheng had already realized that the local shamanism in Greenland might be of great help to his future investigation, especially since these Inuit were the local tyrants here. Compared to Songjia, they had supernatural powers. Obviously, they would know more. In fact, from the looks of it, they were already conducting relevant investigations. Therefore, both sides had a common goal. The only problem now was how to get the other party to cooperate with him. After all, the first impression that both sides left each other when they first came into contact was not very good. Jongheng was still pointing his gun at Alicia. Even though he could use the same method to threaten Olai to continue serving him, however, this was obviously not as good as getting the other party to sincerely help him. Just as Jongheng was thinking about this problem, Olai's expression became worse and worse. He had already told most of the story about Alicia, but there was still no news from the other side downstairs. Chapter 12:28. The Trio. Ali had always been the most unremarkable of the trio. Compared to the powerful and hot-tempered Olai, and the quick-witted and meticulous Alicia, who had been full of legend since the moment she was born, Ali was indeed very ordinary. Although he had been learning all sorts of knowledge about becoming a shaman from the old shaman in the tribe, he had not learned anything in such a long time. Moreover, compared to those mysterious stars and obscure dreams, he was obviously more interested in rock music and basketball stars. When he had nothing to do, he would run over to Nyuk. He even taught himself rap, started writing songs, and uploaded them to YouTube. He usually looked lazy, but Olai knew that Eli wasn't stupid at all. He just didn't put his energy on the right path. In fact, every time Alicia came up with an idea, Ali helped to perfect it. If Alicia was the decision-maker and Olai was the executor, then Ali's position was that of a doghead strategist. Olai even complained that Ali was a typical Inuit. He was not as honest and hard-working as the Inuit. Instead, his mind was full of tricks. But now, Olai was glad that Ali was the one who stayed downstairs. If it was anyone else, Olai might not be sure if they could sense something was wrong. But as classmates, he could not believe that Ali knew nothing about their current situation. Since they were young, they had played together. He did not believe that Ali would not know anything about their current situation. However, after such a long time, their team's military advisor did not make a single move. This made Olai, who was confident that Ali would find a way to save them, waver. Did Ali really do something stupid this time? Or did the other party just happen to have a bad stomach? Thinking of this, Olai started to feel uneasy again. However, he was someone who could not hide anything. Looking at the conflicted expression on his face, even Songjia realized something. Therefore, she looked awkwardly at Jongheng, who was behind her, as if she wanted to ask him what to do next. Before Jongheng could say anything, the hut they were in suddenly started to shake. Is there an earthquake? Songjia asked in surprise. The look in her eyes was a little nervous, because the earthquake had come after she had just heard the mysterious and terrifying story. It was inevitable that she would overthink it. However, there had been earthquakes in Greenland before. The thought only flashed through Songjia's mind, until she looked out of the window and saw the blood-red aurora. Songjia's brain exploded with a bang. Then, a strong fear rushed to her and engulfed her whole body in an instant. In the next moment, every finger and hair could not help but tremble. The earthquake caused many people to run out of the house, especially considering the possibility of a tsunami. Some people were ready to evacuate from the beach, but it was at this time that they saw the red aurora. They could not help but stop and take out their phones to turn on the camera and camera mode. The main reason was that the red aurora had always been rare, but it still appeared in this month where the aurora did not often appear. It was a pity that they did not leave a souvenir. At this time, the tourists also exclaimed in admiration. They were glad that they had chosen to travel to Greenland at this time. This decision could not have been made more wisely. Perhaps only the few people in the small house could truly understand the meaning behind the earthquake and the red aurora. The moment Olai saw the aurora, his expression changed drastically. However, he was not as terrified as Songjia. He only muttered to himself, "The legend is actually true. Why did it have to be at this moment? Is something going to happen?" On the other side, the previously unconscious Alicia had also woken up at this moment. However, her mouth had been sealed by Songjia, so she could only make incomprehensible babbling sounds. However, looking at her eyes, they were filled with a rarely seen hatred. In fact, they had even become a little crazed. She. What happened to her? Songjia also noticed Alicia's abnormal behavior after coming back to her senses, and asked Olai beside her. The Inuit youth sighed and said in a deep voice, "In the story I told you previously, I forgot to mention that Alicia's parents were killed by that group of unknown people that night. When the incident happened, her father had to protect her with a hunting rifle and deal with dozens of people on the opposite side alone. He stalled them for a full 2 minutes, allowing her mother to escape with her. Unfortunately, her mother had just given birth and did not have much strength. In the end, she was caught up by someone and was stabbed in the back by a harpoon. Therefore, Alicia and that group of people and the existence behind them also became mortal enemies. Is that why you're trying to track down those people?" Songjia looked at Alicia with sympathy. She had completely shifted her focus to the other two. She was about to beg Jonghung to let her go, but she didn't expect Jonghung to actually put away the pistol in his hand and walk to Alicia's side. He used a knife to cut open the bedsheet that was wrapped around her hands and feet. Olai did not seem to have expected Jonghung to do that. He was in a daze for a moment, and he even forgot what he wanted to say. After Alicia escaped, she immediately went to her companion's side. However, the way she looked at Jonghung was very complicated. The vigilance in her eyes was still very strong. Jonghung put away the knife and said to Songjia, "Tell them that I'm not their enemy, and I'm also investigating something like them. Perhaps we can work together." If not for the earthquake and the red aurora, Jonghung would not have been able to find a suitable opening to negotiate with them. But now, after realizing that these young Inuit novice shamans had real enemies, this little conflict and misunderstanding between the two sides was nothing. They said, "You already know their identity, but they still haven't been able to confirm your background." Olai and Alicia whispered to each other before Songjia translated. "Like I said, I'm here to investigate something, so how can they believe me? Do I have to swear an oath?" "No. They said they have a sacred object that can detect whether a person harbors malice toward them or their tribe. The sacred object isn't here right now, but it's already on its way. If you really want to cooperate with them, you better show some sincerity and let them meet up with their companions." "Sure," Jonghung agreed. He wasn't worried that Olai and Alicia would go back on their words after meeting up with the people downstairs. Since he could capture the two of them once, he could capture them a second time. Olai and Alicia were worried about Ali's safety, so they didn't say anything else. They ran downstairs and saw that their van was still in its original position. However, Ali's shadow was gone from the van. Instead, there was a pool of blood in the back seat. Chapter 12:29. Bloodstains and Murmurs. Olai and Alicia's heart sank when they saw the pool of blood. Although the two of them wanted to convince themselves that Ali was still fine, the pool of blood belonged to someone else, and it might have come from the person who attacked him. However, the location of the blood was exactly where Ali had been sitting before. Moreover, there were traces left on his seat after being hacked by a sharp weapon. In addition, Ali's whereabouts were still unknown, and they had not contacted him until now. Olai and Alicia both knew that their companion was probably dead. Zhonghang followed them to the van and checked the scene. Yes, the blood didn't come from a single wound. The victim was stabbed at least 20 times. His body was also twisting and turning during the whole process, which is why there were knife marks on the seat. This also proves that the perpetrator's skill isn't that good. However, from the looks of it, the victim's movements were restricted. At the very least, his hands and feet were bound, which is why he couldn't avoid it. Is he still alive? Sonia asked. It's impossible. With this amount of blood, even if he doesn't hit his vitals, there's no hope, Zhonghang said. Sonia's expression darkened. She saw Zhonghang looking into the distance, so she asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm worried that something might happen to Dr. Baker," Zhonghang said. "Olai and Alicia said that they were keeping an eye on Dr. Baker's place to protect him, but now they think that we're the apostles of some evil spirit. They followed us all the way here, so no one is watching Dr. Baker anymore." Song Jia was shocked. She had only met Olai's group of 3 today, especially Olai. She had only met him once at a bar. Although she was sad to hear that he might have been killed, she didn't have any other thoughts. As for Dr. Baker, she had known him since she was young and had interacted with him many times. Song Jia could not help but feel worried for him. "Then let's go to his clinic to take a look." "Okay." After saying that, Song Jia looked at Olai and Alicia beside her and asked if they were traveling together. In the end, the 2 Inuit shook their heads and Olai said, "We told someone to send the sacred relic here. Something has happened to Eli, so we have to ensure the safety of the sacred relic. I'm sorry, we really can't take care of Dr. Baker, but I've already told my teacher to ask the tribe to send more people to help. When the time comes, we'll go find Eli together. If there are extra people, we'll help you too." Olai clenched his fists as he spoke. It could be seen that he and Alicia had suffered quite a blow. Ali was a member of the trio and also their closest friend. After realizing that Ali might have been killed, they could not wait to find the murderer and take revenge immediately. However, even the most hot-tempered Olai did not act recklessly at this time. This was because they knew that the safety of the sacred relic was more important, especially when they realized that someone might have already targeted them. "Alright, let's change our contact details first," Song Jia suggested. She and Olai exchanged phone numbers in a hurry and then jogged to start the SUV. However, when she was about to reach the front of the car, she realized that Zhonghang was already sitting on it, and this time, the latter was in the driver's seat. "I'll drive this time, so we can get there faster," Zhonghang said. "Oh, okay." Song Jia was startled. Without saying anything, she opened the other door. Then, Zhonghang started the car. The SUV roared and rushed into the street. As the car sped up, Song Jia not only fastened her seatbelt, but also reached out to grab the handrail on the roof. She even forgot to ask the question she wanted to ask earlier. She felt the scenery on both sides of the street recede faster and faster, and the sound of the wind filled her ears. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 of them arrived at Dr. Baker's clinic. Before they even got out of the car, they saw that the closed door of the clinic was now wide open. This seemed to confirm Zhonghang's previous guess. He pulled out the pistol at his waist and said to Song Jia, "Later, you follow behind me." Zhonghang originally wanted Song Jia to stay in the car, but after thinking about what had happened to Ali, he ultimately chose to bring Song Jia along. However, this allowed Song Jia to put some distance between them. Just like that, the 2 of them sneaked into Dr. Baker's clinic one after the other. Not long ago, they had just made a trip here. At the time, Song Jia had already felt that the atmosphere here was a little oppressive, but now, the feeling of oppression was even stronger. Furthermore, there were medicine bottles scattered all over the floor, the medicine cabinet was empty, and the table and sofa were overturned on the floor. The most eye-catching and unsettling thing was the line of red scribbled words on the wall. It seemed like someone had cut their finger. It was written in blood. Zhonghang glanced at it. It was a very simple sentence, and it was written in English, so he didn't need Song Jia to translate it for him to understand it. "It's coming." "What is it?" Song Jia asked, and just as she finished her sentence, she heard the sound of violin music coming from upstairs. However, the sound was not connected to a musical score at all. The players simply pieced together the messy noise, as if someone had scratched a blackboard with chalk. A few simple notes could cause intense physical discomfort. Jonghang did not answer Songjia's question. Instead, he followed the sound of the violin and went upstairs. He saw a stooped figure in Dr. Baker's bedroom. The man was sitting on a chair with his back to them, so Jonghang could not see his face. However, he was sure that it was not Dr. Baker himself. Judging from the way he dressed, he looked more like a street musician. With his beloved violin, they wandered in the sea of music. However, listening to his performance, Songjia could understand why he was wandering on the streets. To be honest, calling this kind of thing a performance was blasphemy. The girl only felt that her brain was going to be filled with blood if she continued to listen. In addition, she was anxious to find out the whereabouts of Dr. Baker, so she said, "Hello." Unfortunately, the violinist in the room seemed to be completely immersed in his performance and couldn't hear anything else. Song Jio had no choice but to raise the volume again and even knocked on the door. This time, there was finally a reaction from the other side. The violinist put down the violin in his hand and turned around. Only then did Song Jio realize that the other party was actually younger than she had imagined. He seemed to be in his early 20s, but because of his untidy appearance and haggard look, he looked a little old. Meanwhile, his eyes were flashing with a strange fanaticism. "Who are you? Why are you at Dr. Baker's residence?" Sonia asked. The person opposite did not answer. Instead, he spoke excitedly in a low and hoarse voice. "Fingaru magnafuk swaruk lalayu jinafuk tan." After saying this, he immediately turned around and jumped out of the window. Chapter 12:30. The Key. The player was like a big bird soaring in the sky. Except for one thing, he seemed to forget that he didn't really have wings like a bird, so his body stayed in the air for less than half a second, and then he fell down under the force of gravity. What was worse was that his head touched the ground first, and the top of his head made direct contact with the asphalt pavement. Sonia vaguely heard the sound of a broken cervical vertebra, and when the two people went downstairs, they saw the player. They realized that the player was dying. Song Jio called the ambulance. She still had a lot of questions to ask the player. For example, where did this guy come from? Why was he in Dr. Baker's room? And where did Dr. Baker go? Also, what did he mean when he said that before he jumped off the building? Song Jio felt like she had fallen into a huge net. Ever since she had picked up Jonghang at the airport, strange things had happened one after another. First, it involved the shamans of the Inuit tribe in the north. Now, there seemed to be another group of even stranger people, and in just a few minutes, she had already come into close contact with death twice. Especially the second time, the player had jumped off a building right in front of her. The distance between the two was very close, and she had watched helplessly as a person had personally ended her life. The other thing that made her feel very uneasy was that at the last moment of his life, there was still a smile on the corner of his lips. It was as if death was an incredibly relaxing thing for him. Song Jio could not help but shiver. She raised her head and looked at the strange red aurora in the sky. She recalled the story that Olai had told her before. Could it be that every time this red aurora appeared, it would bring disaster and death? Song Jio had always been an atheist. However, at this moment, she did feel that there was something inexplicable controlling everything. What should we do now? Should we go to the police station and call the police? The girl asked. I'm afraid the police won't be able to do anything about it, Jonghang said. In fact, Songjia didn't need Jonghang to say anything. Greenland's police force had always been inadequate. On one hand, it was because the financial allocation wasn't enough. On the other hand, the crime rate here was relatively low compared to other places. After all, there were not many residents on the island, and most of them knew each other. There was no place to run if they committed a crime. As for the Inuit tribes in the north, they were basically autonomous. If there was a problem, the tribal leaders and shamans would naturally solve it. For example, even if the police intervened in this matter, they would probably just label the performer as a suicide. As for the whereabouts of Dr. Baker, he had been missing for less than an hour, and the police would not even send people to investigate immediately. In addition, the police would probably find it hard to believe that a group of strange believers had suddenly rushed into the doctor's home and kidnapped him without any explanation. Even if they were to solve the case, they would most likely follow the old rules. First, they would start with Dr. Baker's interpersonal relationships. They would find out if he had any grudges or arguments recently. Then, they would look at the trajectory of Dr. Baker's life. He tried to find a breakthrough from some trivial matters. However, the opponent they were facing this time was not an ordinary person. Fortunately, Songjia knew there was one more person she could count on. She turned to look at Jongheng. Even though so many things had happened, the latter was as calm as ever. However, after hearing the mysterious words from the performer, her expression changed slightly. Jongheng found the sentence very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He asked Songjia what the sentence meant, but the translator told him that it was neither Greenlandic nor Danish. She even wondered if the sentence really had any real meaning, or if it was just the ravings of a deranged person. However, Jongheng knew that this sentence, which sounded like it didn't belong to any existing language, did indeed have meaning. In the palace of Lalaya, the sleeping Chulhu was waiting for its revival. Just as Jongheng heard the crazy performer speak in a low and hoarse voice that didn't belong to this world, this sentence also surfaced from the bottom of his heart. Jongheng couldn't find its source. I don't know if it's from a book I read, or a video. In fact, it seems to have been quietly in the bottom of his heart somewhere, until today this moment suddenly jumped out. Finger luffer magnafuffer. Finger luffer liar luffer. This sentence was like a key that opened something in his body. Jongheng recalled his previous dreams. In the Chernobyl dungeon, he had to fight against the pain caused by radiation disease. He had tried to sink his consciousness, and at the end of the sinking journey, he saw a huge underwater palace and the shadow inside. Could that be Chulhu and its palace, Lalai? Why would it appear in his dream? What did they have to do with the seaside town he had visited in the previous dream, and the underwater ruins on the country island? Were those half-human, half-fish, and half-frog monsters also followers of Chulhu? Jongheng had many questions in his mind, but when he noticed Songjia looking at him, he temporarily stopped thinking and focused his attention back on the present. He rushed to the side of the fallen performer before the ambulance arrived. The latter's face was as sickly pale as Dr. Baker's. Jongheng could tell that he had been suffering from insomnia recently, and the dark circles under his eyes were very obvious. His neck was broken, but he was still breathing. He should be in pain, but there was no pain in his eyes. Instead, there was a strange joy and a faint sense of relief. Jongheng believed that if the player could open his mouth now, he would probably tell Songjia to stop trying to save him. He had gotten what he had always wanted, eternal peace. Jongheng then squatted down beside the player. Before the ambulance arrived, he searched his clothes, took his phone and wallet, and found a small notebook and a supermarket receipt. He also found an exquisite-looking pen. During this time, Songjia was a little nervous. She kept looking around. Fortunately, it was already very late, and the population of Greenland was not large, so there were not many people passing by. After Jongheng took the money, he went back to the doctor's clinic to take a look. Songjia had no idea what Jongheng was looking at. She only knew that he had stopped at a few different places before raising his head and raising his eyebrows. Dr. Baker, he left on his own. Chapter 1231. Speculation. After searching the clinic, Jongheng and Songjia returned to the street and stood guard in front of the performer who had jumped off the building. Songjia watched helplessly as the other party slowly died. Her young eyes gradually lost their luster, but there was nothing she could do. In addition, during this period, the ambulance had also been missing. Songjia could not bear to see this happen, so she made 2 more calls to the hospital. Unexpectedly, both calls were busy. It was not until she made a 3rd call that the call was picked up. However, she was told that the ambulance had been dispatched. There was no way for them to rush here. The hospital said that this was already the 9th emergency call they had received in a short 5 minutes. The only ambulance they had was long gone, and there were still emergency calls coming in. Without exception, all of them were suicides. Normally, they would not receive so many calls for a month or 2. The medical staff and emergency equipment were already running out. The situation at the police station was similar. The police were also confused about the sudden suicides. They were trying to gather clues from the citizens through the radio, but so far, they had not gotten any results. On the contrary, the police officers were in a mess. "He's dying," Jong-hung suddenly said. After he said that, the heart of the performer finally stopped beating. His pupils dilated, and the expression on his face was fixed at the last moment. Song Jio shivered, but when she looked at Jong-hung, she realized that the latter had already flipped through the notebook that he had found on the performer. Most of the notes were music scores, but from his previous performance, she could tell that he had embarked on a very difficult path of art. It was destined to be difficult for him to gain the approval of the secular world. Jong-hung had also studied piano. In his eyes, this thing could not even be called music, because even a beginner who did not recognize any of the 5-line music scores could play it better than this piece of music score. Since the latter was just a random patchwork of crazy noises, Jong-hung glanced at the messy score and passed the notebook to Song Jio. "What else is written on it?" Song Jio took the notebook, but after reading a few pages, her brows furrowed. Jong-hung could tell that she was very resistant to the contents, but even so, she endured the intense discomfort and finished reading the contents. In some places, she even read it several times. The most frequently mentioned word on the notebook is something like glorious perfection. It's a bit like the doomsday judgment in the Bible or the prophecy of the Mayans. The person who wrote this thing firmly believes that that day will come. When that day comes, there will be no distinction between good and evil in the world, and there will be no legal, moral, or ethical constraints. Everyone will be happy and free on earth, killing each other and enjoying the joy of slaughter and destruction. Song Jio paused at this point. There are also some descriptions of the dreams he had, but most of the sentences don't make sense. "Okay." Jong-hung nodded but didn't say anything. He handed the receipt over. "Take a look at this receipt." "Where is it?" "This is the receipt from the supermarket." "I know the supermarket. It's about 3 kilometers away from us," Song Jio answered quickly this time. "Then is this place also near that supermarket?" Jong-hung said as he waved the pen in front of the girl's eyes. Song Jio saw the patterns carved on the tip of the pen and the small words hidden inside. She was surprised by Jong-hung's strong observation. "This is the abbreviation of the Nyuk Art Museum," Song Jio said after looking at it carefully. "It's also the only private museum on the island. It was built in 2005, and it has a large collection of art. Not only are there paintings, but there are also various carvings. It's quite popular with tourists, but it's only open on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and weekends." "Why? Is there a problem?" Even though the player who jumped off the building played the violin like a ghost, he was still an artist. In Song Jio's opinion, it was normal for him to go to art museums for inspiration. Jong-hung was non-committal. "Do you still remember the story all it told?" "It was a group of people who attacked Alicia, not just one person. They all came from some mysterious group, and since they were a group, they should have a meeting place. And Alicia has a blood feud with these people. She must have been tracking them down all these years. Even though there were only 3 people in her small group, I believe the tribe behind them would have provided them with some help. However, there has been no result. This means that these people have been hiding well over the years. Do you think they would hide in an art museum?" Song Jio's eyes widened. An art museum is a very smart choice, because these people seem to have some mental problems more or less. I don't know if they became believers because they are more sensitive, or if they became sensitive because they became believers. In short, it would be quite conspicuous if they acted together, but if it was an art gathering, there wouldn't be such a problem. You said earlier that the art museum is private and was built in 2005. That's right. Yes, those Inuit people were attacked for no reason, and some of them even died. I don't think they're going to let the matter rest so easily. There should be an investigation going on as well. These people must have sensed the danger, so they built this museum. Taking into account the time it took to build it, it happened to be prepared after the earthquake and the red aurora. In addition, it opens 3 times a week. The rest of the time can be used for internal gatherings, Jong-hung said calmly. Therefore, after the doctor left his residence, the most likely place for him to go was there. Song Jia knew everything that Zhong Heng said. Even though she was a native of the island, she knew more than Zhong Heng. However, if Zhong Heng hadn't pointed it out, Song Jia wouldn't have been able to piece together these seemingly unrelated things into a complete clue. In fact, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone could do something that only appeared in novels and television dramas. It was only at this moment that she truly believed in the identity of Detective Zhong Heng and the purpose of the latter's visit to Greenland. However, after learning that Dr. Baker was likely to run to the art museum, Song Jia couldn't help but hesitate. After all, there were only two people on their side. According to Zhong Heng, the museum was likely to be the gathering place of that mysterious group. Not to mention the number of enemies inside, just the guards at the museum alone were enough to give them a headache. Song Jia wanted to call the police to deal with it, but the only thing they could do was Zhong Heng's guess. Chapter 1232. Meet again. In fact, as long as he calmed down and thought about it, Song Jia knew that even if he could persuade the police to come forward, it might not be of much use. The security forces on the island were not strong to begin with, and were even weaker than some of the Inuit tribes. Although those Inuit people had used cell phones and televisions over the years, many of them still maintained relatively primitive living habits. They lived by hunting and fishing, so their bodies were quite strong. Thinking of this, Song Jia thought of Olai and Alicia. Song Jia didn't know how the two of them were doing. When they were separated, they had said that they wanted to protect the sacred relic first, so they probably wouldn't be able to free themselves in the short term. Therefore, Song Jia put the phone back. She looked at Zhong Heng beside her and realized that the latter was still very calm. He didn't feel like he was facing a formidable enemy at all. It was as if they were going to a park or an amusement park. It was not a dangerous place. Zhong Heng looked at the time in his hand. Greenland was 10 hours later than Beijing. The last time he had time stopped was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Greenland time. At that time, he was still at the airport, so if he wanted to use time stop to sneak into the art museum, he would have to wait for another half a day. That was a long time. The doctor might not be alive by then. Therefore, Zhong Heng decided to take a look at the security at the art museum before making a decision. After all, he still had the LSB infinite building blocks and other props with H beside sides. He had not used shadow wings today. Even if he ran into some trouble, he could still escape. Therefore, Zhong Heng had Song Jia drive him to the art museum first. He took Dr. Baker's laptop down and browsed through the files inside. He tried to find information related to the scientific research from 18 years ago while he cracked the phone he got from the player. Dr. Baker's laptop was unusually clean. It should have been replaced not too long ago, and the protective membrane on the back was not even removed. Zhong Heng could only find a few games to pass the time inside. There was also a folder marked with medical records. Inside it were all the patients that Dr. Baker had seen before. The time span was very long, but strangely, there were no recent cases. The most recent case was also 2 years old. It was just normal postpartum depression, and the rest were also very common mental illnesses. The patient's basic information and treatment time were marked on it. There were also no problems with these two items, but Zhong Heng still found some abnormalities. Because some of the patient's medical records had changed midway through, when Zhong Heng looked through the medical records of Dr. Baker when he first arrived on the island, he found that the same patient, Dr. Baker, was used to arranging his meetings with the other party at the same time as possible. Furthermore, although the number of patients he received each month was different, the number of patients would not be too different if it was placed in a relatively long period of time. However, when Zhong Heng arranged the medical records according to the time, he realized that there was a period of time when Dr. Baker's patients were abnormally low. In addition, there were changes in the meeting time. Zhong Heng had reason to believe that Dr. Baker might have taken a part of the medical records. In other words, the medical records that Zhong Heng currently had were incomplete. For example, Zhong Heng had previously suspected that the player who jumped off the building was also a patient of Dr. Baker. However, he had not been able to find anything related to the player in this document's house. From the looks of it, the medical records that Dr. Baker had taken were probably related to that mysterious group. Before Jong-hung could check the information on the player's phone, Song Jio had already driven the SUV to the entrance of the Museum of Art. At this time, the Museum of Art was already closed, but the lights were still on inside. However, the door was locked. Jong-hung didn't see any security guards or guards there. It seemed like they had also gone home from work. This time, it was Song Jio who made the first discovery. She saw Dr. Baker's SUV in the parking lot of the museum. This seemed to confirm Jong-hung's previous guess. After the earthquake, Dr. Baker did indeed run over from where he lived. However, when Song Jio continued driving, she was stunned. That was because she saw Olai and Alicia's white van next to the coffee shop across the street. Are they here too? Song Jio took out her phone and impatiently dialed Olai's number. However, the phone on the other end informed her that the user's phone had been switched off. Jong-heng had originally wanted to see if he should wait until the next time freeze, but he had given up on that idea. He had come to Greenland to investigate the incident 18 years ago. Of course, he hoped that Dr. Baker, who was an insider, was still alive. As for Olai and Alicia, even though their combat abilities were average, the tribes behind them would be of great help to Jong-hung's investigation, especially if he planned to head north. There weren't many cities there, however. There were some Inuit tribes. With the help of the locals, it would be much more convenient to do anything. Furthermore, Alicia seemed to have something to do with Jong-hung's investigation. Jong-hung did not want anything to happen to them so soon. Therefore, he did not hesitate anymore. He closed the computer and placed it in the back seat. Then, he said to Song Jia, "Wait for me here. Wait for me here. Remember to keep the car running. If you see anything wrong, run immediately and drive all the way to the police station. Don't worry about me." "Are you planning to go in alone?" Song Jio asked in surprise. "Yes, don't worry, I can guarantee my own safety." Jong-hung did not explain further. He pushed open the door and jumped out. He first touched the hood of the van and estimated the time. Olai and Alicia should have just arrived not long ago. They had only been inside for about 3 to 7 minutes. If they ran into an ambush, if they were lucky, they could hold out until he arrived. However, Jong-heng didn't go through the front door because there was a real-time surveillance camera there. He went around to the side door of the museum. Even though it was locked, there was no surveillance camera. Jong-heng took out pet wire from his pocket. It hadn't been long since he acquired this item, but he had already fed it a lot of iron products. Furthermore, according to the bartender, he had kept it in his pocket the whole time. Instead of keeping it in a sealed box to cultivate their relationship, he had almost accidentally let the fellow chew a hole in the plane, causing a plane crash. Even though Jong-heng himself had the shadow wings, the other passengers on the plane were probably going to suffer. Fortunately, Jong-heng had discovered it in time, so he had it change its snack before it caused a disaster. Now, it was finally the glutton's turn to start working. Jong-heng took out the pet wire and placed it in front of the keyhole. Then, he said, "Open it." Chapter 1233. Old Friend. The Nyak Art Museum was ablaze with lights, but strangely, there was no one in the exhibition hall. Until the sound of hurried footsteps came from the door, and a figure stumbled in from the outside. He went straight through the empty exhibition hall, turning a blind eye to the priceless oil paintings on the wall. He did not touch the gold articles and ornaments on the counter. He just ran all the way to the west side of the exhibition hall where the Inuit handicrafts were hung on the wall. He reached out and grabbed a wooden sculpture at the top. The wooden sculpture was a mask. It was exquisitely made and looked quite mysterious. However, the person did not care about it at all. He crudely stuffed it into his handbag, then, he turned around and ran outside. However, just as he turned around, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "It's rare for you to come back. Are you in such a hurry to leave?" Hearing this, the person's body stiffened, but his feet did not stop. He continued to run towards the main door. His car was parked in the museum's parking lot. He only needed to run through the door and run another 20 meters before he arrived. However, the next moment, he heard a gunshot, followed by a sharp pain in his leg. The man fell to the ground, and the handbag containing the wooden carving also fell to the ground. TSK, 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 we are all old friends. I don't want to do this, but you took my things and wanted to leave without saying a word. Isn't this a little impolite? The voice continued. The person on the ground didn't say anything. He just struggled to crawl in front of his handbag and took out the wooden mask from inside. Then, he put his finger into the mouth of the mask and pressed down. The forehead of the wooden sculpture opened immediately, a small oval-shaped stone rolled out from inside. There was a 5-point star carved on it, and in the middle of the 5-point star was an eye. The person raised the stone and spoke to the person on the second floor. Oh, old seal, really? You actually hid the old seal in my museum. I have to say that this move is quite impressive. Previously, I sent people to search your clinic and the school's office more than once, but they were unable to find it. I didn't expect this thing to actually be right under my nose. The person who spoke walked down the stairs step by step with a cane. A look of despair appeared in the intruder's eyes. He held the stone that was called the old seal tightly in his hand, as if it was his life-saving straw. However, after that, he heard the man with the walking stick tease him, "Don't be silly, doctor. This thing might be useful against those divers and Kuan Yang, and it can also help you sleep well. However, I'm just an ordinary person like you. This thing is of no use to me at all." The person who had barged into the art museum was none other than Dr. Baker, whom Zhonghang and Songjia had visited before. He lowered his hand in frustration, but he still held the old seal in his hand. "We've known each other for more than 20 years, right? Not counting that Chinese couple, you're the bravest and most determined person I've ever met. Even to this day, I still can't believe that you would choose to submit to that monster. What? Are you planning to use your eloquent mouth to influence me?" The person with the crutch asked. "Don't think of me as one of those stupid fanatics. My mind is very clear. There has to be someone who understands the overall situation. This is the agreement between me and that great existence." Agreement, or is it your own delusion? That monster did not seem to be the type to make agreements with others. Moreover, you know your own situation. If there is really nothing wrong with your mental state, why did you come to my clinic frequently for psychological counseling after the scientific research expedition? The doctor panted heavily. The intense pain in his legs made his forehead full of sweat. The person on crutches fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, he spoke again. "In any case, in the end, we will all fall into eternal happiness. It's just a matter of one day earlier and one day later. There's not much difference. I've only figured this out recently. All these years, in order to prevent myself from falling into greater madness, I've been following your instructions to stay in seclusion. I've cut off the internet, I don't read the newspapers, and I don't interact with anyone outside. But how long can we last? I've heard that outside, its name is already becoming a household name. It's only in a place like Greenland that's isolated from the rest of the world that you and I can last until now." The person on crutches paused for a moment before continuing. "I regret participating in that scientific research expedition every moment. I see that your situation isn't very good either. Although you've closed the clinic, you're still working part-time at the school. There are even foreign students at your school. Your life must be very difficult. It's all right. If I really can't do it, I'll stuff cotton balls into my ears. I've also stopped surfing the internet," Dr. Baker said. "In fact, we should be glad that we didn't read any books about it before we met it, nor have we heard its name. Otherwise, we would have gone crazy at the first sight of it, and we would have completely lost our rationality as fanatics. The more you know, the closer you get to madness. The person who came up with this setting is really a King genius," the person on the crutches muttered. "This way, sober people will never know the truth." Probably because they shared the same fate. After saying this, the two people in the hall fell into silence again. But soon, the person on crutches spoke again. "Doctor, ask yourself, have I taken care of you enough these years? Those fanatics wanted to take you in, but I was the one who stopped them. You refused to hand over the old seal, so I went with you. Recently, you have been very close to our enemies, the shamans of the Inuit tribe, and I have been turning a blind eye to it. So why do you keep testing my bottom line? That's right. I can restrain those fanatics to a certain extent, but if they find out that you took away the old seal from me, both of us will be in big trouble. You and I have both seen the scene of those people going crazy. I don't want to become like that, so I can only let you down. The man with the cane said as he raised the shotgun in his hand. Wait. The doctor raised an arm in front of his face. I didn't mean to steal the old seal when the fanatics aren't here. Although I admit that I have such considerations, we have experienced such things before. Earthquakes, red aurora, and these abnormal weather disasters will also become more frequent. With our current state, we might not be able to survive. Moreover, this time is different from the last time. Just 3 days ago, I had a very scary dream. I dreamed that it ran out of the palace below. When that time comes, the entire world will be destroyed. We need to do something before everything becomes too late. Chapter 1234. Struggle and resistance previous, we have to do something. Otherwise, we will be the first to suffer, the doctor said. If you don't want to become one of those crazy and irrational fanatics, you should stand on my side. What are you going to do? The man with the cane raised his eyebrows. I haven't thought about it yet. But since it cares so much about the old seal and has been sending people to look for it, and those followers are afraid of it, I think the old seal might be the key to deal with it. So you are just guessing blindly? I really shouldn't have any expectations for you, the man with the cane said as he loaded the shotgun. The doctor's hair stood on end. He knew that the man was not joking, so he hurriedly said, "You can't kill me. After you kill me, no one will treat you anymore." "I don't care," the man with the cane said calmly, "you're right. When that guy comes out, it's hard for all of us to escape death, so there's no future. Doctor, after so many years, I'm tired of struggling. Maybe it's time to embrace all of this. But you should thank me. At least I saved you from falling into the final madness. In this regard, you're luckier than me." With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The shocked expression on the doctor's face froze. He did not seem to have expected the plot to develop like this. When he made up his mind to take out the old seal, he felt like the savior in novels and movies, because most people did not realize what had happened at all. He was the only one who had foreseen the coming of the end of the world and had the ability to do something about it. But now, a big hole had been blasted between his eyebrows by a shotgun, and his heart had stopped beating forever. Thus, his legendary story was hastily concluded before it had even begun. As Dr. Baker's body fell backward, the old seal that had been tightly clutched in his hand also rolled out. The man with a cane used his lame foot to step on the bloody old seal. Then he bent down to pick up the old mark. It was obvious that he had a complicated expression on his face, as if he was struggling in his heart. Several times, he wanted to put the old mark into his pocket, but in the end, he still closed his eyes. He threw it into the garbage bin at the side. When he was done, he looked relieved, and even the wrinkles on his face faded a little. At this moment, the landline at the information desk rang. The phone rang in the empty museum. The man with a cane walked past his old friend's body and walked to the phone. "Hello. Yes, I'm done here. I can lure the 2 kids here. The old guys are not here, so I can take this opportunity to solve this problem. Your people should be in place as soon as possible. Finish it as soon as possible and help me arrange my initiation ceremony. Anyway, you don't have to hide anymore, so you don't need me to cover for you. And I can completely blend in with you and welcome the day when the stars return to the Lord." The man on crutches put down the phone and took a deep breath. Just like what he had told Dr. Baker, he had been resisting the urge to lose his mind. Those people who became fanatics were usually unkempt, with 6 smiles on their faces. They would be immersed in the illusions and dreams forever, and they would regularly hold strange rituals. At the same time, they would often be accompanied by bloody and mysterious sacrifices. People with crutches were, after all, humans who had lived in civilized society for so long. It was hard for them to accept such things from the bottom of their hearts. However, ever since he had participated in that scientific expedition, his spirit began to have all kinds of problems. Over the years, he had no choice but to do everything he could to avoid falling into the abyss of madness. In addition to regular treatment with a doctor, he also tried yoga in India, chanted Buddhist scriptures, and even practiced the mysterious Oriental Taoist Qigong, but it had little effect, and compared to the doctors, he had to command the fanatics and provide cover for them, so it was difficult to avoid contact with those people. Even when the early days of the gathering ceremony, he stayed in his office on the second floor, but as time passed, he was still sinking deeper and deeper into it. In fact, long before the earthquake, the people on crutches had already felt that their spirits were about to collapse, and the nightmares at night were increasing. Rather than saying that this incident was the last straw that crushed the camel, it was more like an opportunity to be freed. Especially during this period of time, through his in-depth contact with the fanatics, his views had also begun to change gradually. Indeed, in the eyes of outsiders, this was a group of people who were mentally abnormal and full of disgusting nonsense. However, their hearts were filled with joy and peace, as if they were some kind of conversion, and these two things were exactly what the people with crutches had always dreamed of. He was tired of fighting and struggling. All these years of isolation like an ascetic had only brought him endless despair. In that case, he might as well accept and enjoy this madness. The people with crutches took one last look at Dr. Baker's body on the ground. Without looking back, they returned to their office on the second floor. They opened the wine cabinet and picked out the most expensive bottle of whiskey. While he was drinking farewell wine for his old friend, a group of pale-faced, crazy people followed an Inuit youth into the museum and quietly cleaned up the body on the ground. However, time was short, they could not clean it up too cleanly, and there were still some faint traces of blood left there. The Inuit youth seemed to be a little dissatisfied as he spoke. "Can't you get that guy upstairs to kill someone later? Although Olai's brain isn't that good, he's not blind, not to mention that he has Alicia by his side. They will definitely notice the traces of blood on the floor." However, the fanatics who came with him did not seem to hear his words, and none of them were moved. "Forget it, let's not put on a show. Let's do it as soon as they come in. Anyway, there are too many of you. When the time comes, they will swarm over. There are only 2 of them, and they are not your match. Remember to be careful of that man. He is very strong, and that woman can communicate with animals. However, it won't be too much of a problem after closing the doors and windows." The Inuit youth reminded them again, "Remember, no survivors." Chapter 12:35. Harpoon Gun. Olai parked the van next to the cafe across the street. Then, he got out of the van with Alicia and looked at the art museum not far away. "Is Hans hiding here?" "That's what he said in the message he left us," Alicia said. "Then what are we waiting for? The relic is more important. Let's hurry in and meet him." After saying that, Olai rushed into the museum in a hurry. However, after running 2 steps, he found that Alicia was still in the same place and did not move. So, he stopped and asked in puzzlement, "What? I'm not sure if we should just go in like this," Alicia said hesitantly. "What else? Wait until Hans is caught by those guys? We have already lost Ali. We can't lose Hans, not to mention that he has the relic with him," said Olai. "We are now racing against time. We have to find him before those people do." "What if those people already found him before we did?" Alicia asked. "You saw the mark on the wall. Only our people understand the meaning of that mark. If Hans had been controlled and forced to write that message, he wouldn't have left that mark on purpose." "Of course I know what you said," Alicia said. But what? You suspect Hans?" Olai's eyes widened. "Forget about the others. Hans and you are from the same tribe. His father and brother died in the conflict that night to save you. He has a deep-seated hatred with those guys just like you. I don't suspect Hans. I just think that something is a little strange. Hans was chased halfway. After he escaped, why didn't he call us directly? Instead, he chose to send me a message and then left a mark on the wall. Perhaps he was worried that our calls were being monitored. Olai had also watched the series of the Mission Impossible and 07, so he suddenly thought of something. Alicia rolled her eyes. If those guys were that powerful, we would have died countless times already, okay. This time, Olai did not bicker with Alicia anymore. He looked into the girl's eyes and said seriously, if you're really worried, we might be able to contact that Chinese guy. You fought with him before, and you know that he's very skilled. Even if we join hands, we can't beat him. If he's willing to help, forget it. Alicia waved her hand. Didn't he and that girl named Songjia go to the doctor? Besides, thanks to you, we've already exposed all of our secrets. However, we still don't know his background, nor do we know whether he's a friend or a foe. At such a critical moment, it's best not to complicate things. Besides, haven't you always bragged about how strong you are? Now is the time to put it to use. What do you mean by boasting? My guardian spirit is a polar bear. In terms of strength alone, no one. Olai paused, feeling a little awkward, because he remembered that he had just been defeated by the Chinese not long ago, and in the end, the other party did not use any tricks. They only suppressed him in terms of strength, therefore, Olai was a little embarrassed to say the second half of his sentence. It's a pity that I didn't see any animals around here. Alicia muttered. Her teacher regarded her as the most talented shaman among the Inuit. She had awakened her talent for communicating with animals at a young age, even though she had yet to learn the ability to predict. In fact, she already had a sense of the impending danger. This was also the reason why she was somewhat resistant to entering the art museum in front of her. However, Alicia knew the importance of the sacred relic. In the end, she chose to suppress her uneasiness and followed Olai into the museum. After all, what Olai said made sense. The mark left by Hans could only be understood by their own people. If Hans was able to leave this mark, it meant that at least at that time, he was not controlled by anyone. Therefore, she could only pray that she and Olai would be able to meet up with Hans before that group of people. The two of them walked to the front door that was ajar. Olai stretched out his hand and gently pushed it open, easily opening the door that was not locked. Olai stretched his head in to take a look, but he did not see any danger. Then, he called for Alicia to follow behind him. Then, the two of them carefully walked into the exhibition hall that was filled with all kinds of artworks. Olai was holding a baseball bat, which was the weapon he had taken from the car. He also had a small knife for peeling the skin, which he lent to Alicia for protection. Although the museum had been closed for a long time, the lights in the museum were still very bright. However, this light did not give the two of them much sense of security. On the contrary, the lights cast the shadows of the sculptures and artworks on the wall, looking indescribably gloomy. Especially those artworks that were already very mysterious, their shadows became extremely strange after being elongated. Even Olai, who had always been bold, began to feel uneasy. He opened his mouth and tried to call out Hans's name. However, there was only his echo in the empty exhibition hall. Hans, could it be that he has already left this place? Olai also had the intention to retreat when he saw this. At this moment, Alicia tugged at his clothes and pointed at a place not far away that was covered by a canvas. What's that? I don't know. You know me. I've never been interested in these works of art. I've never been to this museum before. Although he said this, Olai still walked to the canvas and lifted it up. Then, he saw the bloodstains on the floor that had not been cleaned up. Olai sucked in a breath of cold air and could not help but take 2 steps back. Then, he and Alicia heard the sound of the door not far away closing and locking. Be careful! Olai turned his head and saw someone emerging from the 2nd floor. At the same time, he held a harpoon gun in his hand and aimed at Alicia's back. However, when that person pulled the trigger, Alicia was also pounced on by Olai. The steel fork with sharp spikes flew past Olai's back and hit a plaster sculpture, shattering the latter into pieces. The two people who had narrowly escaped death were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, especially Alicia. She knew that if Olai had not found the person who had ambushed her in time, she would have been pierced through by that steel fork. However, although the two of them had luckily avoided the first round of attacks, their troubles had just begun. After the harpoon gun missed, many people suddenly appeared from the second floor and the gate, surrounding the two of them. Previous next. Chapter 1236. Revelry and New Visitors. Alicia recognized them as the fanatics they had been tracking all this time because they were too easy to identify. Their pale faces, their flighty footsteps, and the fanatical and impatient excitement in their eyes. But the girl was not happy at all, because the number of the other party had completely exceeded her expectations. Alicia had been investigating this group for some time and knew that many of them were difficult to be accepted by the secular world. Usually, they would choose to hide in the mountains or uninhabited areas. She did not expect that there would be so many hidden in Nuuk, Greenland's largest city, right under their noses. They usually used their identity as artists as a disguise, but in the dark, there were probably many secret gatherings and bloody sacrifices. Alicia noticed that many of them looked very young, some of them were not even as old as her, and they had obviously just been recruited. This made Alicia shudder. Ever since the attack that year, the fanatics seemed to know that the Inuit were looking for them, so they disappeared for a while, but now it seemed that they did not stop there. Instead, they had been growing stronger in the dark, lurking and plotting something. Until the earthquake and the red aurora appeared again, they seemed to have received some kind of signal. They came out in full force once again. Alicia saw at least 30 to 40 people at the art museum alone. They quickly surrounded the two of them. Fortunately, other than the harpoon gun from before, the weapons in the hands of the remaining people were not as lethal. Some of them even took down the spears on the wall of the museum. Moreover, the physical condition of these people seemed to be lacking in exercise. They were not even as strong as ordinary people. However, there were too many of them. Furthermore, Alicia and Olai only had a small knife and a baseball bat in their hands. Olai had already turned the baseball bat into a gust of wind. He did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Olai knew that if this group of people completely surrounded them and killed them, then they would only have a dead end. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well take the opportunity before the encirclement closed to see if he could break out. Therefore, he chose the direction where there seemed to be the least number of people and smashed the baseball bat towards the head of the person running in front. In the end, the person did not manage to dodge and did not make a timely move to block. Just like that, he was smashed by Olai. With Olai's strength, this was not something to joke about. The moment the baseball bat touched the head, everyone present heard the sound of bones breaking. In the end, the unlucky person's head was smashed into pieces. He fell to the ground and was about to die. Olai then swung the baseball bat at another person beside him. That person finally had the time to react. However, when he saw the baseball bat coming at him, he unexpectedly did not choose to defend against it. Instead, he continued to stab the electric drill in his hand at Olai's eyes. At the same time, his eyes flashed with madness. Olai was quite satisfied with his eyes. He did not want to lose them, especially since the other party's skills did not seem to be that good. Perhaps he would not be able to poke his eyes and instead, he would be able to open a hole in the center of his brows. Therefore, he had no choice but to withdraw his baseball bat and dodge to the right first. However, this way, his momentum of charging out was interrupted. After delaying for half a second, the others also began to approach him. Although Olai roared repeatedly and used the baseball bat to smash a few people away, in the end, he still couldn't resist the large number of people on the other side, especially when a 12 or 13-year-old youth caught him off guard and opened his mouth to bite his thigh. Olai was in pain and wanted to use the same trick again, using the baseball bat to smash the youth's head, but when he saw the young face of the other party, he hesitated again. In that moment of hesitation, he was cut in the arm by another person with a kitchen knife. The baseball bat also fell from his hand. Then, another person jumped onto his back. Those fanatics could see that Olai was already at the end of his rope. Therefore, like a group of sharks that had smelled the scent of blood, they all rushed forward, wanting to share this delicious meal together. Olai was soon pressed to the ground. Even with his divine power, he could not withstand the burly man. Once he fell, he would never be able to stand up again. On the other side, Alicia's situation was even worse, although she used a knife to kill the two fanatics who were the first to approach her. But then, she was shot in the thigh with a blow arrow. What was worse was that the blow arrow was coated with poison. Alicia soon could not feel the left side of her body anymore. She was lifted up by the two fanatics. She was fixed to the wall while the other person stabbed her chest with a spear. Am I going to die here today? Alicia thought in a daze. However, her parents had not been avenged, and she had not been able to find the mastermind behind all of this. She was not willing to die just like that. However, no matter how unwilling she was, she could not stop the spear that was stabbing at her. Fortunately, the bullet could. With the sound of a gunshot, the body of the fanatic who was holding the spear suddenly stopped, and he fell to the ground weakly. Then, another fanatic who was holding an electric drill and trying to figure out where to cut a hole in Olai's body also went with his companion. There was a commotion on the fanatic's side, because an uninvited guest had appeared in the museum at some point, interrupting the carnival. Alicia looked up in surprise and saw a familiar figure in the direction of the side door of the museum. It was the Chinese man who had defeated her and Olai. Alicia did not expect to see him here again. And she did not expect that she would one day be so ecstatic to see him again, even with tears in her eyes. However, after the initial excitement, Alicia's heart sank again. That was because she noticed that Zhongheng had come here alone. Even including Songjia, who had been following him all this time, it was hard to imagine how the two of them had managed to deal with so many fanatics. In the end, they had only followed in the footsteps of her and Olai. And as if to confirm her guess, the fanatics did not feel fear after seeing their companion shot to death. Instead, they became even more excited. Death and murder were to them the opiates of the mind, as pleasant to others as to themselves, so that except for a few who subdued Olai and Aletheia, the remaining fanatics rushed to the figure in front of the side door. Chapter 1237. Siege. Seeing that the closest fanatic had already arrived in front of him, Zhongheng ignored him. Instead, he raised the Beretta M92F and aimed it at the other person behind that fellow. The target had just picked up the electric drill that had fallen to the ground and was about to continue his companion's unfinished business. He wanted to see what color Olai's brain was, but he did not expect his brain to be the first to spill out. A bullet pierced through the crowd and accurately hit the center of his brows. Olai, who was on the ground, was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. This was the second time he had escaped death. Ever since he was pushed to the ground, he knew that he was probably doomed this time. Since he was young, he had been praised for his bravery. Even when his body was still weak, he dared to go out to sea with a whaling team and was unafraid of the wind and waves. Later on, he hunted seals by himself and stayed in the wilderness for 2 weeks before coming back. It was because of this that he was recognized by the elves and thus had the strength to match this courage. Olai had always thought that he could overcome the fear of death with his Valor, but when this moment really came, he realized that he had overestimated himself. Listening to the sound of the electric drill turning and closing in on him, Olai used all his strength to stop himself from screaming, but that was all. So when the terrifying sound finally stopped, Olai felt like his body was about to collapse. Even so, he still gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhongheng, "Don't worry about me. Take care of the opponents in front of you first. Be careful that they don't gang up on you." Unfortunately, Zhongheng didn't understand Greenlandic. Of course, from Olai's and Alicia's expressions, it could be seen what they were worried about. In fact, even without Olai's reminder, Zhongheng would still ensure his own safety first. However, in the eyes of Olai and Alicia, the desperate situation was far from the point where he had to sacrifice someone to save someone. After Zhongheng resolved the crisis in Olai, he turned the gun around and pointed the Beretta M92F at the enemy in front of him. The enemy was almost right in front of him. Zhongheng took the opportunity to insert the barrel of the gun into his open mouth. He pulled the trigger, and blood mixed with brain matter splattered on the display cabinet at the side. Just like before, when the other fanatics saw their comrade die in front of them, they did not show any fear of a normal person. Instead, they rushed forward one after another, as if Zhongheng did not give them a bullet. Instead, it was a coupon from the supermarket. The thing that Olai and Alicia were most worried about had happened. This group of zealots was obviously going to use the same trick as before to surround Zhongheng and kill him. Furthermore, Zhongheng's situation was different from theirs at the time. Not only did he have to deal with the enemy in front of him, but he also had to pay attention to the situation on their side. He had to divert his attention to pay attention to the situation on their side. Zhongheng fired 7 shots, and 4 of them were fired at the guys who wanted to take the opportunity to kill Olai and Alicia. Even though he managed to save both of them without missing a shot, but he was also surrounded by those fanatics. Fortunately, Zhongheng fired 3 more shots consecutively, killing the 3 enemies closest to him. Then, he used 2 more bullets to clean up the remaining fanatics around Olai and Alicia. Alicia's feet fell to the ground. She didn't bother to check if she was injured. She rushed to Zhongheng's side because she saw him put away his pistol. Was he out of bullets? At a time like this? Alicia's heart was in her throat. Previously, Zhongheng had used his excellent marksmanship to take out almost a third of the enemies, but the number of people in front of him didn't decrease. This group of fanatics was really not afraid of death. Alethea could not imagine how Zhongheng would deal with the siege of so many people if he lost his only weapon. Olai saw this and wanted to help, but his injuries were much worse than Alethea's, especially his waist. Not long ago, he had been stabbed by a fruit knife, and he was still bleeding. Olai took off his shirt and bandaged it up. He tried to get up from the ground, but he was powerless. However, what he saw next stunned him. Zhongheng, who had put away his gun, was forced into a corner by the fanatics. Then, he pulled out a small knife from the travel bag that he had been carrying. When Zhongheng held the knife in his hand, even the fanatics, who had gone crazy, sensed a sense of danger. The person closest to him did not even see how Zhongheng moved. He clutched his neck and knelt on the ground. Blood gushed out from between his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, his throat could no longer make a sound. This knife was only the beginning. Next, Zhongheng put down the travel bag in his hand and pulled out a second knife. Then, he stopped retreating and charged straight into the crowd. Although the fanatics were still as fearless as before, even at the cost of their lives, they were still too slow compared to Zhongheng and the others, unable to keep up with the speed and pace of their opponents. They were like calabashes that had come to save their grandfather. In Olai and Alicia's eyes, they had taken the initiative to put their necks under Zhongheng's blade. The scene in front of them could not even be called a battle anymore. It was a complete massacre. Olai and Alicia only realized now that Zhongheng had shown mercy when they had fought last time. He had not used his full strength, otherwise, their performance would not have been any better than the zealots before them. The Inuit teenager's eyes widened. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that anyone could have honed their combat skills to such an extent. He had been so engrossed in watching that he had even forgotten about the injury on his waist. Damn it, he keeps giving me trouble. Where did this god of death come from? On the second floor of the museum, the man with a cane also muttered. He had been drinking in his office while watching the fanatics downstairs through the surveillance cameras, watching how they surrounded and killed Olai and Alicia. However, just as the battle was about to end, he was interrupted by an uninvited guest. At the beginning, the man with a cane did not care much. In his eyes, it was just more people coming to deliver human heads. However, he did not expect the other party to be so powerful. How was this a human head? It was completely in his territory. Therefore, the person with the crutch didn't dare to watch the show anymore. He put down his wine glass, picked up the shotgun at the side, and quietly left the office. Chapter 1238. Have you been discovered? Unlike those fanatics who were completely unafraid of death, even though the man with the cane had already made up his mind to join them and become one of them, he was still a rational and ordinary person until the ceremony was completed. Of course, he didn't want to risk his life. Therefore, he didn't go downstairs. Instead, he took advantage of the intense battle below to grab his shotgun and sneak into the corridor. He picked a spot where Zhongheng could be seen without being noticed and set up his gun. All these years, he had been plagued by nightmares. In order to prevent himself from falling into madness, he did not dare to interact with the outside world. He was afraid that if he learned more about that thing, he would not be able to watch TV or surf the internet. Therefore, hunting became his biggest pastime. In the end, his marksmanship had improved a lot, which was a form of consolation. However, after witnessing the battle between Jongheng and the Zealots, he was still able to divert his attention to Olai and Alicia's situation even though they were surrounded. The man with the crutches knew that he was no match for Jongheng in terms of marksmanship. This was also the reason why he chose to launch a sneak attack. Furthermore, he was very patient. He waited until Jongheng's pistol was out of bullets and put it away before making his move. Even though this way, at least a dozen more fanatics would die, it would still further ensure his safety. Since the fanatics themselves did not care about their own lives, the people with crutches had no reason to worry about them. However, when Jongheng started killing with his knife, the people with crutches knew that the opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The distance between the two sides was about 20 meters. At this distance, he might not be able to hit Jongheng's vitals, but it was almost impossible for him to miss. In any case, there was no difference. With the power of a shotgun bullet, as long as it hit, the battle would basically be over. Moreover, there were still so many fanatics who were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. There was no need to worry about not being able to finish them off. The man on crutches half knelt on the ground, reloaded his gun, and aimed at his target. But the next moment, his eyelids twitched, because he saw Jongheng suddenly raise his head and look in his direction. Had he been discovered? The man on crutches was amazed by the man's terrifying observation, but so what? No matter how good Jongheng's knife skills were, with the distance between the two of them, it was impossible for him to fly over and cut him down. However, the man on crutches also felt a sense of foreboding. He made up his mind at that moment. Only one shot. Once the first shot failed to kill the target, he would no longer linger in the fight. He would turn around and run. He didn't care if those fanatics were dead or alive, but if that happened, his identity would be exposed, he would no longer be able to run the museum. Although he was not interested in art, after all, he had been working for so many years, he was still a little reluctant. With this thought in mind, he had already reached his finger to the trigger, but then he saw the uninvited guest downstairs put away a small knife and pulled out the pistol at his waist. The speed at which the other party pulled out the gun was unbelievably fast. It was comparable to the Western cowboy in the movie. He was one step behind him, but his finger was one step ahead of him. Many thoughts flashed through the man's mind. He had enough reasons to suspect that the man was bluffing. He had seen it clearly in the surveillance footage. Jongheng had put away his gun after killing about a dozen fanatics. If he hadn't run out of bullets, he wouldn't have done it. However, after witnessing Jongheng's knife skills, the man with the crutches began to doubt his theory. These thoughts flashed through his mind. He knew that he had no time and had to make a decision immediately. Therefore, at the next moment, the man on crutches gave up on shooting and fell back to the ground. As his body fell to the ground, a bullet hit his original position. The man on crutches felt a lingering fear. He knew that if he had not given up at the last moment, he would have become a corpse by now. At the same time, he was also surprised that the man down there really had bullets in his gun. There were a total of 15 bullets in the magazine of the Beretta M92F pistol. Previously, Jongheng had fired 12 shots, but now, including this gun, he still had 2 bullets. This was one reason why he kept these bullets in case anything happened. Another reason was that Jongheng really did not need them. He had only fired to save Olai and Alicia. After clearing out the fanatics around them, he put the gun away because it was more convenient for him to use a knife. As for the sneak attack on the second floor, Jongheng had already been waiting for it. Olai and Alicia had obviously fallen into a trap. Olai might have been a little reckless, but Alicia was still quite cautious. Logically speaking, the two of them should not have fallen into an ambush like this. It was obvious that they had been set up. These fanatics were not afraid of death, but it would be difficult for them to play any tricks. Therefore, there must be a commander behind them. Jongheng was worried that the commander had run away, but at that moment, he realized that someone was secretly aiming at him on the second floor. However, that person's reaction was quite fast. When he saw that something was wrong, he immediately hid again. However, what Jongheng did not know was that the person with the crutch was feeling extremely regretful. He could have left quietly while Jonghung was fighting with those fanatics, but he insisted on using his cheap hands to shoot the black gun. In the end, the black gun missed and exposed his position. Therefore, he could only try his best to lower his body and crawl on the ground so that Jonghung could not see him. He crawled toward the safe passage. In order to climb as fast as possible, he threw away the shotgun in his hand because he knew that after Jonghung dealt with the fanatics below, he would not be a match for them in a head-on battle. The only way for him to survive was to leave this place before the battle ended. He did the same thing. He crawled all the way to the safe passage using both hands and feet. Then, he used his crutch to escape to the parking lot. He could not hear anything from the safe passage, so he did not know what was going on outside. He didn't expect the fanatics to be able to kill Jonghung. He only hoped that they could stop Jonghung for a little longer so that he could get into the car. However, when he went down the stairs to the first floor, he saw a figure at the end of the passage. The person with the crutches looked at Jonghung in disbelief. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast, and the fanatics were so useless. They didn't even last a minute. Just as he was wondering if Jonghung would kill him, Jonghung raised his eyebrows and called out a name that no one had called out for a long time. Sachus. Chapter 1239. The Island of Ignorance. When Songjia entered the art museum, she almost lost her balance when she saw the scene inside. Although she didn't work in art, she had come here several times with her classmates when she was free. This art museum had a rich collection and a unique architectural style, so it had always been popular among visitors. She liked it, too. However, she didn't expect that when she entered the museum this time, it would turn into a bloody slaughterhouse. There were corpses all over the floor, and blood and brains splattered everywhere. Many of the artworks had been destroyed, the paintings that were worth more than $1 million fell to the ground, and the sculptures were shattered into pieces. The only people who could still stand in the exhibition hall on the first floor were Olai and Alicia. They supported each other and slowly moved toward the stairs. These people were killed by you guys. Songjia was shocked. She answered Jonghung's call and rushed in from the outside. At the moment, she didn't know what had happened inside. Seeing the scene before her, she thought that the people here had been killed by the two Inuit. After all, they looked like they had just fought a bloody battle. However, Alicia shook her head. No, they were all killed by your employer. Actually, we didn't help much. He saved us. He and the owner of this museum are on the second floor now. Let's go up together. Oh, okay. Songjia carefully avoided the puddle of blood on the floor. Then, she followed Olai and Songjia up the stairs to the director's office on the second floor. The door wasn't locked. Songjia saw a lame man sitting on a sofa while Jonghung sat behind the desk writing something on the parchment with his blood. When he saw Songjia walk in, he nodded at her. You're just in time. Help me with the translation. I need to have a good chat with Mr. Sachus. Jonghung pointed at the man on the sofa as he spoke. The latter probably knew that it was impossible for him to escape, so he calmed himself down. Seeing Songjia looking at him, he even smiled at the girl. It had to be said that he had not been a museum owner for nothing these past 10 years. His smile looked gentle and gentle. However, Songjia ignored him. Instead, she pulled Jonghung to the side and hurriedly said, "What's going on? Who are those people down there? Why did you kill them? Oh my God, how many people did you kill this time?" 37, but I was only defending myself and saving people, Jonghung said. The police won't believe that you killed 37 people for the sake of defending yourself and saving people, Songjia said anxiously. Are you crazy? Do you know how much trouble this will cause you? Relax. As long as we keep our mouths shut, I don't think the police will care about this, Jonghung said calmly. How is that possible? Even if we don't tell anyone, it's impossible for the police to not notice the disappearance of 37 people. That's true for ordinary people, but this group is different. They clearly belong to some mysterious sect. I'm afraid the police don't even know of their existence, Jonghung said. How do you know? I'm just about to confirm it with their commander. Where is he? He's on the sofa. After hearing that, Song Jio turned her gaze back to the limping man on the sofa. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down before turning to Jonghong. I'll help you with the last translation. You don't know what you want to do, but it's too dangerous to be with you. We've only met for less than half a day, but there have already been 2 consecutive battles. Furthermore, I've seen more corpses than I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what else will happen if I follow you. Don't worry, I'm the one who broke the contract first. I don't want my salary anymore. Jonghong was non-committal. He only said, you'll do the translation for me first. We'll talk later. Song Jio didn't say anything else. She walked over to the crippled man. The latter raised his eyebrows and said with interest, Are you done discussing? What do you plan to do with me? I'm just a translator, Song Jio said. I don't want to get involved in your mess. I'm sorry, the lame man touched his chin. I'm afraid you'll be involved whether you like it or not. In fact, everyone on the island can't escape. You don't have to threaten me. I'm not the one who decides your fate, Song Jio said. First question, who are you people? The lame man was about to answer, but he was interrupted by Song Jio. Let me remind you, you'd better tell us the truth. If you're lying, we'll find out right away, and then you'll have to suffer unnecessarily. Is it because of this ring? The crippled man raised his right hand. Jonghong had placed a copper ring there when he had entered the room, and he had even cut off his arm to take some blood. You two aren't in cahoots with the 2 Inuit, are you? I know a thing or two about shamanism. As far as I know, they don't have the means to do so. Just answer the questions honestly. Don't ask questions, Song Jio warned again. Interesting. I didn't expect such a lively day to come in such a remote place like Greenland, the crippled man muttered. He then leaned his back against the sofa. Ask away. Since I'm already in your hands, of course I'll cooperate with you. But I advise you not to have high expectations of me. For some reason, I don't have much information. I've been avoiding further contact with those fanatics all these years. Why? Because we are living on an island called Ignorance, surrounded by a vast black ocean. Some of us are brave enough to set sail and explore the mysteries of the world. The results they have achieved have promoted the development of human civilization. However, one day, when those isolated scientific knowledge is pieced together, it will reveal the most terrifying truth of this world. What truth? We should never know, because it will bring endless fear and madness, the crippled man said solemnly. His expression did not look like he was joking, even though the words coming out of his mouth sounded ridiculous. After a pause, he added, I'm different from those fanatics downstairs, but it's precisely because of this that I've been living especially hard all these years. I'm really trying to persuade you with good intentions. If you don't want to end up in my current situation, then you should leave this place while there's still time. Chapter 1240. Doctors and Guides. You don't have to worry about us. Song Jio obviously didn't take the lame man's warning to heart. After a pause, he said, You said that you're different from those people down there. Then let me ask you separately, who are you and those people down there? Those people who died downstairs are voodoo fanatics. Of course, they're not the voodoo religion that originated in West Africa and played with corpses as you know them. No, strictly speaking, they are indeed the voodoo religion that you know of. It's just that they've been taken over by someone else. The lame man was indeed very cooperative. He answered all questions. A dove taking over a magpie's nest. Yes, their original god has declined, or rather, it has never been that powerful. In short, it has been replaced by an even more powerful existence, so some of the believers have also been transformed. As far as I know, other than the old nest in Africa, many other places of voodoo are different from the original. In fact, even a small part of Africa has changed. Why did those fanatics attack Olai and Alicia? And where did Dr. Baker go? I saw his car in the parking lot outside. He should have been here not too long ago. They attacked the 2 Inuit because the Inuit have been trying to track them down, and they've been very close lately. As for the doctor, he did come here to retrieve something, but he left after he got it. I have no idea where he went. The limping man had just finished his sentence when he saw Jongheng take out the knife again. Songjia hadn't even finished translating yet, so he had no choice but to change his words. All right, I lied earlier. Dr. Baker was indeed here, but he's already dead. Jongheng frowned. Saving Olai and Alicia was a matter of convenience. The main purpose of his visit to the Museum of Art was to find the doctor and learn about the expedition team from the latter. In the end, he didn't expect the doctor to be dead. However, fortunately, he caught Satchus here. Satchus used to be the guide of the expedition team, but for some reason, he became the curator of the museum. He even changed his name and appearance. If not for Jongheng's observational skills, it would have been difficult to recognize him. No wonder there was no news about him online. Who killed him? Songjia was shocked. Me. Since he couldn't lie, the crippled man could only tell the truth, but believe me, I had no choice. After all, Baker and I have been friends for almost 20 years. I actually didn't want to kill him, but if those fanatics find out what he did, neither of us will have a good ending. He's telling the truth, Jongheng said to Songjia. You're still his friend? So you killed an old friend that you've been friends with for 20 years. Songjia was confused. Just because he took something from you, and you're afraid of being implicated by those fanatics, aren't you their leader? Yes, I'm their leader, but they only listen to me when there's action. Normally, I can't control them. They only worship one person and listen to that person. Furthermore, you've never interacted with those people before, so you don't understand their way of doing things. They won't reason with you. To you, it's a small matter, but to them, it's enough to kill. In fact, that group of people enjoys killing, and when they can't even find a suitable sacrifice, they will attack their own people. The crippled man's words sent a chill down Songjia spine. From the looks of it, it wasn't a bad thing for Jongheng to capture them all at once. However, with so many people dead, Songjia didn't know how Jongheng would end up. Just like what she had said before, the police might not be willing to believe such a story, and even if they were willing to believe it, Jongheng was only a tourist. He didn't have the authority to enforce the law in Greenland, let alone start a massacre. As if seeing through his worries, the crippled man said, I can help you deal with the bodies downstairs. As long as you're willing to spare my life, most of these people are actually not from Greenland. A small number of them have lost contact with their relatives and friends after joining Voodoo. They've long been treated as dead by their families. So even if they go missing, as long as they're dealt with properly, it won't attract the police's attention. But you also killed Dr. Baker. Songjia said. I said I'm sorry, but Dr. Baker is not a local. His clinic has been closed for a while, and he rarely interacts with people. I can find someone at school to help him apply for a long leave. Just say that he went back to China to recuperate. He can always cover it up. What disease did Dr. Baker get that made him become like this? How should I explain it? The crippled man thought for a moment. On a physiological level, there's actually nothing wrong with him. At most, he has some anxiety and insomnia. But on the other hand, he and I have been suffering for a long time. Really, if you're not us, it's probably hard for you to understand this pain. Especially recently, we've hardly slept well. Why? Because that guy will come to us when we are asleep, the lame man said. We can't get rid of it. It's like a ghost that has been haunting us for so many years. Dr. Baker and I are looking for a way out of this nightmare, but unfortunately, neither he nor I have succeeded, so you don't have to feel too sorry for him. Death is actually a relief for us. Then why are you still so afraid of death? Songjia asked. Do you think I haven't thought about killing myself? The lame man sighed. If you have tried to commit suicide, you will know how strong the survival instinct of humans is. No matter what happens tomorrow, it is always good to have one more day to live. So you have become like this because of that scientific expedition more than 10 years ago? The crippled man had been answering Jongheng's questions fluently, but when he heard the question, his expression changed drastically. Who are you people? How do you know about the scientific expedition? Looks like we can finally get to the main point, Jong Hung said. Let him talk about the scientific expedition that year. Tell him everything he saw and heard. It's best not to miss a single detail. Song Jio translated Jong Hung's words to the crippled man. We know that you were the guide of the expedition team that year. You led them deep into the no man's land. Where exactly did you see them? Chapter 1241. The expedition from 18 years ago. Sachus was not in a hurry to answer the question. Instead, he looked deeply at Song Jia. Then, he pointed at the wine bottle on the table and said, "Can I have another drink?" "Help yourself." Hearing this, Sachus picked up the wine bottle again. This time, he did not pour it into the wine glass. Instead, he drank up the remaining half of the bottle in one go. It seemed that only through the tipsiness of the wine could he have the courage to tell the story of the past. I am a native of Greenland, half Inuit and half Danish. So every year, I would return to my father's tribe to stay for a period of time. I also hunted fish with them. Many Inuit people live on the ice field, so they are very good at dealing with the bad weather and the environment on the ice field. At that time, I did not like reading, but I was very interested in things like hunting. Although my marksmanship wasn't very good when I was young, I learned a lot of survival skills on the ice field from the old hunters in the tribe. In addition, I learned a little English. Because I happened to be a guide for a team of photographers who were photographing polar bears, I didn't take it to heart at that time. I just wanted to earn some extra money, but I didn't expect them to recommend me to many friends who wanted to come to Greenland to film. At that time, I was already over 20 years old, and I was thinking about what to do, so I naturally entered this industry. In the eyes of others, this job was hard and dangerous, but I was born to seek excitement. This job suited me quite well. Soon, I made a name for myself in this line of work, and more people came looking for me, Sachus recalled. After leading a tour group to see seals, Dr. Baker found me. Oh, at that time, I had known him for more than a year. He came to Greenland for a trip and liked it, so he thought of a way to settle down here. He opened a clinic to do his old job, but his business was not very good. So, he set up an explorer club with his friends and introduced people to explore here. Then, he helped them take care of their accommodation and hired guides. It was also at that time that we started to meet. He came to my place the other day and said that he had a very lucrative but dangerous job that required an excellent professional guide. He asked me if I was interested. I was in need of money at that time, and the tour was a little boring. The adventure genes in my body started to stir again, so he let him continue. Beck said that a person named Tam had received news that there was an ancient ruin under an ice sheet in Greenland. The person who found it first would not only become famous immediately, but the discovery inside might even rewrite the known history of mankind. So he was going to set up a scientific expedition team. To be honest, I'm skeptical about things like ancient ruins because if there really was such a thing, the government would have taken action long ago, not to mention that there was an American military base on the island. Nothing could be hidden from them. But just as Beck said, the reward on the other side was very generous. This trip was basically equivalent to a year of my income. In addition, it sounded more interesting than taking a sightseeing tour, so I agreed. And this was also the most regretful thing in my life. On the day we set out, I saw Dr. Baker on the expedition team. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised because he was a psychiatrist, not the kind of doctor who could treat people's physical illnesses. Although he said that he had learned some first aid and bandaging knowledge, but, you know, if you really want to take a doctor on an expedition, there are many better options than him. So, out of professional ethics, I went to Mr. Tam and told him about my doubts. He's a very good person. He looks very easygoing and always seems to be in high spirits. The only problem is that he likes to eat sweets. During the exploration, he brought several bags of sweets with him. 1 bag a day. His mouth hardly takes any rest. Mr. Tam told me that he knows what Baker does. Bringing a psychiatrist is mainly because there are many scientists in the team. This is the first time many people have ventured into such a dangerous place, and he's worried that some of the team members will have psychological problems, and then Baker will have to deal with them. To be honest, that's a bit of a stretch, but he's the one paying for it. I need to explain the situation to the employer, but the final decision is still up to the employer. He says bring Dr. Baker, and we'll bring Dr. Baker. In short, after we're ready, we set off. There are 22 people in the expedition team, including a geologist and his assistant, an archaeologist, a biologist, a meteorologist, and 2 theologians. They're a couple from China, Sachu said. Pausing, he looked at Zhongheng with some confusion. Are you also Chinese? What does that have to do with the Chinese couple? However, Zhongheng did not answer his question. Instead, he gestured for him to continue. I have quite a deep impression of the Chinese couple because both of them are very polite, but the other people, other than the few people I mentioned above, the rest of them don't seem like good people. Even though they've been trying to hide it all along the way, I can tell that many of them have served in the military before and have hidden weapons with them. At one point, they made me want to give up. We're going to a no-man's land, so it's very likely that we won't meet many people along the way. Even if we're worried about some wild beasts along the way, there's no need to bring so many people to protect our safety. But Mr. Tam said that these men were hired by him to help the scientists with chores like finding the way and carrying the equipment, and that the reason he brought in the veterans was because they had better survival skills in the wild. What can I say? The expedition was already on its way, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask to leave now, so next we took a boat to the landing site on the east coast, which was about a third of the way from the mainland. We have enough food for everyone on the ship for 2 months, as well as some scientific research and drilling equipment, cameras, satellite phones, warm clothing, tents, and gas canisters. As for the water source, we don't have to worry about it, because we can boil the snow water directly. In addition, we also brought dogs and sleds to transport supplies. The captain of that ship is also an old friend of mine. He sent us to the agreed place and left. He also promised that as long as we called them on the satellite phone, they would immediately rush to the designated location to pick us up. So far, everything is going smoothly. The weather that day was also pretty good. It was sunny and there was almost no wind. We even took a photo together. Chapter 1242. Fossils and Dogs. The Greenland ice sheet is the largest ice sheet in the Northern Hemisphere. It is 2,530 kilometers deep in the north and 2,530 kilometers deep in the south. The widest part is 1,094 kilometers. Moreover, the thickness of the ice sheet is astonishing. The deepest part is more than 3,000 meters and covers a basin. This means that the thickness of the ice sheet gets thicker and thicker as it goes further into the center. There are 2 large ice caps on it. The place we are going to this time is near one of the ice caps. In the past few days, the expedition team continued the good luck of the first day. The weather and the journey were very smooth. Because the expedition time was in summer, the edge of the ice sheet had begun to melt. The thickness of the ice sheet in many places had become very thin. There were ice cubes that fell into the sea from time to time near the seaside. One had to be extra careful when walking on the ice sheet, but the deeper one went, the more stable the ice sheet became. We also dug up some slate and fossils. The geologists and biologists in the team seemed very happy. If they didn't want to continue moving forward, they would probably be unable to resist studying on the spot. I was a little worried at first because I felt that the configuration of this expedition team was a little strange, but as time passed, those retired soldiers really did as Mr. Tam said and just did what they were supposed to do. Therefore, I gradually relaxed and began to enjoy the expedition. After all, the reward is part of the reason, but what really attracted me to this operation was the love of the ice field, especially the exploration of its hidden secrets, as if unveiling its mystery bit by bit. The most wonderful thing is that every time I feel that I know enough about it, but in the blink of an eye it will reveal a new side to me, as if it is a lover who will never tire of you. Therefore, I thought that this expedition was really suitable for me. Of course, just in case, I still found Dr. Baker. After all, he was the only one who knew the details of the expedition team. Although the Chinese couple was also good and gave me a good impression, as well as a few other scientists, their people were actually good. But after all, I had only known them for a short time, so of course, I was more willing to trust Dr. Baker. We agreed that we would advance and retreat together, and at the same time, we would pay attention to the people around us, mainly the ex-soldiers. We would exchange information on a regular basis. Beck felt that I was overthinking things, but he still agreed. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Our team continued to advance, but our good luck seemed to have run out. The dogs were the first to show signs of abnormality. They suddenly started barking wildly for some reason and then moved forward with some resistance. Before this, I had never encountered such a strange thing. The Greenlandic sled dogs were domesticated by the ancestors of the Inuit people. They completely lost their wolf nature and became very docile. They were also hardworking and could stay overnight in the wild even when it was more than -10 degrees Celsius. Although the temperature began to drop as we went deeper, it was far from unbearable for the Greenland dogs. So I didn't expect the situation of the dogs at that time. I had to ask the expedition team to stop first. Then I spent half a day pacifying the dogs and preparing more food for them. Only then did they want to continue moving forward. However, I could see that they didn't want to do that in their hearts. It was only because it was my order, and they were used to obeying human orders. I was a bit surprised about the dogs, but to be honest I didn't think much of it, because this is an adventure, and no matter how well prepared you are, there will always be problems of one sort or another, and that's what guides and leaders do. We solve problems and make sure the adventure goes on. After the problem with the dogs, the geologists and biologists had nothing better to do. While they were wandering around, they actually found a new fossil specimen on a rock that was exposed. Then, they quarreled about the age of the fossil. From the perspective of rock formation, the geologists deduced that this thing came from the primordial era, but the biologists held a different view. Because from the perspective of biology, the thing in the fossil had obviously evolved very well. Although it was a little ugly, all kinds of organs looked quite mature. The biologist felt that this thing should at least be a creature from the Triassic era. Moreover, he did not want to let go of the fossil after holding it. He looked extremely obsessed, as if someone who was learning painting had obtained an authentic painting by Da Vinci. The others watched them arguing, but they could not interrupt. Mr. Tam was still smiling. He only spoke up to mediate for them when the two were about to get angry. The final agreement is that this fossil belongs to the biologist, and the geologist has the priority to choose the next fossil or rock sample. Moreover, the biologist will lend this thing to the geologist for a period of time after he finishes his research. Coincidentally, I also solved the issue of the dog group, so we continued on our way. However, it's strange. When the biologist came back with the fossil, the dog group that I managed to pacify with much difficulty felt uneasy again, so I asked the biologist to find a bag to seal the fossil properly. Only then did the dog group's mood calm down again. But then, we only walked a few kilometers when the weather suddenly changed. This was the precursor of a snowstorm. After discussing it, we didn't continue on our way. We decided to set up camp here and wait for the snowstorm to pass before we went on our way. I took a few ex-soldiers and checked the tents that we had set up. We even reinforced them with ice bricks. We also built a fence for the dogs. I originally wanted to build another ice wall for them, but the snowstorm had already arrived, so we had to let the dogs enter the tent with us. They're getting restless again, and this time I can feel it very clearly. They seem to be afraid of something, but I don't have time to think about it before the storm arrives. All we can hear is the howling wind and the sound of ice and snow slapping on the tents. I'm glad they were reinforced before, or I don't know if these tents will survive this storm. Because we couldn't go out to light a fire, we just ate some biscuits at night. The dogs kept barking, and it was hard for me to fall asleep. I lay there in a daze for about an hour when I suddenly heard gunshots coming from outside. When I opened my eyes, I realized that the two ex-soldiers who were in the same tent as me had disappeared. Only Dr. Baker and I were left in the tent, staring at each other. Chapter 1243. Gunshots in a Snowstorm. We wanted to go outside the tent to see what exactly happened, but there were intermittent gunshots outside. The snowstorm was really big at that time, and as long as we were 2 or 3 meters away, we could hardly see anything. We were worried that we would be hurt by stray bullets, so we could only continue to stay in the tent. That kind of feeling was not good, especially when we didn't know what kind of people or creatures were fighting with those retired soldiers. The doctor and I could only make wild guesses in the tent. Fortunately, the battle did not last long. After about 2 minutes, I found that the dogs in the tent had quieted down, and the gunshots outside had also stopped. Strangely enough, after that, the snowstorm had also quieted down. As the whistling of the wind had disappeared, I heard the sound of people talking. So Dr. Baker and I walked out of the tent. We found out that the people who were talking were the 2 ex-soldiers who lived in the same tent as us. When they saw us, they shut their mouths and went back to their expressionless faces. We tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't say anything, so we had to find other people. During the snowstorm, we set up 6 tents. 5 of them were intact, but one of the tents was missing. I was quite surprised at that time, because as a guide, I was definitely responsible for what happened, but the problem was that after the tents were set up, I personally checked them one by one. I felt that they were not reliable, so I set them up again and reinforced them with ice bricks. Logically, this should not have happened. The tent that was lost belonged to a biologist. He used to live with the geologist, but because of what happened before, they decided to separate for a day. So he stayed with 3 ex-soldiers tonight. In addition to the tent, his luggage and some experimental equipment were blown away, and he looked very frightened. His body was shaking all the time, and he kept shouting, saying that we shouldn't come here. That Chinese couple is comforting him. Baker and I also wanted to go over, but we didn't expect Mr. Tam to find us first. Or to be more precise, he came to find Dr. Baker. He was still smiling. He patted Dr. Baker on the shoulder and said, "It's your turn to work." Baker was stunned, and then asked, "What happened?" Mr. Tam said it was no big deal, just that the wind had blown the biologist's tent away, and that there might have been a few hungry polar bears after that, but our people had fought them off. So what Dr. Baker was going to do next was to try to calm the biologist down, to get the poor man back to his senses, because he was so scared that he was hallucinating and talking nonsense. The doctor and I were a little skeptical. Not only because Mr. Tam said it was too easy, but also because we didn't see the footprints and bodies of the polar bears around us. But the doctor still started working after that. Mr. Tam saw that I was still standing in the same place and suggested that I make a few cups of hot coffee for everyone to drink. I agreed, but after making the coffee, I found that the expedition team was missing 2 people. The 3 ex-soldiers who used to live in the same tent with the doctor are now alone. I asked Mr. Tam where the 2 of them went. He said they had something to do and went back on the way. But when I asked if I should call a boat to pick them up, Mr. Tam told me that it was not necessary. They have their own boat. However, when I was making coffee, I saw a small group of ex-soldiers burying something. I saw something that looked like a human arm there. I wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but I was chased away by the ex-soldiers. I had a bad feeling in my heart, and when the doctor came back 2 hours later, he looked terrible. I asked him what had happened, and he hesitated for a moment, saying that the biologist had suffered from too much stimulation and had some mental problems, but he had already given the biologist a tranquilizer, which gradually calmed him down. He proposed to Mr. Tam that they stop the expedition and send the biologist back to the city for treatment, but Mr. Tam declined. Then he encouraged the others with his usual optimistic tone, saying that we were close to the ultimate goal and that victory was in sight. I was a little impatient. I stared into Baker's eyes and asked him if he had forgotten our previous agreement. Once one of us discovered something, we would immediately share it with the other person. I was sure that Baker had heard something from the biologist, but now he seemed to be planning to keep the information for himself. This made me very angry. When Baker heard what I said, he could only smile wryly and tell me what he had heard from the biologist. He said that it wasn't a snowstorm at all, but a very strange creature. It was difficult to find the right words and vocabulary to describe that ugly and terrifying thing. It was just like those randomly growing underwater monsters in prehistoric times. It had organs that looked like both animals and plants. Anyone who saw it would have nightmares at night. The biologist swore that it didn't look like a species on Earth, and its appearance didn't conform to Darwin's theory of evolution at all. It was just like something that was randomly pieced together by some creator. As soon as it opened the tent, it went on a killing spree. It used the tentacle on its head to kill a retired soldier. The biologist was completely shocked and did not move. However, the other two people in the tent reacted very quickly and immediately got up. Moreover, they did not leave their guns when they were resting, as if they had known this would happen. One of them pulled out his gun and fired, but the bullet's damage to that thing seemed to be very limited. It took a few shots to its body, but it didn't affect its movements at all. Moreover, the two ex-soldiers were also somewhat confused, not knowing where the vital parts of the thing were, and it quickly used its tentacles to snap the neck of the ex-soldier it grabbed. Then, it extended its tentacle to another person, but was dodged by the ex-soldier who was already prepared. However, that unlucky fellow did not expect that after reaching its limit, that thing could actually split out another 5 small tentacles. In the end, it was also caught. It seemed that it was too slow to break the neck, and this time, that thing directly used another tentacle to pierce through the body of the ex-soldier. However, at this time, other people who heard the gunshots also rushed over, and some of them even carried rocket launchers. The thing didn't seem to want to fight, so it reached out its tentacle to the biologist. The biologist thought he was dead for sure, but the tentacle went around him and rolled over his backpack with the new fossils. Then it disappeared in the snowstorm despite the rain of bullets before the encirclement formed. Chapter 1244. Attrition. At that time, I only felt that the story Baker told was too ridiculous. He didn't want to tell me what exactly happened, so he used such a ridiculous story to brush me off. I felt that he must have been bribed by Mr. Tam, which made me a little nervous because I couldn't find anyone to trust in the entire team. I wanted to turn around and directly bid farewell to Mr. Tam. Perhaps I shouldn't have accepted this job from the start, but I hadn't completely lost my mind because those ex-soldiers all had guns in their hands. I didn't want to have a conflict with them, especially now that we were in the wilderness and there was no one around. Therefore, before I found an opportunity, I could only continue to be an honest guide. After what happened that night, the mood of the scientists was a little low, but I don't know if it was my imagination, but the expedition team clearly lost 2 members, but Mr. Tam became even more excited. What surprised me the most was the retired soldiers. They clearly lost 2 companions, but they weren't worried at all. Moreover, there wasn't any sadness on their faces. They were so calm that it was a little scary. In addition, because I had been paying attention to them these days, I even discovered their little secret. That is, this group of retired soldiers will also perform a small ritual before the meal, similar to the pre-meal prayer, but not the Christian kind. Moreover, they are very secretive and try to hide it from others. In other words, they might be from a secret sect, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Although my father is an Inuit, I'm actually more inclined to atheism. However, I'm usually not very resistant to these mysterious things. On the contrary, I would feel curious from time to time. But not now, not in this uninhabited ice field, with a group of sneaky heretics. It sounds like something bad is going to happen. Although I didn't believe the story the doctor told me, I had to admit that it haunted me for the next few days. I couldn't even sleep well. I went to see Mr. Tam again, hoping that he would take the weapon for self-defense, but he comforted me that I didn't have to worry. There were ex-soldiers protecting us in the team. I had no choice but to bring an ice pick with me. It was better than nothing. We arrived near our destination on the 7th day. Although I didn't see anything except the undulating glacier mountain range, Mr. Tam told us in an unusually firm tone that this was the place. The ancient relic that could bring great fame to the discoverer and even rewrite the history of mankind was here, but it was hidden somewhere, and we needed to search carefully bit by bit. I carried out my duty as a guide and found a suitable camp for the expedition team. With this as the center, I began to carefully search the surroundings. I prayed that the operation would be fruitless, and that it would be best to leave empty-handed before the food and supplies ran out, so that there would be no more trouble. However, I realized that I might have underestimated Mr. Tam's determination to find the ruins. 3 days later, we changed our camp. Mr. Tam gathered everyone together and once again reiterated the importance of what we were doing. He also said that we would not leave this place unless we found the ruins. If the supplies ran out, he would use the satellite phone to contact another team to transport them for us. His words also caused the expressions of many people, including me, to change. I'm even considering stealing a satellite phone to call the police, but Greenland doesn't have enough police, and we're in the middle of nowhere, so the number of people we can send is probably no match for these ex-soldiers. The doctor seemed to see through my thoughts and warned me not to act rashly. After that, we continued to search for the ruins. I led a group of people to the north of the camp. The geologist led a group of people to the south. They were still studying the rocks along the way because, according to Mr. Tam, the history of the ruins was very long and had already surpassed the history of mankind. The meteorologists were responsible for observing the weather every day, reminding us when there was a snowstorm and when we should return to the camp. In addition, Mr. Tam and the couple of theologians from China also brought a group of people. On the 12th day, the team of geologists made a new discovery. They found some strange fossils that they had found before, and this time, there were even more. Mr. Tam was very happy, and he even opened a bottle of champagne in the evening to celebrate. However, this time, for the sake of safety, he did not allow anyone to bring the fossils back to the camp. However, to everyone's surprise, not long after eating and lying down, the strange snowstorm came again. Before that, the meteorologist announced that it would be sunny for the next 2 days, so we could continue to explore. Because the snowstorm came too suddenly, I didn't even have time to chase the Greenlanders into the tent. As a result, I heard gunshots very quickly. The 2 ex-soldiers who lived with me rushed out together, just like last time. Meanwhile, I grabbed the ice axe nervously and stayed in the tent with the doctor. We turned on the camping lights, hoping that the light would give us a sense of security, but then I felt all the blood in my body rush to my head, because when we turned on the lights, we saw a shadow on one of the tents, and that shadow was exactly the same as the story that the doctor had made up. It looked indescribably twisted and weird. The doctor and I were scared out of our wits, thinking that the thing would rush into the tent and kill us in the next second. What was worse was that the ex-soldiers had already run out to join the battle, which meant that there was no one in the tent to protect us. That was definitely the scariest half a minute of my life. However, that thing didn't rush in after that. Even though it had its face pressed against the tent, if that part could be called a face, the barking of the dog seemed to have attracted its attention. It walked towards that direction. When the snowstorm subsided, I stuck my head out of the door and discovered that there wasn't a single Greenlander dog left in the kennel. All of them had been killed. Other than that, there were 3 retired soldiers who had died in battle. One of them was seriously injured. I saw the remaining people carry their corpses to the side and start digging a hole. It was the same scene as the last time I saw it. But I didn't expect Mr. Tam to be so shameless. He still insisted on blaming it all on the hungry polar bears, and had no intention of cancelling the expedition, even though there were only half of the combat veterans left. Chapter 12:45. Stones, necklaces, and rings. Ever since we saw the shadow on the tent, Beck and I became nervous. We didn't know what kind of monster that thing was, where it came from, or what it would do to us. Previously, I had been hunting with the Inuit, so I had an illusion that I knew enough about this ice field. However, the shaman of the Inuit always said that one should be in awe of nature, because you don't know how many secrets are hidden in this world. In the past, I always disagreed with this sentence, but after that night, I realized how shallow my previous knowledge was. If it wasn't for this expedition, I would never have known that such a terrifying creature existed in this world. Most importantly, I don't know how to deal with it. Its tentacles move quickly, and once it gets entangled, it's a dead end. However, long-range bullets don't seem to be able to cause much damage to it. There's also a snowstorm as a cover. It simply doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. Every time it comes, we can only gamble on luck, but luck can't always favor us. We don't even know who will be the victim the next time it comes. It's not just us. I can feel that the scientists are also panicking. Geologists and meteorologists have gone to find Mr. Tam one after another, hoping to immediately end this expedition and return to Nyuk. However, just like me, their request was also rejected. On the contrary, the theologian couple seemed the calmest. No, using the word calm to describe them might not be accurate. I don't know if it's my imagination, but the woman's expression was actually a little excited. She and her man had been chatting about something, but they were speaking in Chinese. Other than the two of them, no one in the expedition team knew what they were talking about. I don't know what they're talking about, but my gut tells me that they're probably one of the few people on this expedition who really knows what's going on, especially considering who they are. What's happening right in front of us is clearly beyond the realm of scientific explanation. My English is only good enough for some simple communication. I haven't reached the level where I can communicate with people fluently, so I asked Dr. Baker to contact them, hoping to get some information from them. I don't expect to find a way to deal with the monster from them, at least until I die. But what I didn't expect was that the doctor actually gave me a surprise when he came back at night. That is an ordinary-looking oval-shaped pebble with a pentagram carved on it. In the middle of the pentagram is a mysterious eye. The doctor said that this thing is called an old seal and it has a mysterious power on it. It might be able to protect us from that monster. To be honest, I was a little skeptical at first because I didn't know how an ordinary pebble could fight against that terrifying monster. However, considering our situation at that time, we were like people who were about to drown. We needed to hold on to everything we could. It was also strange. I don't know if it was my imagination, but when I grabbed the pebble and fell asleep at night, I actually didn't have nightmares anymore. Although I was woken up in the middle of the night by the doctor next to me, he told me the next morning that he had another terrible dream about a huge city filled with huge stone pillars, walls full of hieroglyphics and green, everywhere, sticky material. After he woke up, the doctor seemed a little distracted. Mr. Tam saw that he was not in a good state of mind, so he specially came to comfort him and let him rest in the camp for a day. However, the others still went out to search as usual. Other than the soldiers who did not show any change in expression and only knew how to carry out orders, the rest of the people were a little anxious. Only the Chinese theologians and their wife were still in high spirits. I asked to be on their team because of the rocks, which made me feel safer, but Mr. Tam turned me down, saying that I was the team's guide, and that the person who knew the ice best should have more responsibility, so I had to continue with 2 ex-soldiers, and then we restricted the search area to the area where the fossils were found, and we broke through the ice with drills and explosives. However, we didn't gain anything in the following week. I told the doctor that the stone could prevent nightmares, and then we took turns to use it. This way, we could ensure that we could have a good night's sleep for 2 days, and our spirits improved a little. It wasn't until a week later that we lost a small team. That was a team led by a geologist. Other than him, there were 3 other retired soldiers, but in the end, only one person managed to escape from the terrifying snowstorm. Everyone was silent during dinner, because many people realized that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire expedition team was wiped out. I didn't expect that when everyone was feeling down, the monster appeared again. This time, it didn't summon a snowstorm to protect itself and charge towards us. This was also the first time I saw its appearance. I was completely shocked. Although I had heard the doctor describe its appearance and saw its shadow on the tent, when I saw its true form, I still felt that there was no creature in this world that was more terrifying than this. Even the demons from hell described in the Bible are not as ugly and disgusting as this. I was so scared that I stood there, unable to move a single finger, especially when I found out that its target was me. I was so scared that I was dumbfounded. Fortunately, the doctor beside me reacted quickly and took out the pebble from his pocket. Today, it was his turn to carry it. He placed the pebble in front of me, and the next moment, a miracle happened. The ugly monster stopped in its tracks and charged towards the Chinese couple. In the end, the 2 of them calmly took out a necklace and a ring. One of them had the same pattern as the one on the stone, and the other was carved with a string of twigs. When the monster saw it, it turned around again and rushed towards a retired soldier beside it. The latter fired at it, but just like before, the bullets were not of much use to it. The monster grabbed him and mercilessly pierced his heart with its tentacles. Then the monster began to look for a new target. It looked at Mr. Tam. At that moment I think it saw that Mr. Tam is our leader, so it also adjusted the strategy, decided to kill Mr. Tam first. Chapter 1246. The City. Mr. Tam stood still and did not move. However, when the monster appeared, a retired soldier ran into his tent and took out the large rectangular box that he had been carrying. The box was more than 2 meters long and had been placed with a set of drilling equipment. No one knew what was inside. It was not until this night that Mr. Tam opened the box and revealed the answer to the riddle. In the box was a sickle with an exaggerated shape and an extremely long hilt. It looked very funny when paired with Mr. Tam's slightly plump figure. After he took out the sickle, he muttered, "I'll just make do with it. After all, this thing only belongs to me in the modern era." After he finished speaking, I did not see how he swung the sickle. I saw the ugly monster's body suddenly split into two and split open from the middle, just like a piece of butter that had been cut by a hot knife. Mr. Tam took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the red blood-like substance on the scythe. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you're here, don't hide and watch the show." I noticed 2 figures flash past on a small iceberg not far away after he said that. I didn't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me, because those 2 figures looked like 2 big walking octopuses. Mr. Tam's body still didn't move, but I noticed that this time, besides his side, there was some dark green liquid on his clothes. During this time, my eyes didn't leave him at all. God knows how that dark green liquid appeared there. He sighed and mumbled again. I usually don't like to fight in front of other people's homes, so I've been holding it in until now. You guys insist on forcing me, so why bother? Fortunately, I moved fast enough, so the guy below shouldn't be able to sense it. After saying that, he put the side back into the box and returned to his previous smiling appearance. He turned his head and happily announced to us that the danger had been eliminated, so there was no need to worry about being attacked in the future. After that, without waiting for us to answer, I had the ex-soldiers carry away the monster's corpse on the ground, pour oil on it, and set it on fire. After they burned the thing, I saw 2 more soldiers carrying the oil and walking towards the iceberg. Soon, a column of smoke rose from there. Who wants to have some roasted octopus tentacles tonight? All right, I was just joking. It was obvious that Mr. Tam was in a good mood. He was still in the mood to tell a cold joke that had no meaning. In fact, the scene just now had scared most of us silly. Until now, we were still unable to react, especially the biologist. The dead monster had probably brought up some bad memories for him, and had scared him so much that he wet his pants. But no one in the camp laughed at him, because we were all in the same mood. Of course, perhaps that Chinese couple was an exception. I saw that their gazes toward Mr. Tam became a little strange, as if they were sizing up some rare species. I felt that their interest in Mr. Tam even surpassed that of the monster, and they were even whispering their opinions. Once again, I was annoyed that I had never learned Chinese before. So I begged the doctor to go to them, but this time they didn't give us any useful information. But as Mr. Tam said, after the monster and the thing hiding in the dark died, no one came to stop us, and because we didn't have to worry anymore, the search became more efficient, and we finally found the entrance to the ancient ruins 2 weeks later. It was under an iceberg. We drilled there for 10 days before we found it. At that time, I couldn't believe my eyes because we couldn't find it for a long time. In addition, we lost the geologist midway. I once suspected that we might never find it again. And speaking of which, we found this place thanks to Mr. Tam, who pointed out the direction for the exploration team. After the last attack, I suspected that Mr. Tam had discovered something from the 2 things hiding in the dark. Before this, we were running around like headless chickens, trying our luck. After that day, he firmly told us to go this way. Even when we encountered icebergs and suspected that we were going in the wrong direction, he simply told us to prepare tools and equipment to break the ice. We used quite a lot of explosives. One of the ex-soldiers seemed to be an expert in explosives. We only started digging after he finished blasting. In 10 days, we dug down about 200 meters. Finally, through the ice layer, we could vaguely see a strange city below. That city has huge stone pillars and twisted buildings. The structures of the buildings inside often do not conform to Euclidean geometry. Whether it is the spatial structure or the size of the buildings, it gives people a strong sense of discomfort. Just looking at it makes people feel anxious and disgusted. What makes us even more uneasy is that the scene below is very similar to what we saw in the dream. After seeing the city under the ice, Mr. Tam strictly forbade us to use any more explosives. Everyone could only use an ice pick to excavate bit by bit. Even though it was still quite a distance from the city, even Mr. Tam had joined in, so the others had nothing to say. I could feel the excitement and urgency in his eyes, as if he was afraid of disturbing something below. After that, we dug for another week. Blisters appeared on both of my hands, and finally, an ice path that could allow one person to pass through was dug out, all the way to the top of the stone pillar. The amazing thing was that even though I didn't see any building that looked like a dome, there seemed to be something that separated the city from the ice layer above. There wasn't a single piece of ice under the stone pillar. I can even see moss on the pillar, but everything here seems dead silent, and it's filled with a damp and gloomy atmosphere. Mr. Tam looked around at the people around him, and then his gaze fell on me, Dr. Baker, the Chinese couple, and the climatologist. He then asked, "Which one of you is willing to go down for me?" When he saw that we didn't speak, he explained that I wanted to go down by myself, but for some reason, I couldn't do that. My men are the same, so I hope that there are some enthusiastic volunteers among you who will go down to retrieve something for us. I will reward you greatly after that. SOI. Chapter 1247. That thing. After Mr. Tam finished speaking, the group of US looked at each other, but none of us volunteered to go down. Although we didn't know what exactly was hidden in the ruins below, we could feel a strong discomfort just by looking at it through the ice, let alone going deep into it. The monster we bumped into previously on the ice field might be its nest below. If I had a choice, I would turn around and run, but the rest of the ex-soldiers were watching us. I knew that if I ran, they would pull out their guns without hesitation, not to mention that Mr. Tam was right beside me. Even the monster was no match for him. I didn't think it was impossible for me to escape from him. Seeing that we were all silent, Mr. Tam's face gradually showed impatience. At that moment, the Chinese couple spoke again. One of the women said, "Let's go down." When the rest of us heard this, we were all stunned. I didn't expect that someone would actually volunteer. I originally thought that in the end, we would use the method of drawing lots to choose an unlucky person. Mr. Tam appeared very happy. He gave them a thumbs up and repeatedly praised them. The doctor and I looked at each other. I knew that it was time to make a choice. Personally, I don't want to go down to the city under the ice, but among us, besides Mr. Tam and his men, only the Chinese couple seems to have some secrets about the ruins. Since they volunteered to go down, does it mean that the place down there is not as dangerous as we thought? On the contrary, staying up there seems to be a relatively safe choice, but we have already helped Mr. Tam find his destination. In other words, we are no longer of any use to him. Will he kill us all to prevent us from talking nonsense when we go back? My heart is in a fierce struggle, and in the end, I decided to continue following that Chinese couple. Because the stone they gave us previously proved to be very useful, and I also want to believe that they still have a way to tide over the difficulties, so I pulled the doctor along and told Mr. Tam that we should go down too. Both Mr. Tam and the Chinese couple were surprised, especially the man in the Chinese couple, and urged us to reconsider, saying that there might be some unexpected dangers down there, that he and his wife were willing to take the risk because, after weighing the odds, they had a better chance of survival than we did, and that their research did have some bearing on the city down there, which, he said, would help us know where they came from. I didn't know what it meant, and the doctor translated it for me, and I didn't know if there was anything missing. In fact, I only cared about the first part of the sentence, which was that he said he and his wife had a higher chance of surviving if they went down, and that's why I decided to follow them in the end. When they saw that we had made up our minds, they stopped trying to persuade us. Mr. Tam, on the other hand, couldn't wait for more people to go down and help him get that thing. When he found out that we were willing to join, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden any longer. After that, he let the ex-soldiers cook and let us have a good meal. After we finished eating and packed our things, he drove the others aside, leaving only the 5 of us. I asked him what you wanted us to get. He said that he didn't really know. Although he had done some research before, there were too many targets. He didn't know what was taken down, but he said that we would know when we saw that thing because it was the only thing in the city that didn't belong there. He also warned us not to go to the palace in the center of the city no matter what. It was unknown whether it was because the alcohol had subsided a little, but fear reappeared in Sachu's eyes. As for Sonja, she was completely captivated by his story. When she saw Sachu stop, she immediately asked, "What did you take out from the city under the ice?" Sachus took a deep breath, a baby boy, about 2 years old. We found him on a building that looked like an altar. It was not far from the huge palace. At that time, there seemed to be some strange ritual going on there. Fortunately, no one else was there, but I will never forget that strange scene. The baby was connected to a huge tentacle through the umbilical cord, as if it was absorbing nutrients from it. The owner of the tentacle had a body that was as huge as a mountain, but it was lying quietly in the huge palace in the center of the city, which was where Mr. Tam warned us not to go. We couldn't see what it looked like. We could only see a pitch-black outline. The doctor and I looked away after taking a look, but we still felt extreme fear. We just wanted to crawl on the ground. One of its tentacles reached out of the palace and hugged the baby boy tightly. It was as if they were born as one. To be honest, I don't want to touch that thing on the umbilical cord at all. Although it does look like a human baby boy, its body is intact and there are no abnormalities, and it still has a heartbeat and breathing, but like the other things here, it also makes me feel disgusted and afraid from the bottom of my heart. And through the umbilical cord, I can clearly see that its blood circulation is also connected to the owner of the tentacle, which means that its body also has the blood of the monster. If I had a choice, I would just walk away. But because of Mr. Tam's instructions, I had to endure the discomfort in my heart and go forward to pull him off the tentacle. The process was easier than I thought. I didn't even need to cut the umbilical cord, because the other end of the umbilical cord was a spike-like thing that was inserted into the tentacle's body. The connection between the two was only imitating the fetus and the mother, but it was not really as strong as the fetus and the mother. I pulled him off and stuffed him into my bag before running back. After running for less than 20 meters, I heard someone calling me from behind, telling me to stop. The woman of the Chinese couple came over and touched the baby's chest and nose, saying that we had to go back because the baby's condition was very bad after leaving the tentacles. His heartbeat and breathing were getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, there was no way he would be able to return to the ground alive. Chapter 1248. Connecting. I've always respected them, but this time I'm anxious because this woman is still talking about such insignificant things. I don't care whether this child is alive or dead, or in the depths of my heart, I can't wait for him to die just like that. He has the blood of that monster in his body. If he really survives, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause. So my feet didn't stop at all, as if I didn't hear what they said. When the couple called me twice and saw that I didn't respond, they stopped calling me. We continued to run forward with our heads up. After running for a while, I felt that it was a little strange because based on my understanding of the couple, they were both very independent people. They would do whatever they decided and would rarely be disturbed by others. So I turned around and saw something that shocked me. I didn't know when, but the woman had grabbed the umbilical cord and inserted the sharp end into her arm. I was so scared that I almost sat on the ground. I asked her, "Are you crazy? Why are you doing this? Get rid of that damn thing." In the end, she just shrugged at me and said Mr. Tam's name. I knew she was threatening me because this baby was what Mr. Tam wanted, so I also yelled at her. Mr. Tam didn't say that it had to be alive. We just need to bring this baby up to him and don't cause any trouble. Do you want to take a gamble? She blinked and asked me. I admit that I was cowardly at the last moment because I remembered the scene where Mr. Tam used his sickle to cut open the monster that attacked us. In addition, I didn't think that her action would have any effect. God knows why that baby was about to die. Even if there was no blood transfusion, it most likely needed the blood of the tentacle and not some human blood. Therefore, I eventually acquiesced to her action. We continued to run forward. In a short while, I heard the sound of panting coming from behind. In order to escape from this terrible place as soon as possible, I deliberately quickened my pace. As a woman, she was already at a physical disadvantage. She was still fooling around and connecting the umbilical cord to her body. It would be a miracle if she could feel better now. However, I did not stop because I felt that she had brought this upon herself. I would not pay for her willfulness. But after a while, I heard her breathing become more even, which surprised me a little. I thought she had finally thrown the umbilical cord away, but when I looked back, I found that she really did not have the umbilical cord on her body, because it was now on her husband's body. 2 lunatics. I cursed inwardly, but I could only helplessly accept this fact. Moreover, what I didn't expect was that their purely desperate method actually worked. I could feel that the baby in the travel bag had actually recovered some of its vitality due to the blood infusion. This made my heart very uncomfortable, but I couldn't care about this at that time because I felt that something in the city had come to life and was rapidly moving towards us. This time, I didn't deliberately make things difficult for the Chinese couple behind me, but I knew that I had to speed up. Fortunately, we were not far from the ice path, but we still had to climb up the stone pillar. When we reached the last part of the path, the 4 of us began to sprint. And I saw that they all took out something called the old seal and put it on their bodies. I also took out the small stone. Today, it was my turn to wear it. Dr. Baker ran forward with his head in his hands. We almost used all our strength to rush back to the stone pillar before the things in the city. There was the rope we left behind. After that, we grabbed the rope and started to climb up. I saw a scene that made my head go numb. I saw many things that looked like octopus swarming towards us from all directions. I suddenly remembered that on the night of the last attack, I seemed to have seen their figures on the iceberg beside us. At that time, I thought that my eyes were playing tricks on me. These extremely ugly and terrifying things should be the natives of this city. We only climbed about 20 meters before the first monster came in front of the stone pillar. I heard the Chinese couple shouting, "Cut the rope!" My brain paused for a moment. I didn't understand what they meant. Didn't we fall down just by cutting the rope? But then I realized that they wanted us to cut the rope under us to prevent the monsters from climbing up. I did as they said, but we seemed to have underestimated the climbing ability of these aquatic creatures. They didn't need any rope at all. They only needed to suck the tentacles filled with suction cups onto the stone pillar to climb up. Moreover, their speed was very fast. In just a short while, the first one had already approached the husband of the Chinese couple. He actually still had some strength left, but in order to protect his wife, he deliberately fell behind. When he saw the monster rush up, he took off the ring in his hand and threw it at the other party forcefully. He was lucky. The old mark carved with a tree branch hit the monster's body, causing it to let go of its tentacle and fall off the stone pillar. However, it didn't seem to be injured. However, this was still good news for us because it bought us some time. However, before we could be happy, we saw more monsters running out. When I saw them, I felt a sense of despair. This stone pillar was very high, and we had only climbed less than 1/10 of the way. There was no way we could get back to the ice path above our heads before them. Although the old seal seemed to have some effect on them, there were simply too many of them. The doctor and I were scared silly. Although we were still climbing up, this was only an instinctive reaction of our bodies, because our minds had long been blank. Then, I saw 2 more monsters scuttle up the stone pillar. They were almost at the Chinese couple. They threw their necklaces out, but this time, they didn't hit anything. So, the husband could only use his body to hug his wife tightly. Seeing that they were about to be entangled by the tentacles, the next moment, the monsters stopped. I noticed that they seemed to be afraid of something. I didn't think too much at that time. I just shouted and took the opportunity to continue climbing up. But before I could climb far, I was stopped by the Chinese couple behind me. Chapter 1249. The expedition ended. The Chinese couple stopped me and told me to slow down because I was the fastest. I was about to reach the limit of the umbilical cord. If I continued climbing for a while, they probably wouldn't be able to keep the umbilical cord inserted into my body. But how could I care about such things? There were more and more monsters down there. My mind was filled with how to get out of this damn place. After hearing their words, I even sped up. But then I heard the wife of the Chinese couple warn me that if I don't slow down, all of us will die here. She said that the reason why the monsters down there didn't attack them was very likely because of the baby behind me. That child was now living on their blood. Once they died, that child would also die. If that child died, then the monsters would no longer have any scruples. At that time, the doctor and I wouldn't be able to live. When I heard that, my body shook. Indeed, we've only climbed a short distance now. With the speed of those monsters, if the Chinese couple dies, then the doctor and I will definitely follow in their footsteps. It's just a little earlier and a little later. So, although I wish I could grow wings and fly out of this place as soon as possible, I still had to slow down and let the Chinese couple follow behind me. We climbed for a full 20 minutes before we reached the top of the stone pillar. During that time, those monsters had been following behind us. However, just like what the Chinese couple said, they seemed to be worried about the baby's life and did not make a move against us. It was only when we climbed into the ice path that they did not catch up to us at the top of the stone pillar. They only looked at us coldly from below. There seemed to be some unseen force restricting them, preventing them from leaving the city under the ice. However, we didn't dare to let our guard down. Even though we were physically and mentally exhausted at the time, we still used the last of our strength to rush up from the bottom. Sartras finally finished telling the bizarre adventure story, and the people in the room fell into silence. However, the reason for everyone's silence was different. Songjia thought that Jongheng would continue to tell her the question she wanted to ask, but after waiting for a while, she realized that Jongheng hadn't said anything. She turned her head away. She realized that Jongheng was lowering his head, deep in thought. She hadn't been in contact with Jongheng for too long, but his calm and collected style had left a deep impression on her. However, this time, after listening to Sartra's story, Jongheng was surprisingly absent-minded. Therefore, Songjia turned around and asked herself, "How did you deal with the baby in the end?" As promised, I handed the baby over to Mr. Tam. He looked ecstatic as he held the baby up and looked around, mumbling something. Unfortunately, my English wasn't good, so I didn't understand the meaning of the word. Later, I asked the doctor, and the doctor suspected that there was something wrong with his own ears because he heard Mr. Tam say the word, container. Container? What container? Songjia raised her eyebrows. I don't know. I was very scared at that time, and I didn't have time to think too much about it. After I came out of the city under the ice, I found that there were no meteorologists and biologists on it. I asked Mr. Tam where they went, and Mr. Tam casually said that there was nothing to do here, so he told them to go back first. But I'm not a fool, so how could I believe such nonsense? Our exploration has reached the end, and they only need to wait for another half a day before they can go back with the main group. Moreover, they are only scientists, not professional explorers. How can they go back in such a snowy place? So it's more likely that Mr. Tam and his men did something to them, and my hair stood on end at the thought of it. Mr. Tam obviously didn't want what happened here to be known to anyone else. The doctor and I were able to follow the Chinese couple down and escape, but what are we going to do now? Mr. Tam seemed to be thinking about how to deal with our problem after he was happy. His gaze followed the umbilical cord to the Chinese couple, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then, he said, "Fate is always full of magical changes, isn't it? Perhaps this result is not bad." However, he did not continue speaking after that. Instead, he looked at me and the doctor and said that I have always been a person who keeps his promises. I promised that as long as you did what I asked you to do, I would give you a great reward. So, now, let's talk about what you all want. Don't worry. I'm like your magic lamp, giving you whatever you want. The doctor said I don't want anything but to get out of this hellhole, go home, take a shower, and lie in bed doing nothing. Mr. Tam seemed surprised and asked, "Are you sure, young man? Is that what you want?" "Yes, that's all I want," the doctor replied with certainty. "All right, if you insist." Mr. Tam shrugged as he spoke. He then looked at me. I wanted to say the same, but the doctor beat me to it. Honestly, considering the experiences we've had along the way, there's nothing that could tempt me more than returning home and having a good sleep on the bed. I only wanted to put the monsters and the city under the ice in my mind. However, looking at Mr. Tam's regretful expression, I thought that this might really be an opportunity. Hence, I probed and asked if I could ask for 2 billion kroner. "You sure have a big appetite," Mr. Tam said with a smile. Then he said, "I can give you 2 billion kroner, but you haven't paid that much yet." I wasn't too disappointed after I heard that. I was just making up this figure, so it was normal to be rejected. But then I heard Mr. Tam continue, 50 million. 50 million kroner is a fair price. After he said this, I noticed that the doctor's face turned green. He looked extremely upset, as if he didn't expect Mr. Tam to be so rich. He wanted to change his previous request, but Mr. Tam rejected it. He only had one chance. When Mr. Tam said this, I always felt that he was secretly happy because he really liked the feeling of fooling others. With our example, I was curious about what the Chinese couple would want, but Mr. Tam didn't seem to want others to hear his conversation with the Chinese couple, so he waved me and the doctor away. They chatted for half an hour on the other side, and finally, I saw Mr. Tam reach out and shake hands with the Chinese couple. As if in agreement, I reconnected with the captain by satellite phone, and half a month later we were back in Nyuk, ending the expedition once and for all. Chapter 1250. The answer that cannot be touched. Since you have safely returned to Nyuk and said that you want to put the things that happened during the expedition behind you, why do you still want to join such a mysterious cult? Sonia asked the biggest question in her heart. Because both the doctor and I underestimated the impact of what we saw below. After we returned, our lives were indeed peaceful for a period of time, but then we had nightmares at night and started to have inexplicable low fevers. The content of the dreams was usually related to the city under the ice. At first, we thought that it was because the previous scene was too terrifying and left a deep impression on us, so it appeared repeatedly in our dreams. But later, when we checked the time, we found that the days of our dreams were almost exactly the same, and the content of our dreams were also the same. Only then did we realize that there might be something wrong with us. After that, we went for a physical checkup, but we couldn't find anything. Our physical indicators were normal, except that we were a little depressed due to the nightmare. We didn't know who to say for this kind of thing. Since the end of the expedition, we lost contact with Mr. Tam. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Moreover, considering what he had done to us, even if I had his contact information, I wouldn't look for him again. After that, I called the Chinese couple, and they told me that they were not troubled by similar nightmares. Since the end of the expedition, their physical and mental conditions were normal, and they could not be better. The doctor and I were very strange. We suspected that it was just our imagination, but when we found the old seal they gave us and put it on our bodies, the situation became much better, but we were not happy about it. Instead, we fell into a great panic, because it meant that the underground city and the monsters below were still influencing us in another way. And after that, in my daily life, I always felt that someone was spying on me, and so did the doctor, and in order to uncover our secrets, we began our own investigation of the city under the ice, and I noticed that the description in a novel was very similar to that of the city, but the night I borrowed the novel from the library, I had a horrible, long nightmare, and when I finally opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a hospital bed, and the doctor was looking at me with a sad face. He forced a smile on his face when I woke up. I asked him why I was here. He said I had been unconscious for a whole day and a half. I was shocked when I heard that. I thought someone had drugged me, but then I remembered something Mr. Tam said to us before he left. He said that ignorance is bliss. Sometimes the more you try to find the answer, the deeper you fall. But I didn't take it to heart at the time, so I went back and checked the water and food in the house, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, I opened the book again and read the first story in it called Crazy Mountains. To be honest, the story was not easy to read, the sentences were obscure, boring, and full of long descriptions of the environment, but the protagonists in the story were very similar to my experience, except that they went to the South Pole and Greenland was in the Arctic Circle. But the more I read, the more frightened I became, because I have reason to suspect that the monster in the story is the same species as the one that attacked our camp. They don't seem to be creatures from Earth. If I had read such a story before this expedition, I would have treated it as a fictional horror story. But now I suspect that the author of the book has experienced something similar. Unfortunately, he has been dead for many years, or I would have called him, said Sachus. After reading the story, I climbed into bed. I had insomnia for a long time and couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. It was around 4 in the morning when I fell asleep due to exhaustion. After that, I found myself back in the city under the ice. I was scared half to death, especially when the things inside came to life and used their tentacles to strangle my neck. I felt like I couldn't breathe. Until I vaguely heard the doctor's voice calling my name, and then, with all my strength, I finally broke free from that horrible nightmare, only to find myself lying in a hospital bed again, with a catheter and a needle. Beck said, "Thank God, Sachus. You finally woke up." I asked him how long I slept this time. He said that for a full 5 days, the hospital suspected that I would never wake up again. During this period, he kept putting an old mark made of a stone on my chest. This coma also confirmed one thing for me. That is, I cannot continue to investigate. The truth will probably only lead us into endless madness and fear in the end. The doctor agreed with me because he had done some research, and because he happened to be wearing the old seal, his condition was slightly better than mine. However, he also felt that his mental condition had worsened, and his low fever and nightmares had become more frequent. Therefore, we reached a consensus and stopped there. At the same time, we also began to turn to some scientific means to stop those nightmares and restore our spirits. We did some psychological treatment, but it had little effect. We tried to forget everything about the expedition, but it didn't succeed. Until one day, a mysterious hybrid visited my house and told me that he had a way to solve the problem that I was facing now. From the very beginning, I guessed that he was lying, but at that time, I was searching for a way to get rid of the nightmare. No matter what method I tried, I would give it a try. So, I followed him to their church. At that time, they were carrying out a daily ritual. When I arrived at their base, I felt that something was wrong because the style of decoration there was very similar to that terrifying city under the ice. However, it was too late for me to leave. They forced me to watch their bloody and crazy ritual. Only then did I realize that the object of their worship was the huge shadow in the palace in the city. After the ceremony ended, they had completely fallen out with me and gave me 2 choices. One was to start working for them from today onwards and join them at the right time to become one of them. They said that I was also chosen and that this was my final destination. The other was to become the sacrificial offering for the next sacrifice. To be honest, I didn't want to choose either of these 2 choices, but in comparison, the first choice was still slightly better than the second. Hence, I became the leader of that group from then on.